Part 5, Educating Pronglet. The Knowledge is Power Prank. July 29th, 1994. The past month had gone by in a whirlwind, Sirius mused, as he headed to Black Manor for the War Council. The War Council met every Monday morning at 8 sharp, and every Friday evening at 6. Mondays were generally for planning, Fridays for reporting. It was a simple, elegant system that Penelope had suggested, and which everyone had adopted post-haste. Sirius was the undisputed chair, despite Albus's inclusion. The first meeting had included an interesting power wrangle, with Albus subtly trying to direct the group and their activities. But since Cornelius, Amelia, and Bertie had all looked to Sirius for the final say on everything Albus had said, Albus had eventually conceded that Sirius was in charge, and there had been no further struggles. Still, Sirius had been glad Albus had left a week beforehand for the ICW conference. Merlin knew Albus had apologized quite fulsomely. To both Sirius and Harry at the meeting, Sirius had arranged at Harry's request, which had taken place at Black Manor, and there had even been dinner with the Tonks and Minerva in attendance. But while they had a truce in terms of their working relationship, Sirius refused to let his guard down around the old wizard. Remus had warmed up slightly to Albus after receiving an apology of his own for Albus keeping Remus away from Harry because he had remained suspicious that Remus was a spy. But he too was wary, and Sirius doubted that Remus would ever view Albus with the same starry-eyed hero worship that he'd had at Hogwarts and the early days of the Order. Harry had also forgiven Albus, although Sirius was relieved that Harry had come to the conclusion that he should forgive him because Albus was sorry. Not because Harry didn't want to lose Albus as someone who he thought cared about him. Harry was also more assertive, as had been proven at their dinner of humble pie, as Sirius had dubbed it. "Harry, my boy," Albus shifted in his seat across from Harry and smiled at the young wizard, "I understand that you're practicing your magic to gain control of your powers." "Yes, Professor." Harry nodded. "I tend to accidentally overpower my spells if I'm not careful or thinking when I cast." "Perhaps I may help you," offered Albus eagerly. "I wasn't a half-bad transfiguration teacher before I became headmaster." Sirius swallowed the urge to protest and waited to see how Harry would react. A small frown appeared on Harry's face, reminiscent of the frown Lily used to wear when the Marauders did something that she didn't approve of particularly. "Thank you, sir, but Professor McGonagall is already helping me with transfiguration." "As I informed you, Albus," Minerva said frostily. "Ah, yes. I just thought I might have something else to contribute." Albus tried another benevolent smile at his deputy, and was met with a furious glare. "And what?" Minerva's Scottish accent increased with her ire. "Do you think you could contribute that I cannot?" "Are you suggesting my capability as a transfiguration teacher is inadequate?" Sirius coughed into a napkin to hide the laugh that bubbled up, as Albus scrambled to offer an apology and assurance of his absolute confidence in her skills. Harry cleared his throat in the awkward silence. "It's nice of you to offer, sir, but, as you yourself have just said, Professor McGonagall is more than capable of covering my transfiguration lessons. Well, it's not so much the subject matter as the power issue that I was offering to assist with, as I have more experience in that area. I had extra lessons in transfiguration to learn control when I was young, as it lends itself to forcing power moderation, above and beyond what is usually taught." Albus explained hurriedly. "It was these techniques that I thought it may be beneficial to pass along." "Then why didn't you say so?" asked Minerva irritably. Albus took a deep breath and seemed to gather his composure once more. "So may I offer you my assistance, Harry?" Harry shot Sirius a look, clearly asking for guidance, and Sirius gave a small nod. It was okay with him. "Thank you, sir," Harry said. "If you could come along to my lessons with Professor McGonagall, I think that would be best, so she can continue teaching me once you've shown us the techniques you mention." And Sirius had to hide his face in his napkin again at Albus's crestfallen expression and Minerva's triumphant smile. That Harry would not agree to lessons alone with the headmaster had made Sirius very proud. Minerva had continued to be frosty to Albus in the week since, and so too had Andy during the dinner and in every subsequent meeting. Perhaps, Sirius considered wryly, it was a female thing, Maternal instincts had been aroused, and Merlin help a wizard facing a witch defending her child. He had also wondered whether it was something to do with the blessing ritual. All the women who had taken part had effectively been acting in the stead of Lily, had witnessed Harry's mother in spirit form, confirming the blessing that protected her child, a protection that she had sacrificed her life willingly to give him. Perhaps it had created something of a bond on a magical level above and beyond the blessing itself. Bertie, Minerva, and Remus had formed a small subgroup trying to research and understand Harry's affinity with family magic and looking closer at the blessing ritual. Nothing concrete had been established beyond tentative understanding of the history of family magic. They had managed to track down many origin stories, but the only aspect most agreed upon was that it had something to do with Merlin. Merlin had either gifted the magic, or it was Merlin's own magic, passed down to those he considered his magical heirs. It might at least explain why the spirit of Morgana had named Harry a child of Merlin. It was all very interesting, but to Sirius's mind, all very useless. Albus didn't know a thing about the research, as it wasn't part of the official plan with the War Council. There were two other things that were also kept out of the War Council. Firstly, Harry's knowledge of the prophecy, and secondly, Harry's education. The latter was going well. Andy's etiquette lessons, which were also attended by Hermione, took place every Saturday and always ended in a large family dinner at Black Manor with the Tonks and the Grangers included, alongside Remus, Minerva, Bill, and Penelope. The Malfoys had a standing invitation to attend as they were family, but Narcissa had written to Sirius and requested that they be excused until she was convinced Draco could handle meeting Harry with the required neutrality of his vow. Sirius had agreed, and in truth nobody missed them. Every Wednesday afternoon Sirius gave a politics lesson to Harry, Hermione, and Neville. They'd started having some mock debates and discussions about various laws. Sirius also gave them research to do on the members of the Wizengamot opening the library for their use. Neville was a fountain of knowledge, and his confidence grew as he helped Harry and Hermione understand the various different alliances. Neville's confidence was also improving thanks to the estate management classes he attended with Harry and Remus every Wednesday morning. The two young men had been assigned a property each from their respective estates. They were nominally responsible for the property under Remus's watchful eye. There had been trips to view the properties and to meet the elves and wizarding tenants, lessons on business, financials, and bookkeeping. But both Neville and Harry embraced the challenge, and Remus was very proud of both his students. More importantly, Sirius could see the beginnings of an enduring friendship between Neville and Harry that pleased him no end. Sirius had also charmed Augusta into buying Neville a new wand after realizing he was using Frank's, and she had agreed that Neville should attend Harry's magic lessons to gain control of his new wand before they went back to Hogwarts. Sirius had wrangled the exemption with Madam Hopkirk, and every Tuesday Neville attended Harry's lessons on Dada, charms, and transfiguration. Having realized just how poor their knowledge of potions was, Sirius had also hired a tutor to teach the boys the basics. Hermione came over on Monday mornings for their potions tutorials, as did Susan Bones, who had also joined at her parents' request. Sirius knew it had been a disappointment to Harry that Ron had expressed very little interest in attending any of the lessons, but Molly and Arthur had acquiesced to their children, joining in some of the activities that fell under Harry's wizarding culture lessons. The visit to the Welsh Wizarding Reserve of Magical Creatures with everyone in attendance had been the biggest success, closely followed by a visit to a broom racing match. Harry had been entranced by the latter, having never realized that such a sport existed, as it wasn't as popular in Britain as Quidditch. Neville, Susan, Harry, and Hermione had enjoyed a trip to a wizarding theatre and admitted the wizarding effects added something to the tale of Merlin and the two dragons. Other outings weren't quite so well received. Hermione had enjoyed a second trip to the theatre to see magical dances from around the world, but Harry had hated every minute, as had Sirius. Hermione had also enjoyed the British Wizarding Museum more than Harry, Although he had admitted it was interesting seeing other history besides goblin rebellions, he had, however, been mortified at the Harry Potter display. But whether Harry had enjoyed or hated the experience, his eyes were opening to the truth that there was more to the wizarding world than simply Hogwarts and Diagon Alley, as Sirius had pointed out to him. There was usually a magical equivalent for many Muggle things, and it wouldn't stop until Harry was back at Hogwarts. Sirius knew Andy wanted to take the kids to a painting exhibition. He himself had bought tickets for the British duelling finals. Remus wanted a trip to Stonehenge so he could do a history lesson. Augusta was insisting everyone attend the charity tea dance in aid of St. Mungo's at the beginning of August. Between his lessons, the outings, and the Alliance dinners, Harry was being kept wonderfully busy. He was thriving under the attention. The good health their time in the clinic had bestowed upon Harry had been built upon by Dobby's nutritionally balanced meals. Harry's training, and, more importantly, being surrounded by people who loved and cared about him, even if one of them was Albus Dumbledore. It was just as well, because hearing the prophecy had been a very big shock to Harry. They had heard the full prophecy with a quick and discreet visit to the dom organized by Bertie, with Remus along for moral support. They had listened to the whole thing, and all of them had been white-faced by the end of it. "I think I already knew," Harry said, placing the orb back on the shelf. "He's just too interested in me." Sirius couldn't help noticing that Harry's hand was trembling. He was feeling fairly shaky himself. As Harry had said, they'd known, but knowing and knowing were two different things. He wrapped his arms around Harry and dropped a kiss on the top of his head, ignoring a shocked-looking Remus and a grave-looking Bertie to focus on Harry. "I know it's scary, but I don't care what it says. We're going to do everything we can to make sure you don't have to fight him, Harry. I promise." "What if I do have to fight him again?" Harry countered, pressing closer. "How can I beat him?" Sirius couldn't answer, because of the fearful lump in his throat, and he threw Remus a glance that screamed, "Help!" Remus, who had gone white as a sheet when they'd heard the prophecy, rallied in the face of Harry's and Sirius's distress. "Well, it does say that you'll have a power that Voldemort doesn't know about. We should probably try and research what that is. It could be your family magic," Bertie inserted brightly. "There is definitely an unusual affinity there, and while Slytherin is a noble house, it isn't an ancient and noble house." "And we'll train you," Sirius added, recovering his composure. "Everything we know, including all the dirty tricks." He rubbed Harry's back comfortingly. "If the worst comes to the worst, we'll make sure you're prepared, Harry." And so they'd increased Harry's Dada training beyond his Tuesday control lessons. If Harry ever ended up facing Voldemort again, which Sirius would try his damned best to make sure didn't happen, he was going to need to be able to survive the experience. There had been a lot of discussion between Remus, Minerva, and himself over whether to tell Harry about Snape's role in telling the prophecy to Voldemort. Remus and Minerva weren't certain Harry was ready from an emotional point of view to handle such news and then face Snape with equanimity at Hogwarts. Sirius had conceded the point, but he hated keeping secrets from Harry, and so he had insisted they offered Harry the choice. He and Remus had sat Harry down one Friday afternoon at Black Manor, where the magic would contain any loss of control on Harry's part if he did decide to know, and told him that they knew the identity of the Death Eater who had informed Voldemort of the prophecy, that it was someone Harry would have to interact with in future, and so did he feel he could handle the information. Harry had shown great maturity and declined, acknowledging that he would never be able to be in the same room as the person who had prompted Voldemort into attacking him and his parents, just as he would never be able to stand the sight of Wormtail for the same reason. Sirius understood how he felt. It was all he could do to stop himself marching down to Hogwarts and hexing Snape himself. Albus had surprisingly taken aboard much of Sirius's criticism about safety. Moody had moved into Hogwarts early to do a full security review, and he'd taken to the job like a duck to water. Sirius knew Harry would be disappointed some of the passageways were now warded, but Sirius was pleased that nobody could get through them without it being detected. But it wasn't just security that was changing at Hogwarts. Binns had finally been convinced to move on, and so History of Magic was undergoing something of a major revision. Muggle Studies had a new tutor, Alison Bunting, while Charity Burbage had been quietly transferred to help out with the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts department, while Arthur handled the new Muggle Affairs Committee. 3 old courses had been revived and added as weekend electives. Dueling, magical military strategy, and healing were all an hour long and open to fourth-year students. Harry had expressed interest in all 3, and Sirius had encouraged him to take them and see what they were like. He could always drop them if he didn't enjoy them. Minerva complained about the extra work the changes were causing, but confided that she was very happy to see the school being somewhat reinvigorated. Sirius rather suspected the new courses were Albus sneakily trying to train Harry for a final battle with Voldemort, but he decided to let Albus think he was doing it under Sirius's nose and getting away with it for the time being. Sirius didn't really have an objection to Harry learning something that could help him survive if he had to face Voldemort again. He just objected to Albus assuming the prophecy had to happen and placing the burden of killing a Dark Lord on the shoulders of a teenage boy. Sirius still believed the adults around Harry should do everything in their power to take care of the problem first, which led him to that Friday's War Council. He stepped out of the flow and into Black Manor. He wasn't surprised when Penelope appeared. She looked smart in her blue robes, with the crests of the House of Black and the House of Potter adorning them. She was turning into a treasure. She and Bill Weasley were the only other people beside Minerva who had access to Griffin House, as Sirius and Remus had occasionally had to request one of them look after Harry 10. Harry might protest that he didn't need babysitting, but Sirius felt better knowing someone else was in the house in case of an emergency than simply Dobby. "Afternoon, Penelope," Sirius said. She fell into step as he headed towards the study. "You have 5 new invitations," she said cheerfully. "Lord Rickett invited you to tea. I've set the meeting up for next Tuesday. Lord Knott invited you to discuss the August session agenda. Are you sure he's not planning to murder me?" Sirius joked, wondering why Knott wanted to see him alone. It could be the first parry ahead of an alliance discussion, he mused. Lucius had sent word that most of the ancient and noble houses in his alliance had understood the new political landscape, Knott foremost among them. Penelope smiled. "I've scheduled the meeting for Monday morning, as the session will take place on Thursday." She opened the door to the study. "Mr. Cramington had a business proposition to put to you, and so I've forwarded that to Remus to deal with. Lord Greengrass issued an invitation for you and Harry to dine. I've put the date in your diary. And finally, Lady Abbot invited you and Harry to Sunday lunch, 2nd week in August, with her family and the Bones." She took a breath. "I thought I should check that one with you, as I know you usually like to keep Sundays just for you and Harry." Sirius nodded. "Thank her for the invite and write back, saying that if she can switch lunch to Saturday we would be delighted, but we have plans for Sunday." He held up a hand. "As soon as you've done that, you should get going." He smiled at her. "I recall you have a date with Percy." Penelope blushed, but nodded, her blonde hair almost coming free of its bun. "He's taking me to see that Merlin play." It was very good. Sirius agreed. He was glad her relationship was going well, as there had been a rocky patch just after the adoption, when Percy had said something stupid, from what Sirius could make out, something along the lines that her job should have gone to a pureblood, but they had worked it out. "Have a good night." Penelope smiled, and wished him the same before she headed off to her own desk in the corner of the library. It wasn't long before Amelia arrived. She was always the most punctual. They had a few minutes to chat about the Abbot's invitation with Amelia, suggesting the changed date would be no problem for her and her younger brother, otherwise known as Lord Bones, and his family. Bertie arrived next, with Albus and Cornelius arriving together after attending a debriefing of the ICW conference. As soon as the refreshments were served and everyone was comfortably seated in the sitting area of the study, Sirius cleared his throat. "Cornelius, why don't you go first?" Sirius suggested. Cornelius puffed up proudly, as though going first was some signal of importance. "Operation Power Clay is going well." He beamed. "As of Tuesday, I believe the old Potter alliance has been confirmed?" Sirius nodded. We couldn't have done it without Augusta, but the alliance of 8-9, including the House of Black, ancient houses, and 8 minor is re-established and on board with the coming legislative changes, specifically the Muggle Affairs Committee and the revision of the budget." "Oh, that's excellent news," Albus exclaimed. "I don't believe I've seen Augusta so lively for many a year," Bertie commented dryly. "The Muggle-born Order of Merlin recipients will also be approached for a sounding-out session at the August session," Cornelius said. "After a difficult month, Lucius has retained his control of the Pure Blood Alliance, which is somewhat good news for us. I've been approached tentatively by Lord Gibbon to see if my support for Lord Black could be swayed." "The least powerful of the group," Amelia commented. "Panicking, perhaps?" "I think so," Cornelius agreed. "Well, that would make sense, since not just invited me to discuss August session with him," Sirius said, easing back in his chair and steepling his fingers. "He's the first of the old Black Alliance to do so. Outside of family, of course. They're feeling you out." Cornelius grinned and clapped his hands. "And so soon? That's excellent news." "Well, I think the reason for that may not be so excellent," Albus said gravely. "The dark mark caused twinges of pain for my spy this week." "Why Albus had to keep calling Snape 'my spies' when they all knew who it was," Sirius sighed and let it go. "My spy has noted the same," Bertie said. "Our tests on the mark believe it is a sign of proximity. Riddle has returned to our shores. There's been no sighting of Pettigrew through magical transportation, but since he can sneak onto Muggle transportation easily enough in his animagus form, it could be possible. Of course, that's assuming that they're travelling together and that Pettigrew has helped him to regain some strength to return," Amelia said briskly. "Riddle could have decided to travel ahead, or on his own, somehow." They all nodded in acknowledgment that she made good points. "Which just makes our work more imperative," Sirius said. "Cornelius, I believe we have good news on the neutrals." "Yes, indeed. Lord Greengrass has met with me twice to discuss the revised budget, and each time has made comments to feel out the political agenda round the House of Black. I believe we've been invited to dine?" Sirius nodded. "As much as they hate to admit it, Greengrass controls that block. If we secure it, we'll have a strong Wizengamot." Cornelius ended with a smug smile. "The other main item for us to discuss today is that the nominations are in for the empty seat. The House of Abbot is nominating Diggory. The House of Zeller is nominating the House of Baron. The House of Doge is nominating the House of Weasley, and the House of Wilkes is nominating the House of Yaxley." "Yaxley is on our D.E. list?" Sirius questioned. "He wasn't marked in 81, but he was a known supporter according to both spies." Amelia said, "He's tagged." "Arthur is going to refuse the nomination," Cornelius said. "He's happy with the ministry seat. Elphias is very traditional. Whenever a seat returns to the floor, he always nominates one of the ancient and noble houses that lost their seat in the past." Albus motioned with his teacup. "Last time it was Crouch, but that was just after the war, and the business with his son torturing the Longbottoms so obviously failed, and no doubt he would have nominated old Barty again if it wouldn't be political suicide, with the circumstances around Lord Black's illegal incarceration being so well known." Bertie commented, "Which leaves Diggory and Baron." Cornelius said, "Either would be good for us. Gideon Baron is neutral in his politics, egalitarian but a traditionalist. During his career he represented the Goldstein and the Davies families. Diggory, of course, works for the Department of the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A good man, if a little pompous." Sirius tried not to choke on his coffee at Cornelius, calling someone else pompous. "He has quite restrictive views on controlling magical creatures, which may not be in line to the policies we want to make further down the line," Cornelius finished. "I think Amos could be convinced in due time," Albus said, which meant Albus wanted Diggory. "Where does the Potter Alliance stand on this, if Leonard is making the nomination?" Amelia asked, interested. "Leonard and Amos are old friends, hence the nomination," Sirius replied crisply. "The Alliance is agreed that a house seat should be a free vote, We all decide individually after all which houses to ally with." "I take it that the Potter and Black votes will be going to Baron, then?" inquired Albus smoothly. "The Potter vote will be discussed with Harry," Sirius said firmly, "and probably would go to Baron, as Harry would not be impressed with Diggory's record on magical creatures. And since Diggory is on the invite list for the Longbottoms party tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if Harry and I receive a pitch." "More than likely knowing Amos," Amelia said with a laugh. "It is bad form to bring politics to a children's birthday party," Cornelius teased. Sirius refused to look at the man in case he burst out laughing, because if Cornelius had the chance to attend, Sirius had no doubt Cornelius would be politicking his way through the guests in a heartbeat. "Moving on," he said firmly. "Is there anything else, Cornelius?" "The new werewolf law is being drafted. Arthur seems to have a new lease of life with the Muggle Committee." Cornelius commented almost absently as he rifled through his mind for the latest updates. "But no, nothing else." "Amelia?" Sirius asked. "Operation Tag is fully up and running." Amelia said, "The last team member is Cambridge, Hit Wizard, Muggle-born, 2 years of experience, and one of Alastor's protégés. That brings the team to 5-6, including Rufus, so 3 Hit Wizards, 2 Auras, and the head Aura to lead." "And all were not involved at the time of the last war?" Albus checked. He'd missed the last session, and so had missed the information. Amelia shifted impatiently, restless at having to repeat herself. Rufus obviously was. The 2 Auras, Brooks and Wood, joined in the wake of the war, 82 and 85 respectively. Brooks was a Muggle-born who lost an older brother who was an Aura. Wood is a pureblood, but lost his father in a DE attack on Diagon Alley. They're experienced. Ambry, who is a half-blood, joined the Hit Wizards around the same time for similar reasons. She was orphaned by a DE attack and raised by her grandmother. Chambers joined 5 years ago. He's a Muggle-born. All are accomplished Occlumens. All took immediate vows that they weren't Death Eaters, would never be Death Eaters, and would never ally with Voldemort and or Tom Riddle. "Sounds like a good team," Sirius said, noting with amusement that Albus had the faint air of a man who knew he'd irritated a woman but couldn't work out how. "They're very good," Amelia confirmed. "Everyone listed as a DE by our various spies has now been tagged. Under special confidential warrants, we have their mail and flues monitored. We've placed minor monitoring charms near to their properties, enough that we should pick up if someone apparates in front of their wards. We've also managed to activate traces on the wands of those who have visited the Ministry. It won't pick up anything but unforgivables, but it's better than nothing." "And how's the cover story going down?" Sirius asked with a smirk. Officially, the team had been pulled together to find Peter Pettigrew. Thus it was dubbed the Rat Squad by the rest of the DMLE. "Brilliantly," Amelia replied wryly. "Everybody appreciates the need to capture Pettigrew. The department is in good spirits that actual law enforcement officers are being used, and not Dementors. Rufus has played it up with the rest of the Auras, saying it'll be 1,000 galleons to any Aura who beats the Rat Squad to the arrest. Keith Poole has done the same with the Hit Wizards." "Have they actually made any progress on that score?" Cornelius asked. "Some," Amelia said, working with Muggle law enforcement. "We've managed to find a picture of Pettigrew at a major port around the time a Muggle cargo ship was due to leave for the Balkans. That was a few days after Peter escaped at Hogwarts. Since Albus has indicated Voldemort's last known hideout before Quirrell was Albania, I think we can assume he was headed there." She picked up her quill. "I'm going to get them to check again for the last week to see if he came back the same way." "And what about the tip of something planned for the World Cup?" Albus's eyes twinkled. "Well, we know from 3 separate sources now that something is planned," Amelia said, making the point that it wasn't just Albus who had brought the information to the table. "We have the names of those involved, and the surveillance team is on it. However, while I'm keen not to have Muggles tortured and killed at the World Cup, I think we need to let them proceed and make our move when they act." But," said Cornelius, panicking, If we act ahead of them committing the crime, we can get them on conspiracy to commit a terrorist attack, but frankly, it'll give our surveillance and spies away." Amelia said firmly, "The timing will be the key thing. Once they make their move, the Aurors will move in straight away." Sirius nodded absently. He had initially agreed to Arthur's invitation, but had insisted he'd get tickets for himself and Remus to join them. They would need to discuss arrangements again, he mused. He wasn't keen on staying overnight if there was going to be a Death Eater attack, even one that the Aurors knew about and would stop as soon as it started, hopefully. "If we time it right," Sirius said, "it will look like a triumph of our law enforcement over the pitiful remnants of a vanquished Dark Lord. Publicly, we can establish ourselves early on as taking a tough stance against this type of activity, saying we won't stand for a revival of it." Cornelius snapped his fingers. "We can certainly work that angle with the press." His eyes gleamed with glee, and Sirius exchanged a knowing look with Amelia. "Well, that's me done." Amelia said, "Last but not least, Bertie." Sirius said. Bertie cleared his throat. "For Albus's benefit, my team is also complete. Lawrence Appleby is a half-blood, a contemporary of mine. He served in MI7 for a time during the last war. He lost his only child to a DE attack in Hogsmeade. He's leading the research side. Caroline Braithwaite is a Muggle-born, joined us 10 years ago straight out of Manchester Magical Academy. She actually ranked top of her year in NEWT scores and is a likely recipient of the Lily Potter Muggle-born Award. She has a joint mastery in charms and arithmancy. She has been with MI7 to date, but is looking to move, and sees this as a good transition." He took a sip of his drink. "As you already know, Albus, Bill Weasley is our final member. He's an excellent curse-breaker. I'm hoping to steal him away from the goblins for good once he's finished his service to the House of Potter." The meeting with Gringotts to give Bill a leave of absence had gone better than Sirius had anticipated. They had insisted on a penalty, but it was much less than what could have been incurred, and Bill was worth every nut. "A fine team," commented Albus. "I remember Deborah Appleby's death. It was a tragedy." "What happened to her?" Amelia asked. "She was torn to pieces by Greyback," Sirius said tersely. It was a hard reminder of what they were all fighting to prevent reoccur. "We should put Greyback on our tag team list," Amelia said. "He was never marked, but he was certainly quick to ally with Voldemort. The problem is finding him." "Good idea," Sirius said. He thought for a moment, debating with himself furiously before sighing. "I can get Remus to feel out his werewolf contacts, see if we can't track him down. In terms of progress, we have compiled all available research on these types of objects. Reassured that we wouldn't alert Riddle if we destroyed one, we have gone ahead and destroyed the 2 obtained by Lord Black, the locket and the cup which was found in the inventory of the Lestrange vault. Lord Black stood witness, as did Amelia and Cornelius, as they were burned within a high-temperature furnace." Bertie said, "As young Mr. Potter handled the diary, we are left with 2 objects we have clues for and 1 that we do not. It's remarkable progress in such a short time," Albus said brightly, "and only achieved through the knowledge gained from Lord Black's brother about the locket and the cup," Bertie pointed out. "However, we have made good investigative progress in the last week cross-referencing that letter with your timeline of Riddle's history, Albus." He stood up and unshrunk a board he set out with 3 sections. "Item number 1, unknown." Bertie began, tapping the first section, which began to fill with information. "We believe that this item wasn't created at the time Regulus Black found out about the objects. We're fairly certain Riddle was waiting for the moment of his ultimate triumph to create the 6th and last one. We think Albus's defeat," he motioned with his wand in the vague direction of the other wizard, "or Bagnald's assassination would have been the original targets for the moment of triumph he wanted. But he changed his mind. We know he knew there was a prophecy for well over a year, but didn't act on it. Tom really didn't believe in divination." "I was quite surprised when the intelligence came that he intended to act," Albus admitted quietly. "Lawrence came across an old magical theory involving Halloween and the sacrifice of innocent blood, a babe," Bertie said. It is said to make the object created in the ritual indestructible. Sickening, Cornelius commented, looking faintly green. But hence why he moved against Harry that night, Sirius said grimly. Bertie nodded. We believe he took something with him to Godric's Hollow. However, his attempt went badly wrong, so we believe the object wasn't created. Excellent logic! Albus complimented Bertie, but his blue eyes had lost their twinkle. Sirius wondered whether Voldemort had accidentally made Harry indestructible by making him a Horcrux. If he had, the cleansing of the scar would probably not have worked. Sirius assured himself, and, after all, Harry hadn't been sacrificed ultimately, so the conditions of indestructibility hadn't been met. "So we're only looking for 2 others?" asked Amelia. "Well, I'd like Bill and Caro to go to Godric's Hollow and check it out to be certain," Bertie said. "But I believe so." "That can be arranged," Albus said. Sirius sighed inwardly. Evidently being in charge at the ICW conference had led to a resurgence of Albus's control issues. Bertie simply looked to Sirius. "Yes," Sirius said. "Sounds like a good idea. Even if Harry had ended up as the unknown Horcrux, they should check to ensure there wasn't another one. Both James and Lily had died that night." He darted a glance at Albus. "Are there any special wards around the place that you need to arrange to take down?" Albus shook his head. No. I left an alarm ward specifically for Tom, but otherwise the wards were erected by the Dom." "Excellent," Bertie said. "So working backward through Albus's timeline, we're on to item 2, the Ravenclaw object." He paused and took a drink of his tea. "More research has narrowed it down to 2 possible things: the missing Ravenclaw diadem and Ravenclaw's eagle pendant that she wore at her wedding. Both were lost, but we think the diadem was likely Riddle's target. The wearer was said to be gifted infinite knowledge. Tom would certainly have wanted it." Albus agreed. He set his empty teacup down and reached into his robes, pulling out a bag of sweets. "The diadem has many myths and legends surrounding it. However, one that caught Bill's eye was the story of Helena, Ravenclaw's daughter, taking the diadem and running off to Albania," Bertie said with a small smile. Albus smiled back serenely. "Yes, Tom does seem to like that country, doesn't he? Forgive me, but didn't my brother's letter say the object was in Hogwarts?" Sirius questioned. According to Albus, Tom had just returned from Albania when he interviewed for the Dada position. Bertie explained. "You think he hid something during the time he was interviewed?" Priel fell. Albus's eyes lost their twinkle again as he contemplated that Voldemort had succeeded in secreting a dark object into the school under his nose. "Don't the wards pick up dark artifacts?" asked Amelia briskly. "No," Albus confessed. "The Founders placed no such ward around Hogwarts, and, undoubtedly, even if I could find 3 other wizards or witches of equal power, to place one myself. There are many historical artifacts within Hogwarts that could be deemed dark by the Ministry's definition, such as the statue that guards the headmaster's office. So we have one of his objects just lying around Hogwarts, waiting for some poor unsuspecting child to pick it up?" Cornelius asked, appalled. "I doubt Tom would have been so foolish as to place it somewhere easily accessed by others," Albus pointed out. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Well, there is one obvious place. Tomb of Secrets." Albus's eyes twinkled again. "Indeed, but we would need a Parselmouth to enter." "Fawkes can't just take us in?" questioned Sirius. "Unfortunately, no," Albus said, disgruntled. "I tried it with Fawkes as soon as everyone went home for the summer that year, if for no other reason than to recover the basilisk corpse. Alas, we bounced off some ward. Fawkes was not amused." Amelia gave Albus a hard look, and Sirius figured he knew why. "Then how did he get into the chamber when young Harry was fighting the basilisk?" Cornelius blurted out the question that was bothering Sirius. "Perhaps Harry's presence within the chamber?" Albus stroked his beard. "It is quite the puzzle. So you need Harry to open the chamber," Sirius concluded bluntly. Albus nodded. "I haven't requested it of him myself because of the trauma he faced in fighting the basilisk." "I'll talk with him," Sirius said. "He wants to help, and this might be a good way of involving him in a relatively safe way, since the treasure team, Remus and I, and I'm sure you will be accompanying him." He raised an eyebrow. "Unless you think there's another basilisk down there. Perhaps a rooster would be a good thing to take with us, Indo." Bertie mused. "Okay, so we have a plan for the Ravenclaw item," Sirius concluded. "Anything on the head of house ring?" From Albus's memories of his time in Hogwarts, Riddle had the ring from his 6th year, Bertie said, tapping the board again so information flowed into a third section. "We think he was released from the Muggle orphanage at 16 and expected to find his own way." And he went in search of his origins. Sirius surmised. "I know I would." What he found were the Riddles and the only remaining Gaunt in Little Hangleton. Albus explained. "The Riddles were supposedly murdered by Morfin Gaunt, Tom's uncle. He died in Azkaban some years later. I rather think Tom murdered his Muggle grandparents and father, and framed his uncle." Sirius couldn't help a twinge of sympathy for old Morfin, but from the research he'd read, Morfin had been a complete bastard who had deserved Azkaban for a number of things, even if he had been ultimately imprisoned for something he hadn't done. We have no way of knowing if the ring was anything other than a ring at this point, but as he was wearing it, I think it's safe to say it was just a ring," Bertie said. "However, he was not wearing the ring when he returned to Hogwarts for his interview for the Dada position." "Do we think he left it at Hogwarts too?" Amelia asked. "No." Albus shook his head. "Too many eggs in one basket." Bertie nodded and clearly considered his words before speaking. "Caro has found out that Riddle Manor and the land upon which the Gaunt's home resides are now owned by a Thomas Salazar, according to Muggle records." Albus looked shocked. "Really?" "He'd want to own what they denied him," Sirius said unceremoniously. "You think the ring could be there?" "Maybe it has personal associations for him," Bertie said. "I'm not certain," Albus said. "I rather think Tom would not choose to go back there. It gives too much away of his origins." "We should investigate, if nothing else," Amelia countered. "And there are two issues here. One is the ring itself, and the second is that this could be a likely bolt-hole for Riddle if he is back in the country," Bertie said. "The second falls more under the Rack Squad." Amelia nodded briskly. "We'll do passive surveillance. If he does use the manor, we'll know about it." "Which is an excellent idea, but do we search for the ring before or after?" Bertie asked directly. "If we search for the ring and remove it, he'll know we're onto his objects. If we leave it in place, we risk him escaping death again, if captured." "There were pros and cons either way," Sirius mused. "Thoughts?" asked Sirius, waving at Cornelius to go first. "My vote is to leave it in place," Cornelius said. "We can't risk him knowing about the rest of the treasure hunt." "Amelia?" Sirius prompted. "I agree with Cornelius." Cornelius looked as surprised as Amelia that she had agreed with him. "As do I," Albus chipped in. "I would suggest that apart from the passive surveillance we leave the ring and Tom alone should he go there until the Ravenclaw object has been found, and we've confirmed there is no object at Godric's Hollow. If captured, we would then only have the ring to deal with. In which case I would suggest, if Riddle isn't already in residence, we locate it first so we can move on it rapidly when we do the capture," Bertie said. They all looked at Sirius for a decision. Sirius considered the options. Merlin, but he could do with Remus in the room. "3 plans," he said finally. "Plan A. We scout the Manor and Gaunt place this weekend, see if they're occupied, see if the ring is there and what the situation is. If the ring is there, we take it, leave a transfigured copy, rebuild any traps, and exit, leaving the passive surveillance in place. A switch is risky, I grant you, but if he sees the traps are in place, I doubt he'll investigate further until he regains full strength." "Oh," Amelia grinned, "sneaky. Quite brilliant, my boy," Albus exclaimed. "And Plan B?" asked Bertie dryly. "Well, if the ring isn't there and they are, passive surveillance until we get the object sorted, unless it looks like old Voldy's going to regain his body," Sirius said. "And Plan C assumes neither is there, in which case we set up passive surveillance in case he shows up." "Neatly done, Sirius," Cornelius said. Sirius nodded. "We need to move on this quickly if we believe Riddle could be headed there. We'll send the teams first thing in the morning," Amelia said after a quick and silent exchange with Bertie. "Anything else?" Sirius asked. They all shook their heads. "Albus, if you could stay a moment, I'll see the rest of you to the flue." Sirius escorted the others out and quickly returned to his study. The old wizard had moved to peer out of the window into the back garden. "More tea, Albus?" "No, my boy, thank you." Albus turned around. "You're going to berate me about attempting to recover the basilisk. By law, the basilisk belongs to Harry, as he killed the beast," Sirius said, sitting on the edge of his desk and folding his arms over his chest. "I'm fairly certain that Amelia suspects that you were planning to swindle him out of his rightful reward, and it was your intent that kept you out of the chamber." "And you?" Albus inquired, placing his hands behind his back. Sirius cocked an eyebrow at him. "I'm sure you would have given Harry something, possibly commensurate with whatever damages you were planning to give to those petrified. But something is not the same as all, which is what he should get under law." Albus nodded slowly, and once again looked his age. "It was not sporting of me, I know, but I am aware that Harry will inherit a large amount of money. With a diminished student population in these last few years, because of the war at the time of their birth, the Hogwarts's budget would have benefited tremendously from an infusion of funds. Sirius refrained from arguing with him that due to Albus placing Harry with Muggles, the Potter estate had been left to rot, and if not for the adoption and change in guardianship. While Harry wouldn't have been destitute when he came of age, he certainly wouldn't have inherited what he should have. Luckily, Remus was turning it around. "I will talk to Harry about the basilisk," Sirius said firmly, "and I think, Albus, you'll find that he'll make a fair and equitable decision, and Hogwarts will get something." Albus inclined his head. "How did the conference go?" asked Sirius, motioning towards the door. "The conference was the same as always, a lot of talking, not much listening or agreeing," Albus said as they walked out. "Unfortunately, Rita's articles haven't served to express the opinions I shared with the conference in a positive light." "Well, that's Rita for you," Sirius said unsympathetically. He rather agreed with Skeeter that the views Albus had expressed were rather old-fashioned and out of date. But he didn't like the reporter, even if Cornelius's insistence on maintaining a good press for Harry and Sirius meant that he had to deal with her. So far she had been supportive in print, but Sirius knew the headlines would change in an instant if she believed she had a good story. "I'll see you tomorrow at the Longbottoms party," Sirius checked as they said good-bye at the flue. "I'm afraid not, my boy. I'll be travelling first thing to France for a final meeting on the Tri-Wizard tournament, and will be gone until the Wizengamot session on Thursday." Albus said a good-bye and disappeared in a flash of green flames. Sirius took a moment to check in with Creature before he headed home. Home. It was definitely what the house in Hampshire had become. He, Remus, Harry, and Dobby had settled in wonderfully together. Minerva came round most evenings, and Remus had jokingly suggested that they should just invite her to move in. She had become a maternal figure to Harry, more of a grandmother than a mother or the Aunt Minerva persona. She had been to James, Sirius mused, but a maternal figure none the less, which was good because Harry did need some feminine influence in his life and a positive role model to replace Petunia's horrendous example. Andromeda had stepped in as a favourite aunt, Tonks into a big sister role. The only wrinkle was Molly Weasley. On the one hand, Sirius appreciated everything Molly had done for Harry in the 3 years since she had helped Harry find the platform for the Hogwarts Express. She had been kind to a lost child, knitted him Christmas presents just because he was her son's friend, and Ron had mentioned he didn't think Harry expected many gifts. She'd welcomed Harry into her home and helped feed him up after he'd been starved the summer before his 2nd year, and she and her family had met up with Harry in Diagon Alley just before his 3rd year, breaking days of his being on his own. But Molly seemed to assume that, because of those actions, she had called dibs on providing Harry with any kind of parental influence. They generally had dinner at the Weasleys once a week, and each time she was disparaging of Andy's etiquette lessons, uncomplimentary about Tonk's influence, and had even started questioning Minerva's steady presence. She didn't hide the fact that she didn't believe Sirius had made one right parenting decision. Her jealousy was understandable. She had cast herself into the role of Harry's substitute mother, and Sirius suspected the hand of Dumbledore, although Molly, with her undeniably big heart, had probably been all too willing to fuss over a neglected child, no doubt, and she was now usurped. Sirius had some sympathy, and he knew that Harry cared for her enormously. Perhaps when Molly realized that, her jealousy would ebb away. However, her other behavior was driving him nuts. According to Molly, only Molly knew what was best for Harry. She complained over the lessons, suggesting Harry didn't need to know about etiquette, financial management, and politics at such a young age, and deserved a holiday. She made out Harry still needed feeding up and looking after, despite him being healthy and well fed. She hinted heavily that she should have complete access to Griffin House, despite Sirius's concerns over security. She had asked on every occasion they met that Harry be allowed to stay at the Burrow after the World Cup until the children left for school, despite Harry declining originally with the statement that as much as he appreciated the offer, he wanted to spend as much time as he could with Sirius. The most aggravating event, though, had happened mid-July, when Molly had summarily announced at dinner that Harry would be at the Burrow for his birthday. It was a major presumption, and placed both Sirius and Harry in an awkward position at her dining table. Luckily, Arthur had stepped in to turn Molly's announcement into an offer of a venue. Sirius had accepted, as the Burrow was a more cheerful environment for a teenager's party than Black Manor, and he had no intention of opening Griffin House up to so many people. But Molly had been displeased when Sirius had informed her that others had already been invited, and so there would be more than her own brood. She meant well, and she genuinely cared for Harry, but it was all beginning to grate on Sirius. He believed he and Moony were doing a bloody good job with Harry. As Moony had pointed out eventually, things were going to come to a head, and Sirius would blow up at her unless he did something to derail where the current train of behaviour was heading. And if Sirius didn't blow up at her, Harry was certain to, Remus had pointed out. Harry was beginning to take note of Molly's attitude towards Sirius. Maybe a quiet word with Arthur would suffice. He stepped out of the flow at Griffin House and breathed in deeply. The scent of freshly baked bread and delicious roast chicken filled the sunlit hallway. Sirius went in search of Harry, said a passing hello to Remus, who had his head stuck in a book in the study, and found his son outside, curled up underneath a tree, reading James's Animagus journal. Remus's July transformation had been hard on them all. Remus had insisted that he go to Grimmauld Place because he didn't want to endanger Harry. Harry had insisted Remus could stay at home, but had dropped the subject when he had seen how resolute Remus was about it. Sirius hadn't want to leave either of them alone, and felt torn between his desire to be there for Remus like the old days, and his duty to be a parent to Harry. In the end, it had been Harry who had suggested Minerva stay overnight with him at Griffin House, freeing Sirius to be with Remus. Sirius sank down to sit beside Harry and nudged his shoulder. "Hey!" Harry looked up and grinned at him. "Did you really go around Hogwarts with a tail for a week?" "Yes," Sirius admitted ruefully, "until your dad gave up his deal with Minnie, and she fixed it for me, no questions asked." Harry nodded slowly. "I'm hoping she'll make the same deal for me." "Are you now?" murmured Sirius. "And what makes you think I'm going to give you permission to train as an animagus?" Harry's cheeks reddened, but he gave a small, cheeky smile and raised the book. "Because you know I could do it in secret and get stuck with a tail for a week." "You're going to be a monkey," Sirius proclaimed dramatically, reaching out to ruffle Harry's hair, and a cheeky one at that. "Please, Padfoot." "Oh, Merlin, those pleading emerald eyes!" Sirius sighed. It was much more difficult to say no to them every time Harry used them. It would be hypocritical to deny him the opportunity, as both James and Sirius had done it when they'd been Harry's age. But it terrified Sirius as a parent to think of Harry in an animagus form running around a dangerous forest with a werewolf. to the point where he couldn't believe he'd been so stupid as a teenager to take the risk. Sirius took a calming breath. They wouldn't be running around a forest. They'd be in a room with Mooney, who, with the wolfsbane potion, was fully aware of his faculties. It would also take Harry some time to master his form, so the likelihood of cosy scenes of animals snoozing together would be another couple of years away. And, being an animagus would give Harry some form of protection from werewolves in general. It was a useful skill to have, and if they kept it unregistered and secret, it could be damned useful if Harry was in a tight spot. "You have to get Minnie to agree, so she can help fix you if you go wrong," he began, "and promise that you won't try anything without supervision." Harry nodded eagerly. "We'll start on it as soon as Minnie's approval is gained, then." Sirius agreed, wondering how he was going to tell Remus without him going ballistic. And speak of the devil, Remus wandered out of the house. Sirius got to his feet and held out his hand to pull Harry to his to meet him. They'd have dinner, chat about the meeting Sirius had attended, and settle in for the night with some kind of game or movie. But best of all, they'd be together. It was perfect. Bill Weasley knocked briskly on the front door to the burrow before he walked in, calling a cheery hello as he did. His father was already at the head of the breakfast table, the twins on one side of the table whispering furiously. Percy was on the other, a sleepy-looking Ginny beside him. And beside her, Charlie grinned and stood up to hug Bill in a brotherly, manly fashion as their mother bustled in from the kitchen. "Bill!" His mother's face lit up with surprise. "I wasn't expecting you until lunch." "Here, sit and have some breakfast. Don't mind if I do," Bill said, sliding into the chair beside Fred opposite Charlie. He snagged a plate and loaded it with the full Monty, sausages, bacon, eggs, baked beans, fried tomatoes and mushrooms, and 2 pieces of toast loaded with butter. "Ginny," Molly nudged her as she set down another platter, "go wake your brother." Ginny cast a "Whymies" look at Bill, who winked at her. She sighed, got to her feet, and made her way up the stairs. "Hungry?" Charlie asked Bill, amused at the amount of food on his plate. "Starving," Bill said, waving a fork at his brother. "Sorry I wasn't here last night. I met up with some of the old Hogwarts crowd to catch up. How was your portkey?" "I hate the international ones," Charlie admitted, helping himself to a second helping of bacon. "Too much spinning." "I know," Bill said with feeling. "You'd think they'd have worked the kinks out by now." "Apparently there's European legislation stopping all improvements," Percy chimed in. "The restrictions they're putting on British law are ridiculous." "Well, if you don't like the travel, perhaps you should consider staying here, Charlie." Molly slid into her chair and gestured for the teapot to pour her a mug as the serving spoons began to fill her plate. "I'm sure if you spoke with Amos he would be able to find you a position in his department." "I'm happy working at the reserve, Mum," Charlie said calmly. He met Bill's amused gaze and rolled his eyes. "Nonsense! Just look at you. You've been injured." She pointed a knife at the shiny skin on his forearm. "Burns are part of the job," Charlie said good-naturedly. "I knew that when I signed on." "Sides," Fred waggled his eyebrows. "Everyone knows. Scars are sexy." George grinned. Bill tried not to choke as a chuckle bubbled up at his mother's disapproving expression. "How much longer before you get your mastery?" Arthur asked, placing the prophet down beside him. Charlie shrugged. "Probably next year. I have the practical credits, but I need to sit the theory exams." Molly cleared her throat. "Well, I still say you should consider a job at the ministry." Bill kept his gaze on his plate. He had to hand it to his mother. She never gave up. "Just look at how well Percy's done." Molly beamed at him. "And your father?" "I meant to say congrats on the new positions last night, Dad," Charlie admitted with a little chagrin. "It's good to see they're finally recognizing you." "I think Sirius might have had something to do with it," Arthur said humbly. Molly harumphed. "It was the minister who appointed you to the Wizengamot seat in the committee, Arthur." "Well, even if Lord Black recommended you, Dad, it's still a credit to you," Charlie commented diplomatically. His father dropped the subject rather than argue about it, but Bill knew, and he knew his father knew, that Fudge had been influenced by Sirius. Bill couldn't understand his mother's antipathy towards Sirius. Well, he could, but he could see it was all going to end in tears if she wasn't careful. She had a valid complaint that he'd hurt Ron. But there were extenuating circumstances, and that incident alone shouldn't have led her to the conclusion that Sirius couldn't be trusted to raise Harry, which was clearly what she did believe if anyone paid attention to her comments. But she was becoming increasingly obvious, and Bill had seen a small frown on Harry's face the last time she'd made a dig about something Sirius had decided over the regular weekly dinner. If she ended up making Harry choose, Bill didn't think she'd like the result because it was very obvious the kid adored his adoptive father. And who could blame him, mused Bill, as he chewed enthusiastically on a spicy pork sausage. From what he'd gleaned from the twins and Ron, Harry had been neglected and unloved by his previous guardians. Sirius had broken out of jail to protect him, and then had gone to some trouble to secure guardianship of Harry to give him a better life. There was no doubt in Bill's mind that Harry considered Sirius his hero. Maybe his mother had done a few things to fuss over Harry since he became Ron's friend, but Bill figured knitting him a Christmas jumper just couldn't compete with Sirius giving him a proper home and a loving parent. Ginny returned to the table, and a moment later a half-bedraggled Ron slumped into the remaining chair beside George. He nodded absently at his brothers. "It's so nice to have the whole family under one roof again," Molly proclaimed, smiling warmly at them all. "We're going to have such a wonderful day, and—" Bill winced and raised his toast to interrupt his mother. "Sorry, Mum, but the reason I'm here now is because I've been called in." "Called in where?" she asked, confused. "Work," Bill said succinctly. "Croker sent me an owl last night." "But our day," Molly protested. "Surely you can flu-call Harry and ask him to give you the day off." "My immediate boss is Croker," Bill pointed out patiently, "and I'm not going to run to Harry or Sirius and ask for special favors." Molly said, setting her mug down with a thump. "It's probably Sirius's fault that you have to work today." She sighed. "What work could you possibly be doing on a Saturday?" "My work's confidential, Mum," Bill reminded her. "And it's not exactly a 9-to-5 job." He could feel the sharp edge of his encroaching irritation in his words, and took a deep breath. Since Sirius had arranged his leave of absence and he'd taken the oath of service, his mother hadn't stopped pestering him about his work. He deliberately turned to Percy so he could change the subject. "How was the play? You were going last night, right?" "Penelope enjoyed it," Percy said, "although some people remarked it was quite blasphemous having Merlin talk to the dragons. The illusions were very good, though." "Who wants to go and see a silly old play?" asked Ron grumpily. "I wouldn't mind," Ginny remarked. "I wish I could have gone with Harry and the others when he went." "You're not old enough to go to the theatre," Molly stated firmly. Bill glanced over at Charlie and sent him a sympathetic look. He was going to have to put up with the family shenanigans while Bill was escaping. "You know, if you want to arrange a night with your mates in London, you can always crash at my place," Bill said, offering his brother a respite. He loved the flat on London Street. 2 bedrooms, a good-sized living room, decent bathroom, and a kitchenette. It was a great little pad. Sirius had confided that he'd bought it with Harry's father when they'd left school. James's portion had been left to Sirius, but Sirius had turned the deed of the property over to Harry as an adoption present. Bill was honoured they'd entrusted it to him, and he was loving having his own place. In Egypt they'd had to share tents or apartments. It was always close quarters, and the less said about the burrow the better, as much as he loved his childhood home. He had a sneaking suspicion that providing him with the ability to move out of the burrow was another black mark against Sirius in his mother's eyes. Charlie's eyes brightened with relief at having an escape route. "Thanks. I'll take you up on that." "You will not," Molly remonstrated. "Bill, Harry didn't give you that apartment for you to take advantage of him and have a succession of unpaying guests." "No. He gave me it to look after as part of our service arrangement, and it was made very clear that the second bedroom was a guest room for use by my guests. If Charlie wants to stay the night or a week or the entire time he's in England, he's welcome," Bill said brusquely, fed up. "Well, I might spend the occasional night, but Mum's cooking is better than yours." Charlie winked at him as he tried to ease the tension again. Their mother softened immediately with the compliment. "Oh, Charlie, if he's not going to take you up on it, I might," Percy said. He cast a look at the twins. "It's very hard to get peace and quiet here to focus on my work." "Do you think—" Fred began. "He might be blaming us, brother," George completed. Bill bit his lip and tried not to laugh at Percy's put-upon pout. "Percy, you're more than welcome to come and stay a couple of nights if you need to get some work done. But if you want to move in full-time, though, Mum's right. I probably will have to arrange for you to pay some kind of rent to Harry. A couple of nights when I have reports to do would be perfect, especially now Mr. Crouch is off sick." "Crouch is off sick," Percy said immediately. "Barty's sick." Arthur looked up, concerned. Percy nodded. "Since Tuesday with wizard's flu. He sent me work assignments by owl." Arthur grimaced. "I'm not surprised he caught something with all the stress he's been under from the press and the World Cup and the—" He caught himself and blushed. "He's probably just a bit run down. He was looking peaky when I saw him last. Maybe I should pop over with a casserole," Molly suggested compassionately. "I would leave it, Molly," Arthur said firmly. "That elf of Barty's is very protective and probably won't let you anywhere near him." "Okay then, Percy," Bill said, dragging the conversation back on track. "You know the flu address, so make yourself at home when you need to use the flat." He figured Percy was saving up for his own place. "Does that apply to us too?" asked Fred mischievously. "No, it does not." Molly said before Bill could reply, "Anyone under age will be staying here at all times." He supposed that was fair enough, and tried not to resent the implication that his mother didn't trust him to look after his siblings. "If you're working, will you make it to the Longbottoms party?" his father asked, changing the subject. "I don't know," Bill said. "It depends on how it goes." Ron snorted. "I wish I didn't have to go." "What's the problem?" asked Charlie. "Good food, a bit of dancing, cute girls." He winked at Bill as he said the last. "Charlie!" exclaimed their mother on cue. Bill dropped his gaze from his brother so he wouldn't laugh out loud. "Your brother's far too young to be thinking of girls and dating," Molly said firmly. The older brothers all exchanged a wry look. Bill had been caught in a broom closet in his 4th year. Charlie had started dating in his 3rd, as had Percy, although he'd kept it quiet. Fred and George simply shared a grin and said nothing, but Bill assumed they'd also discovered girls by Ron's age. "We have to dress up," Ron said hotly around a mouthful of food. Bill could understand that complaint. He hated dress robes. There is nothing wrong with dressing up occasionally. Molly remonstrated. "It will be lovely." "Have you seen my dress robes?" asked Ron pointedly. "I'm not wearing them." "What's wrong with Ron's dress robes?" Bill asked Fred in a side whisper, as their mother informed Ron he would go naked if he didn't put them on. "Imagine we played a prank on them already, and you'll have a good idea of what Ron's robes look like right now," Fred whispered back. "Ah? I don't understand why you had to get me second-hand robes," complained Ron furiously. "Sirius gave me some money." Charlie's eyes widened at that, and Bill grimaced. His mother was not going to appreciate Sirius's name being thrown in her face. "That money is for your education, young man," Molly shot back at Ron. "It's not for frivolities." "Your mother's right, Ron." Arthur chimed in. "We can't use the educational fund for dress robes." "I'm going to look stupid," Ron mumbled miserably. Bill exchanged a look with Charlie, who gave a small nod. Charlie would have to go out and buy some dress robes so he could get some for Ron at the same time. Both of them were earning they could cover the cost as a combined early birthday Christmas present. He mopped up the last of his egg and drank down his juice. He should get going, Bill thought, glancing at his watch. "Dad, can I have a quick word? House business." He saw Charlie's eyebrows go up at that and realized he was going to have to bring his brother up to date with events. Arthur motioned to the back of the house. "Why don't we take this to my shed?" Bill got up and dropped a kiss on the top of his mother's head. He did love her, despite her over-protectiveness. "Thanks for breakfast, Mum." He followed his father out, and Bill waited until he had closed the door of the shed before putting up a privacy bubble. "You need to speak with Mum," Bill said bluntly. His father sighed and took his glasses off to pinch the brow of his nose. It's not that easy with your mum, Bill. You know that. What I know is that she's risking our alliance of friendship with the House of Potter because she dislikes Harry's adoptive father, Bill replied briskly. Harry loves Sirius. He's starting to note his mum's attitude, and he won't stand for it if he thinks she's insulting Sirius. There'll be a huge row. Harry will choose Sirius, and you'll be forced to discipline Mum for being in breach of oath and bringing discord between the two houses. While I doubt either Harry or Sirius would embarrass us publicly or politically with an alliance dissolution, we can't allow it to happen. I know, Arthur admitted quietly. It's just, I think she's just feeling displaced with Harry. We both decided to treat him as one of our own, because it was obvious he wasn't cared for, and in your mum's eyes, Sirius has taken her child away from her. Bill sighed heavily. Dad, he was never hers, and if you two had truly wanted to treat him as one of your own, why didn't you make more of an effort to get him away from his previous situation? We tried, Arthur retorted, a flash of anger creeping into his voice after the chamber. I tried when I spoke with Professor Dumbledore about the life debt, but he was insistent that the Muggle place was safest for Harry, and I let his judgment overrule my own. Your mum talked with him too, with the same result. He slumped against the workbench and folded his arms. To be truthful, I think part of your mum's problem with Sirius is that he managed to do what we couldn't. That was unfortunate, and there was a thick layer of guilt in his father's voice. Bill repressed the urge to sigh again. At least you tried, and Harry obviously appreciates what you and Mum did do. But speaking as your heir, who is also in the service of the House of Potter, Mum needs to back off Sirius, and you need to tell her that before this party tonight, and definitely before tomorrow and Harry's birthday bash. Arthur nodded wearily. What about your service, Bill? Are you enjoying it? I am, Bill said. I mean, it's mainly been research so far, but we put a theory to Croker yesterday, and hopefully getting called in means we got permission to go ahead and check it out. Be careful, Arthur said. Bill embraced his father tightly. Good luck with Mum. Somehow Bill thought his father had the more dangerous job of the two of them. He hurried out of the shed and beyond the wards before apparating straight to the ministry. He just made it to the conference room in the Dom on time, sneaking in and taking a seat by Caro only a moment before Croker, Bones, and Scrimgeour arrived. Caro shot him a look, and Bill gave her a wink in response. They'd bonded over their shared love of curse-breaking, and while Caro hadn't been able to say much about her MI7 experience, she and Bill had managed to trade a few stories. She was fascinated by his tales of Egypt, and he had found her stories of adventures in undisclosed places equally as interesting. A briefing folder appeared before Bill, and he opened it to check that most of it was the information he and Lawrence had put together. He glanced around the rest of the room and realized that the 5 sat on the other side of the conference table were probably the Rat Squad. Bones cleared her throat. "Okay, so brief introductions, and then we'll start." She pointed at the nearest person, which was Bill. Bill gave a small wave. "Bill Weasley, but I'm pretty sure the hair gave it away." Everyone chuckled, and the introductions went quickly. Croker stepped in to give the briefing, sketching out for the purpose of the treasure team in vague terms for the Rat Squad, the background to Little Hangleton, and why they thought one might be there. Bill felt his adrenaline start to flow as the anticipation built. They'd gotten the permission. He could taste it. Bones took centre stage, a formidable presence in her no-nonsense blue robes, her hair tied back in a serviceable bun, and her posture parade ground perfect. "Okay, listen up. These plans were proposed by Lord Black and agreed by the War Council last night. In 1 hour, Wood, Chambers, and Ambry are to go scout the Manor, Brooks, and Cambridge, the Gaunt Cottage," Bones said. "If Riddle and Pettigrew are there, set up passive monitoring and retreat. If they're not there, then Caro and Bill will go in to look for the object we think Riddle has secreted there," Croker added. "Lawrence, you'll remain here at base for any information they need on the fly." Lawrence nodded, his long grey hair covering his face. "While the treasure team work to find their target, the Rat Squad will keep lookout. Bones said. "If Riddle and Pettigrew turn up, set up the monitoring and retreat." "Ma'am, why are we retreating?" Ambry asked bluntly. Her Mediterranean looks of dark hair and eyes with olive complexion looked exotic in the sterile conference-room. "Shouldn't we capture them both? We need the treasure before we can tackle Riddle. If they make their way to Little Hangleton, we'll know where they are and can move on them at a moment's notice." Bones explained briskly. "If the treasure team find the target, they'll retrieve it and put in a duplicate, re-establish the traps, and depart. Rat Squad will set up monitoring in case Riddle finds his way there. Any other questions?" There was silence. "Well, one final thing from me, then," Croker said with a smile. "It's come to the attention of Lord Black that incentives have been offered outside of these teams for finding the rat. Lord Black sent me a note this morning saying he wants to make the playing field fair. So if you find the Rat Squad gets 1,000 galleons each. Treasure team, you'll be getting 1,000 galleons each for every item you bring in. Let's get to it," Bones ordered. They separated outside the room with Caro, taking Bill down to the Unspeakable's locker room. He changed into a more generic Muggle outfit of denim jeans, checked shirt and a windbreaker, anorak. He exchanged his dragon-hide boots for hiking boots. He settled for tying his long hair back with a strip of leather and replacing his fang earring with a silver stud that couldn't get caught on anything. His curse-breaking tools went into a small backpack. Caro had changed into a similar outfit, jeans, shirt and jacket with sensible boots and a backpack. Her blonde hair was tied back into a plait. They looked like a couple on a hiking trip, and that was going to be their cover if they ran into Muggles. They met up with Lawrence in the research room they'd been using. Lawrence smiled at them. "Communication mirrors. One is tuned to me, the other to Brooks, the other to Wood. If you run into problems, call." He picked up 2 silver rings. "Your emergency port keys. You'll end up in the Dom employee reception. You'd best be going. Good hunting." Bill nodded. He and Caro headed across to the DMLE and met up with the Rat Squad. They'd all changed into non-distinct Muggle clothing, too, although he could see badges on the waistband of their jeans that designated them law enforcement and probably acted as their portkeys. "Ready?" asked Bones crisply. Then, "Good luck." Brooks held up a walking stick and they all grasped it. "Tally-ho," he said with a grin, his dark eyes flashing. The world spun away from them, and Bill focused on the whirlwind of portkey travel so he could bend his legs at the right moment and land on his feet. When the world righted, they were in a deserted piece of forestry, and Cambridge was on the ground. Chambers, a cheerful, dark-haired Hufflepuff, if Bill remembered rightly, reached down and helped him to his feet. "Up you come, Darren." "Bugger." Cambridge grimaced and brushed off his clothes. "I hate portkeys." He adjusted his glasses and peered out with pale blue eyes at the countryside. "We're just outside the manor?" "Yep," Wood said, the faint hint of a Scots accent tinging the word, "according to our coordinates. Manor is about a mile up ahead to the left at the top of the hill, and the Gaunt cottage is a good mile away to the right." "How do you treasure guys want to do this?" Brooks asked bluntly. "One of you comes with each rat team, or are you sticking together?" Caro and Bill exchanged a look. "Sticking together," Caro said crisply. "We'll do the cottage first," Bill said. "It'll be quickest to search, and if it's not there, then we'll tackle the manor." "Fair enough," Brooks said. "Ambry, Chambers with me. Malcolm, stay in touch." "Likewise, Keith," Wood replied. Each group went their separate way. The walk provided them with an opportunity to get to know each other better. Wood was mostly very proud of his cousin Oliver, who had ended up in the Puddlemere team, and admitted he had thought of Quidditch himself as a career before he'd applied for the Aurors. Cambridge reminded Bill of Charlie, easygoing. He'd told everyone to call him Darren within minutes, but very sharp. He hadn't gone to Hogwarts, but the school in Birmingham, which led them into an interesting discussion of the differences between the ministry-sponsored schools and Hogwarts. Wood's communication mirror buzzed, and they stopped to take the call. Bill cast a notice, me not charm, around them, while Caro took care of the Muggle repellent. Brooks, here." The Aura's pale face filled the screen. "We're at the Manor, and have performed a passive perimeter charm. We've got one muggle on the premises. Any ideas?" "It's probably the gardener caretaker, Francis Archibald Bryce," Caro informed them. "His name was mentioned in the muggle records we managed to get hold of. He was employed by the Riddles originally, accused of their murder by the muggle authorities, but let go for lack of evidence. The new owner kept him on." Bill added, "We'll keep watch here for the rat and the snake," Rooks said. "Brooks, out." They set off again, and through the trees a small ramshackle building finally appeared. "Merlin, it's a hovel," Darren said, disgusted. Bill was already casting, and placed a hand on Darren's arm when he went to move forward. "Easy. There's a ward here." Wood also had his wand out, and he frowned as he performed the perimeter scan. "There's a nest of snakes near to the house, common adders, but no rat and no riddle." He nodded at Bill and Caro. "Darren and I will keep watch. You do your thing." He took out his communication mirror and briefly updated Brooks. "The ward is a standard proximity trigger," Bill said crisply. "We walk through it, we'll trigger something. Probably none lethal, but scary enough to keep the muggles out." "Makes sense," Caro said. "Anyone stupid enough to want to look at the place gets scared away." She frowned. "Probably the snakes will attack." Bill nodded. Snakes were a good choice. Muggles tended to fear the hell out of them, and they had bad connotations in the wizarding world. "Options?" Bill asked, already sorting through his backpack for a tool that would neutralize the ward. "Well, we don't want to dismantle it, or Riddle will know we've been." "Under or through with a temporary neutralizer," Caro muttered. "Through would be quicker." "I agree." He tossed the cone-shaped device toward the house. There was a flash of green as the ward was momentarily neutralized, and both Bill and Caro took an immediate step forward. They waited. "Snakes are remaining where they are," Bill confirmed with a quick spell. "I'll take point," Caro said briskly. "You watch my back." "And a lovely rear it is too, Caro," Bill said with a grin as he picked up the neutralizer. It had another 2 charges left. "Oi! Watch it, Weasley," Caro said with a smirk. "I can do things with this wand that you wouldn't believe." "Promises?" "Promises." Bill responded absently, even as he ran a series of spells that would warn him if anything magical triggered, if any dark creatures came into the vicinity, and if the outer ward was triggered. They made it up to the house. An adder slithered from where it had been sleeping in the shade by the steps and into the nearby undergrowth. They stared at the tarnished silver knocker in the shape of a snake on the front door. "Delightful," remarked Caro dryly, casting a series of scanning spells. "We've got another proximity ward all around this house. It's, well, hidden but there. There's a specific one in full view on the front door, but as you can see the magic gives a wonky reading." She smiled, though. "All these wards, someone might think he was hiding something." Bill nodded with a satisfied smile of his own. They'd definitely found something Riddle wanted hidden. "You know, anyone who has managed to get by the snakes would leap for the steps. People usually attempt the front door first to gain entry. I'm thinking that's a bad idea." Caro pointed at the snake knocker. "Want to bet it comes alive?" "Nope," Bill said. "I was trained by Gringotts. I value my gold." He waved his wand at the house walls. "So, anyone sensible would go through a window." "And get another nasty surprise, probably inside the house by whatever's triggered by the wall ward," Caro murmured. "We could throw a neutralizer through a window. It'd shatter the glass, but we can repair it afterwards. Dive inside. This would be simpler if we didn't have to leave everything in place." Bill sighed. Without the restriction, they could have overpowered the house ward and gone in. "Where's your sense of fun, Weasley?" Caro teased. Bill hefted the neutralizer and pointed at the window on the left. "Ready?" He threw it with good aim, and it smashed through the dirty glass, a green ripple flowing over the walls. He banished the rest of the glass as he and Caro ran full tilt and threw themselves through the open hole. The landing was hard. The breath got knocked out of him as he landed on the hard wooden floor. He sat up and rotated his shoulder gingerly. He was pretty sure it was going to bruise. "Bloody hell!" Caro swore roundly. She scrambled into a sitting position and cradled her right wrist. Bill ignored her in favor of checking out their situation, casting a spell to alert him to any dark magic in the area. "You okay?" "Wrist is broken. I should have used my animagus form and flown in," Caro said succinctly. A low hiss came from the shadows. Bill sent out a perimeter charm. "Okay, so we have another snake, a big one, and it's enchanted against spells. We'd need a bloody powerful vanishing spell to get rid of it." He took hold of Caro's arm and pulled her to her feet. "It's on the move. We need to get out of here. Axio neutralizer." He tossed it back through the window, but there was no ripple as he pushed Caro towards the open window. Caro hastily and awkwardly clambered back out, and Bill followed her. Not a moment too soon, as not one but 3 snakes appeared in the shaft of sunlight, their bodies moving with speed over the wooden floor, their upper bodies rising, mouths open and hissing. Bill fell out onto the grass with another huff of breath. He could see movement coming out of the bushes, and heard Caro repairing the window as he scrambled to his feet. "Run, you idiot!" Caro snapped as she made for the outer ward. "Accio neutralizer!" Bill yelled and grabbed it mid-air as he swerved to avoid the snapping jaws of one snake and jumped over another. Bill tossed the neutralizer to Darren, who fumbled and dropped it, and Bill had a second to realize there was no green ripple. As he cleared the ward, he heard Wood shout to keep running. 5 minutes of breathless stampeding through the forest later, and Wood shouted again. "Okay, okay." Wood brought them to a stumbling halt. "We lost them." "Bloody snakes!" Darren gasped, bending over and trying to catch his breath. "What did the pair of you do?" Wood demanded. "Nothing," snapped Caro furiously, her cheeks pink with temper along with the flush of exertion. "We followed the protocols. The snakes shouldn't have attacked." Bill caught his breath. "Something is definitely hidden there." He motioned back towards the gaunt place. "I got a reading on a box under the floorboards just before the snakes came out of the woodwork. The proximity trigger wasn't linked with the snakes inside the house," Caro said, wincing in pain. "Something else set them off. We need to review an appensive and come back for a second go," Bill said. "You need treatment," Wood pointed at them. "You two portkey back to base. I'll update Brooks and let Lawrence know you're on way back." Bill nodded briskly. There was no reason for the treasure team to stay. Wood and Cambridge would have to go back and set up the passive monitoring if they hadn't already done it. He looked over at Caro, and on her signal tapped his ring and gave the activation code. They reappeared in the Dom's reception area for its employees. "I'm going to head to the infirmary," Caro said crisply. "You go ahead and debrief Croker." He made for the research room and found Croker, Bones, and Lawrence waiting for him with a pensieve. Bill immediately withdrew his memory, and they all dived in. It didn't take long to watch, and when they emerged, Caro was in the room waiting for them. "Nasty," Bones said, shuddering. Croker nodded. "What are your thoughts, Bill, having rewatched it?" "The neutralizer was useless when we exited, which means it took another hit after going through the outer ward on the house walls," Bill replied, leaning against the central workbench and folding his arms. "The inner wall and the floor must also have been warded." Caro agreed. Bill rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. "The floor one probably triggered the snake. There was definitely only one. But reviewing it, there was some kind of increased fear sensation, and there must have been an illusion to multiple it." "What do you think, Bertie?" Bones asked. "Ingenious and deadly." Croker agreed. "What I would expect from Riddle. Outside is obviously aimed to keep the Muggles away, primarily. We didn't have neutralizers in the days when Riddle set the wards up, and I would guess the wall wards trigger anti-apparition and anti-portkey travel inside, making the window the only exit. The snake inside, along with a fear compulsion and an illusion spell, probably triggered by a ward on the floor, wizards go back through the window, triggering the snakes outside. They were definitely triggered by our exit." Caro agreed tersely. "The door. I would bet anything that door has a Parseltongue ward on it. He would want to go through it after all," Lawrence said. So there's probably a Parseltongue password that lets you in and deactivates the house triggers. Bill mused out loud. You need to be as powerful as Albus Dumbledore to bring all wards down and deal with the snakes to get to the ring without that password, Croaker said. Albus is out of the country until Thursday, Bones said. Bill gestured. With our plan, we can deal with the outer ward and the house wall wards with neutralizers, but we have no way of dealing with the snake. Even if we levitated someone over the floor, they have to touch the floorboard to get to the ring. And isn't it kind of moot to leave everything in place? Caro argued. All Riddle has to do is walk on over and have a chat with the snakes about any recent activity. We can obliviate the snakes, they're not the problem, Bill concluded. We just need someone who can talk to snakes and hopefully get us through the front door. They all looked at each other. He's never going to allow it, Bones said crisply. Croaker frowned and motioned at Bill. We'll go talk with him. Bill grimaced. He really wasn't looking forward to telling Sirius that they needed Harry to get the ring. Sirius, what's your gut reaction? Remus sat forward, almost falling off the sofa in the living room of Griffin House, where they'd congregated to listen to why Bertie and Bill had requested an urgent meeting with Sirius that lunchtime. They had thought it might be to confirm that they'd been successful in tracking down another item, like the diary. But Sirius had arrived back with a very grim expression and shot that theory down. Well, shot it down in part because they had found an item. They just couldn't get to it without a Parselmouth, without Harry. They wanted Harry to go along with the treasure team and help out. Harry looked eagerly at Sirius, hoping he'd say yes. He understood Sirius wanting him to stay safe, but he wanted to help as much as he could. The prophecy worried him. When he'd listened to it, he'd realized he'd known the gist of it already since Voldemort was so fixated on him. But it was scary to think it might come down to him against a very powerful wizard, even if his own power and skills had improved tenfold. He knew Sirius was doing everything he could with the DMLE and the Dom to ensure Harry didn't have to face Voldemort. But Harry hated being kept out of it, especially having to rely on others. He hadn't really had anyone to rely on before Ron and Hermione. Even then, with the basilisk and the stone, it had ultimately come down to him against Voldemort. Certainly Harry hadn't had adults to rely on in his life. He knew he had Sirius, Remus, and others now, but it was hard to simply sit back and let them take care of it, to trust that they would. He hated feeling so, constrained, unable to help, frustrated at not being allowed to help. But this was something he could do, and it was pretty much the same as helping with the Chamber of Secrets, which Sirius had already said he could do. Sirius sent Harry a faint look of apology and defiance from his standing position by the mantelpiece. To say no. But why? I'm helping with the Chamber, Harry protested immediately. Because this isn't the Chamber, Harry, Sirius retorted. This is a house set up with a series of traps that have already managed to get the better of two very good curse-breakers. Because they don't speak Parseltongue, Harry shot back. Why the urgency? Asked Remus, stepping in before the exchange of words became too heated. Sirius sighed and motioned vaguely. Like I said last night, we think Voldemort is back in the country, and this might be a bolt-hole for him. We have no idea when he could turn up. The quicker we deal with the ring, the better. Otherwise, if we capture him, we lose time while we get the ring. Remus nodded. And the only person with the power who could get the ring without running into problems is Albus. Croaker believes Dumbledore could probably overpower the wards and deal with the snakes without too much trouble, but even then it would probably still take him at least a couple of hours. But he's not sure Albus could do it without leaving a trace behind, Sirius said. Bill estimates they could bring down the wards in a day between him and Caro, but they're still left with the problem of the enchanted snake. One could keep it busy while the other went for the ring. But either way, whether the treasure team or Albus, as Bill says, they have no idea if there are any other surprises under the floorboard. 2. So we don't know if waiting for Albus will mean we can go ahead with getting the ring as per the original plan, and if we wait until we've captured Voldemort. We take the risk of him escaping while we spend hours dealing with the ring. Remus sighed and folded his arms as he considered the problem. It's a big risk, Sirius said. Because, rather than just dealing with him, we have to capture, hold him, and hope he doesn't get a clue about why we haven't immediately beheaded him. That's why I agreed for them to move today on the ring, and to leave it as though it was never touched, so he doesn't suspect, while we get the other item we're missing. Yes, yes, the whole leaving everything in place, so Voldemort doesn't suspect a thing if he does turn up is ingenious, Padfoot, Remus murmured. He pursed his lips, and when Harry went to say something, Remus held up a hand. We have 3 options. 1. We defer dealing with the ring until after we have Voldemort captured. We would hopefully have the other remaining item in hand. Hopefully he wouldn't suspect. Hopefully he wouldn't get free. Remus expanded. It's a big risk, and if the worst-case scenario is he escapes while we're dealing with the ring and realizes we're aware of the Horcruxes leading him to explore other types of immortality and us back at the beginning. Sirius grimaced. Exactly why I authorized this mission in the first place. Right, Remus stressed. So we go to our second option. We wait for Albus to return and wait to see if he can get to the ring and leave things in place so Voldemort doesn't suspect. Risks, Harry? Harry jumped a little at the question, but quickly thought through them. Well, Voldemort might get to Little Hangleton before the headmaster comes back. And, prompted Remus, and the headmaster may not be able to do it without disturbing things, especially the snakes, Harry said after a second. So we end up either being forced into option 1 anyway, Remus said, turning back to Sirius, or returning to option 3. Harry helps. And the risk is that Harry gets injured or worse. Sirius retorted and glanced across at Harry, an apology in his eyes that Harry ignored. Bill could get injured, or you, Harry argued. What's the difference? You're underage, I know, Harry rejoined. But who in the room has fought Voldemort and survived? He stuck his hand up. Who has fought a basilisk and survived? He kept his hand up and glared at Sirius. It should be me who does this according to the prophecy. I admit that you've had to face a lot at a very young age, Harry, Sirius replied fiercely. But you're not on your own any more, and the entire reason why we came up with the plan in the first place was so you don't have to go through these kind of things again, prophecy or no prophecy. The plan wasn't my idea, and I can protect myself, exclaimed Harry hotly. He felt his magic stirring and took a shaky breath, trying to hold on to it and his temper. Not, Sirius, Remus interrupted before Sirius could finish his sentence. Yelling at each other won't help resolve this. He pointed at Harry. Why don't you head upstairs and start getting ready for Neville's party? In other words, they wanted to talk without Harry in the room. He scowled, but he scrambled off the sofa and left the room, giving in to the urge to bang the door closed on his way out. He stood still for a moment in the hallway, arrested by the deep sense of hurt that filled him. Why did Sirius think he couldn't handle it? He had handled everything just fine before Sirius adopted him. Did Sirius think he was stupid? Didn't he trust him? Harry felt the sting of tears and blinked them back rapidly. It was then he realized he could hear voices, and that neither Sirius nor Remus had thought to put up a privacy charm. And yes, thank you, Remus, I know yelling at him wasn't going to help. Sirius snapped. Sirius, what is going on in your head? Remus demanded, speaking more angrily than Harry could remember him speaking before. What is so wrong with wanting to protect my son? Sirius retorted heatedly. I don't care that he wants to do this. And Merlin's balls, I don't think he does want to. I think he thinks we all think he should want to, because of the bloody prophecy. He shouldn't feel that way, Remus. He's a day shy of 14, and we're talking about sending him into a dangerous situation where he could be hurt or killed, and— There was a sharp gasp. Harry took a step toward the door in concern, his fingers lightly grazing the wood. Sirius, sit down. Here, take a breath. Remus encouraged, his tone soothing with a hint of worry. And another. There was a long silence, and Harry worried if Sirius was okay, guilt worming into his belly at having yelled at him. Sorry, Sirius muttered so quietly Harry had to strain to hear it. You're the one who had the panic attack, Remus said. I can understand involving Harry scares the pants off of you, Sirius. It scares me, too." "It's not just that," Sirius protested weakly. Remus sighed loud enough for the sound to travel through the door. Harry leaned against it, miserable at making his brand-new father have a panic attack about him, and trying to ignore the taunting voice in his head that warned him Sirius wouldn't love him any more, would send him back to the Dursleys because Harry was too much trouble to keep around. "Neither you nor Harry have been sleeping well since we found out about the prophecy," Remus commented. Harry frowned. He'd had a few nightmares, and Sirius had always been there when he'd woken up to soothe him and reassure him. Had Sirius been having nightmares too? "I don't know how James and Lily coped with knowing the prophecy," Sirius admitted. "Intellectually, I knew what it would say before we went to hear it, but knowing, how am I supposed to protect him?" "Do you believe it?" "I believe it doesn't matter, because Voldemort wants to kill him either way," Sirius said. "I believe if others heard it, they'd put even more pressure on Harry to deal with Voldemort, in addition to the ridiculous boy-who-lived stuff, because it's comforting for them to think that they don't have the responsibility. Dumbledore is a case in point." "It's not fair on Harry." Harry's breath hitched a little at Padfoot's words. "No, it's not," Remus agreed. "And I don't ever want him to think that I see him that way, Moony, or put pressure on him to conform to some hero image. I want him to know that he's Harry to me, and that I would love him if he never faced Voldemort, if he never vanquished him. It doesn't matter to me." Harry swiped at the tear that trickled down his cheek. Merlin! He felt like a prat. All Sirius was trying to do was protect him, and he was acting like Dudley when he didn't get his own way. He eased away from the door. "So are you going to let him go to Little Hangleton?" "I don't know," Sirius said. "What kind of parent am I if I let him go?" "I know the risks," Remus countered, "but ultimately you have to ask what protects him better, letting him help with getting the ring and being in danger momentarily under adult supervision, or leaving the ring, trying to deal with it when Voldemort's captured, and taking the risk Voldemort escapes to continue hurting Harry." "Well, I know where your vote is going," Sirius replied sarcastically. Remus sighed again. "I love him too, Padfoot." "I know, Moony. It's just—" Sirius sighed. "It's not that easy when you're the one who has to live with the consequences of it. I took him to a healing clinic and he almost died during the cleansing, and the blessing ritual caused him to be magically exhausted, and Merlin knows I wish I hadn't taken him to listen to the prophecy. Some days I'm not so certain Molly Weasley isn't right, and I'm a terrible parent." Harry grimaced. He'd noticed Molly's pointed comments the last time they'd gone for dinner, and had realized with hindsight that she'd been making the same kind of comments for a while. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, but he didn't like her making Sirius feel bad. Sirius was a great parent. "Molly Weasley doesn't think you're a terrible parent," Remus cut himself off, probably because Sirius had thrown him some kind of look. "Okay, she thinks you're a terrible parent, but frankly, Molly isn't Harry's parent, you are. And for what it's worth, Padfoot, I think you're doing a good job." "Thank you, Moony," Sirius said, and he was doing a good job, Harry thought fervently, and he'd tell Mrs. Weasley so the next time he saw her. Well, maybe not the next time, but when they were alone, because Andy had drilled it into him that lords did not make scenes in public, and the next time he'd see Ron's mother was at Neville's birthday party, which he really did need to get ready for. Harry made his way quietly up the stairs, not wanting to give away to Remus and Sirius that he had been listening at the door. For a while the rush of showering and changing held his attention, but as he tried to do something with his hair, the thoughts of Sirius and their argument crowded back in. Balls. Harry swore as his hair refused to lie flat. James had the same problem. Sirius said from the open doorway. He was washed and looking very smart in tailored dress robes. Here. He made his way into the room and waved his wand over Harry's hair, which obediently settled into a professional, tousled look rather than the nest it had been before. "Thank you." Harry managed to get out, feeling awkward after their argument and the discussion he'd eavesdropped on. Sirius nodded and made to leave. "Padfoot!" Harry called out to stop him leaving. "I'm sorry." He gestured. "About before?" He fidgeted with his hairbrush. "If you don't want me to go to Little Hangleton, then I won't go." Sirius paused in the doorway and turned back to him. He seemed to struggle internally for a long moment before gesturing toward the bed, indicating that they should both sit. Harry sat down and waited as Sirius joined him. "We're going to argue sometimes, Harry," Sirius said quietly, holding Harry's gaze. "People do, even when they love each other very much. When your granddad Potter found out about your dad and I drinking fire whiskey when we were 16, he went through the roof. Yelled at us for a good hour, and then your dad yelled back at him, and I might have yelled a bit too, but I was mainly worried he was going to throw me out, and—" Harry forgot sometimes that Sirius had gone through similar worries as a teenager. He dropped his gaze and felt heat flare along his cheeks. "Oh!" Sirius stopped abruptly. "I had hoped the adoption would have meant that you realized that you were stuck with me," he said finally, the light teasing note not helping to soothe Harry's guilt that he had thought it even in passing. "I'm sorry," Harry began again. "Hey, come here!" Sirius tugged him over to him, and Harry hugged Sirius back fiercely. I never want you to doubt that I love you, Harry. You're my son. You yelling at me or me yelling at you doesn't change that, okay?" Harry nodded, feeling just awful about the whole thing. He didn't want Sirius thinking it was his fault. "I didn't think— I know, and I don't know why I even thought that you wouldn't want me any more. It's okay that you did think it, you know. I mean, not okay, but understandable." Sirius rubbed his back and reassured him. "You're allowed to be insecure since we're still both new at this. You're a great dad," Harry blurted out into Sirius's shoulder. Sirius froze for an instant and seemed to hear the "and I'm a terrible son" that Harry had managed to keep behind his teeth anyway, as his grip tightened. "Well, I have a wonderful son, Harry. That's half the battle." "Even when I argue," Harry tried to joke about it, "especially when you argue." Sirius said firmly, "I always want you to have a mind of your own, Harry, even if I don't agree with you at times." Harry eased back and rubbed a hand over his face, covering his embarrassment at their previous argument. "Why is it so important for you to help out with the ring?" Sirius asked. He remembered Sirius's concerns that he thought Harry was doing it because it was expected, because he felt a sense of duty, because of the prophecy. And Harry knew Sirius was right. In truth, the reasons why he'd wanted to go along were mostly about that. Some of it's the prophecy. Harry admitted and hurried out the rest at Sirius's look of triumph. "It doesn't seem fair to ask other people to risk their lives and me not to, when it's me who's in the prophecy. But also because I can help. I'm a parcel-mouth. They need a parcel-mouth. And if I don't do it, I don't want Voldemort to win." Sirius searched his gaze for what seemed like an eternity. "All right. You can help on one condition. Well, several, really." Harry hid his smile at Sirius's capitulation and nodded enthusiastically. "Anything." "Firstly," Sirius sighed and shifted position, "you and I are going to see a mind healer about the prophecy. Remus has pointed out that we're both struggling to come to terms with it a bit. I'll write to Noshi about finding someone trustworthy here in the UK. He wasn't mad about the idea, but he guessed talking to someone like Healer Fay wouldn't hurt. Secondly, I know what the prophecy says, but prophecies are very woolly things. I don't want you to think it has to be you that does everything just because some prophecy claims you're the one who'll vanquish old Voldepants in the end. Understood?" He nodded. "It's hard, though, Sirius." "I know, and it doesn't help that the wizarding world has already heaped a whole stack of expectations on you with the whole Boy Who Lived thing," Sirius said. "But it doesn't always have to be you who slays the basilisk." He nudged Harry's shoulder, and Harry nodded. "Thirdly, I want you to remember that you have people who care about whether you're in danger, and what it might mean if you put your life at risk when you consider whether to volunteer to do something." Sirius said gravely, "I hate agreeing to put you at risk, Harry, because I love you, and don't want to lose you or see you hurt in any way." Harry was certain his face was Weasley red, but he nodded his agreement again. "Fourthly, this trip tomorrow is not the same as you taking us into the chamber. There's a good risk that Voldemort will show up mid-mission. There's a risk that there's something else in that house that will put your life in danger. There's a risk that the snakes won't respond to you." Sirius took a breath. "So, you will follow orders tomorrow. If Bill or Remus or I give you an instruction, you will follow it or explain very quickly why you won't. Agreed?" "Yes," Harry said immediately. "Fifthly, we keep this between us, the treasure team, and probably Bertie and Amelia. I don't want anyone else knowing you were involved." Harry nodded. "I won't tell anyone. And finally, I want you to know," Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder, "if it does come down to you and Voldemort, I have every confidence that you're going to win, not because you're the boy who lived or the prophesized one or anything like that, but because you're you." Harry couldn't reply, so he hugged him. "Come on," Sirius said, squeezing him before letting go. "We have a party to get to, and Augusta will kill us if we're late." Harry let Sirius walk him out, and they flew to the Longbottom Manor for the party, along with Remus, who had looked strangely smug at the sight of them walking down the stairs together. The next morning it seemed to Harry that the party had passed in a haze. Neville loved the variety of Muggle plants that Harry had bought for him to experiment with cross-breeding, and Harry was never letting Padfoot loose in a Muggle garden centre again, ever. He'd seemed a little overwhelmed with the attention, as his gran had never thrown such a public birthday party for him before. Usually it was restricted to the Longbottom family. Harry promised to stick close to him so Neville could unashamedly use him as a diversion of the "very nice to meet you" and "oh, have you been introduced to Lord Harry James Potter?" The boy who lived. Kind of diversion which meant 9 out of 10 times Neville was dropped in favour of Harry personally. Harry was making note of who didn't drop Neville, because it seemed to him that those people were the ones to get to know. Ron had been mildly upset that Harry wouldn't leave Neville's side, but in the end had stuck with the two of them rather than go about the room with Hermione, Susan, and Hannah Abbott. Unfortunately, Ginny had also stuck with the boys, not exactly saying anything and blushing every time Harry said something. Harry had no idea what he was supposed to do about Ginny. He appreciated that she might want to get to know him, but surely that suggested that she actually talk to him. He had tried to talk to her, but a conversation needed 2 people. The other problem he'd noted was that he was certain Neville liked Ginny, and Ginny had no problems talking with Neville, which bizarrely had seemed to bother Ron more than her blushing and acting awkwardly around Harry. Luckily, Hermione had remembered her promise after an hour and rescued Harry by insisting on showing Ginny something. But speaking of bizarre, Hermione had reported quite smugly at the end of the night that her efforts of making friends with Susan and Hannah had gone very well, as though it was a competition. Girls, Harry thought morosely as he followed Sirius through the dom, who could fathom them. He pushed it all to the back of his mind as Sirius ushered him into the treasure team's research room. He hid a yawn as he looked around. The narrow room was wall-to-wall books, and he couldn't help but think that Hermione would give her wand arm to read them all. The central bench was filled with stacks of parchment and more books. The smell of old parchment and ink was strong, and underscored to Harry how much he didn't fit in there. A pensieve had been placed at the end of the bench, and Harry watched as Bill extracted his memory and placed it inside the bowl. The blonde woman next to him had been introduced as Caro, and the shy old wizard next to her as Lawrence. Bertie and Amelia stood at the back of the room, along with an aura called Wood, who was Oliver's cousin and who would be helping to keep watch on the mission. Sirius stood beside Harry with a grim expression, and Remus was behind him, calm but no less serious. Everybody was in Muggle clothes ready for the mission, except Lawrence and Amelia, who would once again be staying behind in the dom. "Okay," Caro said briskly. "We're going to go into the memory and review it, so everyone has a good idea what happened the last time. Then we'll plan what we're going to today." Harry nodded, a little intimidated by Caro, who was very beautiful, smart, and who had been a spy. But planning sounded good. He'd never really had a plan before. Most of the time he had just winged it. It had worked out, but a plan couldn't hurt. Bill gave him an encouraging smile, and a moment later Harry was in the pensieve, watching the memory. It was not so much terrifying, although the end bit in the house with the big black snakes had been terrifying, but creepy. Very creepy. Harry shivered as he exited the Pensieve, and he felt Sirius's hand land warmly on his shoulder in response. "So, we have been talking about a plan of attack for today," Lawrence said, whipping a cover off a blackboard and levitating it so everyone could see it. The outside area was depicted on one side, and the floor plan of the gaunt house on the other. Dotted lines in different colour chalks represented the wards, and small wriggly lines in green were obviously meant to represent the snakes. An X was placed where Bill had found the box under the floorboard. "First off, we will portkey to a spot about 200 yards from the outer ward here." Caro tapped the area with her wand. "We can get through this outer ward with the neutralizer," Bill said. "We know that, and we're confident that we can make it to the front door without setting off a snake attack." "It's getting through the door. That's the problem," Caro said dryly. "We think it's a Parseltongue password that will work," Lawrence said brightly. "So what do you think?" asked Bill. Harry glanced at Sirius, who gave him an encouraging nod. "Well, I think we should talk to the snakes outside the house." "Oh, talk to the snakes!" Bertie exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Of course." Harry glanced over to the head of the Dom, who was dressed in a Barber jacket, flat cap, and sturdy brown brogues. He reminded him of a picture he'd once seen of the royal family out hunting in Scotland. "But the snakes outside the house are common adders," Caro pointed out. "They're probably not the same ones that Riddle originally bound there." "Maybe, maybe not," Bertie replied before Harry could. "But unless Harry talks to them, we don't know that they don't know anything. If they have information we can use so much the better." "What if they don't know anything?" asked Bill. "I think Tom would probably pick something similar to the chamber as a password," Harry said in a rush of Gryffindor courage. "Of course." Lawrence nodded his head, his stringy grey hair flying everywhere. "The deeds use Salazar as a name, and this is the abode of his direct ancestors." "Makes sense," Bertie agreed. "Plan C if we can't go through the front door?" Remus asked. Bill sighed. "I guess we go through the window, same as last time. We should direct one fully charged neutralizer in with wands so it doesn't hit the floor. One of us needs to catch the broken window before it hits the floor too," Caro added. "And then Caro can fly in through the window in her animagus form to make an assessment," Bill added. "After that we regroup and replan based on the findings." Caro said, "We'll take along the Pensieve. We'll need to the assessment even if we get through the front door. So," Lawrence pointed out, "we can't just expect to walk in, remove the floorboard, and get the box." "He's right," Bill said. "So assessment either way, and then we plan again?" They all nodded. Bertie clapped his hands. "Then I suggest we meet in the reception room in 10 minutes to disembark." "Excellent." Harry let himself be ushered to the gents for a final toilet break. He was issued an emergency portkey by Lawrence, but Sirius took it back and told him to use his air ring. It would take him straight to Black Manor. Sirius caught his arm before they entered the reception room. "You still up for this, Harry?" he said softly. "It's okay if you're not." "I want to try," Harry said. Nerves were crowding in on him, but he had told Sirius the absolute truth. He wanted to try. Sirius gave him a long, considering look and nodded. "Okay, then." The portkey travel was uncomfortable, and Harry was only prevented from landing on the ground by Sirius's firm grip on him. Remus shot him a sympathetic look. They made their way slowly to the gaunt house. Harry's first impression echoed Darren's in the memory. It really was a hovel, a small, squat place that looked grimy and downtrodden. Slytherin must have rolled over in his grave at how low his descendants had fallen. Bill extracted 2 neutralizers from his pack, handing one to Caro. Sirius, Remus, and Bertie all had their wands out, as did Wood. "I have the watch," Wood said briskly. "Good luck." Bertie nodded to Bill, who tossed the neutralizer through the first ward. As the ripple of green faded, they all took a quick step forward. Just as in the memory, they all stopped and waited in case something happened. Nothing did. Harry made straight for the steps, where, just as in the memory, a small adder was slithering away. "Wait!" he called out. The snake stopped and turned, rising up and sending its tongue out to sense Harry properly. "A speaker! A speaker here at last!" It swayed back and forth in excitement. "I have to get Mother!" and slid away before Harry could stop it. "Incredible!" Bertie looked beside himself with glee. "What did you say? What did it say?" "I asked for it to wait. It got very excited about me being a speaker," Harry grimaced as he pointed at the undergrowth, "and it went to get its mother." Sirius chuckled, and Harry managed a small smile, acknowledging the ludicrousness of the situation. "Let's hope she's not like my mum," Bill said with a wink. The bush rustled, and they all had their wands out and pointed as a large adder appeared. It stopped at the sight of the many wizards and witch before it. "It's very old," Bertie said quietly, casting surreptitiously. "A magically enhanced life. I read strong binding spells for the snake and its offspring, with an inbred compulsion to attack when their bodies receive a magical shock from the wards. Nasty." "Who is the speaker?" she said. "I am," Harry replied, lowering his wand. He crouched down. "Hi there." "You are not the one who bound me," the snake said, regarding him with a beady stare. "No," Harry agreed. "I just wanted to talk with you." The snake considered him for a long moment. "I do not believe it wise. I spoke with the other, and he promised many things, and I knew no more. I woke up one day to find my hatchlings, and I are prisoners in this place. Almost no prey comes near now, and my hatchlings all die." "Wait, please," Harry said, as the snake made to leave. "I can help you." "How can you help me? You are nothing but a hatchling." Her upper body rose off the ground. "Harry," Sirius murmured worriedly, "it's okay. Tom lied to her, so she's not keen on talking." Harry adjusted his weight, placing a knee on the ground to steady himself. "I am fated to kill the other you speak of. When I do, you and your hatchlings will be free. But I need your help." The snake inched forward. "Speak, then." "The other created objects to help him escape death. When I was a baby, he tried to kill me, and the magic of my mother and father helped me destroy his body, but thanks to these objects, his spirit lives." Harry gestured towards the house. "We believe he left one of them here. We need to destroy it, so he becomes mortal and can be killed." "You speak truly." "I sense the protection in your blood," the snake replied. "Will you help me?" Harry asked bluntly, unsure what else he could say. "I will help you, hatchling." The snake lowered her body back to the ground and settled into a coil. Her hatchlings gathered behind her, all of them viewing the wizards and witch that watched them with wary curiosity. "She's agreed to help." Harry explained to everyone quickly. "Good work, Harry," Bertie said. Harry blushed at the praise, especially when Sirius beamed proudly. He sat fully on the ground, crossed his legs, and turned back to the snake. "So what can you tell me?" "I was young and on a hunt. I came across this place, and a young man spoke to me. Speakers are so rare. I was honored. He offered to let me nest by the undergrowth and asked me to guard his ancestral home. He said he would bring prey to me, and prey came. My hatchlings and I were safe." Snake recalled. One day he returned with a gold box. It smelled of dark and evil. He took the box into the house and placed it within. He made everything glow too bright, especially the door, and then he left again. I tried to leave, to get away from the foul stench of darkness that pervaded the house, but could not. He returned 4 cycles of light and dark with another snake, one who does not belong. She claimed she was his familiar. He took her into the house, but he did not bring her out again. He pointed his stick at me, and I knew no more for a long time. "Harry?" Remus prompted gently. Harry quickly relayed her explanation. Bertie flicked his wand in a complicated manner and frowned. "There is a faint signature of a prey-luring charm used in hunting, but it has faded. I can re-establish it as a show of good faith to your friend." Harry relayed the news to the snake, who thanked him. The snakes around her whispered happily of food. "Can you ask her for the password to the house?" Bill suggested. Harry nodded. What did the other say to gain entrance when he returned with his familiar? "Give entrance to the greatest of Slytherins." The snake said in a disparaging tone that made Harry want to laugh as he relayed it to the others. "Thank you." "Is there anything else you can tell me about inside?" Harry asked. "She inside is awake again," the snake said. "I heard her cries last night. He has forsaken her for another. Their bond is broken." "You have been very helpful." Harry praised her. He turned around and repeated what she'd told him. "Is there anything else you want me to ask her?" His companions exchanged silent looks of query, but shook their heads finally. "No," Bertie said, "but she has been magnificent. Please tell her we owe her a great debt, and that fool will come back now. Ask if we may obliviate her." Harry did, and the snake hissed unhappily. "Hatchling, if you take away our memories, I may not be able to stop my kin from attacking you." "Sko," the snake said, "do not erase my memories. I will not betray you. I will help you with the one within." Harry thanked her again. She turned around and told the others to return to the dark of the bushes and scrub, while Harry informed Bertie of her answer. "Wonderful, wonderful," Bertie said. Bill cleared his throat. "I don't suppose you've thought about curse-breaking as a profession, Harry?" Harry grinned at him. "Please don't give him any ideas," Sirius begged. But he winked at Harry to show he was teasing. "I'm hoping he takes after your brother." "You want him to look after dragons?" joked Bill. Caro snorted, and Harry chuckled at Sirius's mock outrage. "I meant a nice job at the ministry looking after cauldron bottoms." Sirius rejoined, smirking. Harry took Remus's hand so he could haul him to his feet. "Are we ready for the door? Is your lady friend ready for the door?" Sirius asked, motioning towards the mother adder, who remained still, lest she scare the humans. Harry asked her to join him, and she requested that he pick her up. He told everyone before they reacted badly to his stooping down so she could wind her way out one arm, her head peeking over his shoulder. "Right," said Sirius, trying to pretend everything was fine and Harry wasn't carrying a poisonous snake, "shall we? Your sire fears for you." "He's a worrywart," Harry replied affectionately. "You are his hatchling." "He would give his life for you," Snake admonished him. "Yes, mother," Harry said seriously, the name slipping out. "I know. I love him too. But have you told him yet, hatchling?" Mother said. Harry flushed and shook his head. "Then you should." Mother made something like a tsching sound. Males. Always so very slow. Harry noticed everyone was looking at him again. He blushed bright red and was very happy nobody else knew what the snake had said. "We're ready," he covered briskly. "Are you sure that's all she said?" Remus teased. Harry decided silence was his best defence and walked up to the door. "Wands out," Caro said firmly. Sirius stood beside Harry, his hand on Harry's free shoulder. "When you're ready, Harry." He focused on the snake door-knocker and gathered his courage. "Give entrance to the greatest of Slytherins," he hissed. The door-knocker moved of its own accord and knocked on the door 3 times. The door suddenly opened up with a loud creak, drifting inwards. Sirius tugged Harry to the side so Bill could run the scanning charms. "All the wards are down. There's a snake curled up in a corner of the room to the left." Bill said briskly, "Uh-oh, she's on the move. You're out again, Harry." Sirius tensed beside him as a dark shape slithered into view. "Master, you came back for me. You—" The snake stopped suddenly in the sunlight. The open door had let in and rose up, her hood flaring. "You are not my master." "The other has left us," Mother replied before Harry could. She snaked down Harry's arm and pooled onto the floor of the house. "The other lied and mistreated us." "No. Master will return for Lamia." "Your bond is broken," Mother countered, her own body rising to sway at the same height as the cobra's. "He has chosen another. You wept all night about it." "It does not matter. My allegiance is to him." And without further warning the cobra moved fast as a whip to strike at Mother. "No." Harry yelled, even as Mother avoided the attack, smacking the back of the cobra's head with her tail as she darted to the side. He couldn't let Lamia hurt Mother. His magic rushed through him like a flooded river. Harry put his hand out toward Lamia as though to push her away from Mother, and the black family magic responded to his call. The silver snake totem shot out from his hand to land between the adder and the cobra. "Bind the cobra! Protect Mother!" Harry ordered without thinking. The silver snake rose up, and the cobra realized her mistake. She tried to get away, but the silver snake bound her tightly within its coils. Harry stood shaking within the doorway. Sirius's hand squeezed his shoulder tightly. "Harry, Cobra is Lamia. She wants to stay faithful to her master. She was going to hurt Mother, so I just reacted, and the black snake came," Harry explained quickly. "You see the power of the one you have refused," Mother hissed at the cobra. "His magic binds you." Lamia deflated, but remained defiant. "I will not betray my master." "Not even for one whose blood smells like an old one." Harry wondered if that had something to do with the basilisk. "Then you are a fool," Mother said. "Your master left you here, deserted you." "Has chosen another more worthy." "No!" Lamia snapped futilely in Mother's direction. "He gave me a great honor. He brought me here to protect his treasure. He will come back for me." "He has left you many cycles," Mother argued. "No, just one. He put me to sleep last cycle, and I woke when someone tried to steal his treasure." "He put you to sleep many cycles ago and left you," Mother said harshly. "If he returns, he will only kill you and retrieve the dark, evil thing he placed here." Lamia snapped her jaws shut and didn't say anything more. Harry cleared his throat. "Lamia refuses to believe she's been deserted. She's faithful to Tom. Mother can't convince her. It sounds as if she was put in an enchanted sleep and just woke up yesterday when Bill and Caro made it into the house. Mother made her way back to Harry, and he stooped so she could return to her previous position, wound around her arm and looking over his shoulder. "You should kill her," Mother said. "She does not belong, and she will tell the other." "Mother says Lamia will tell Tom everything, so we should—" Harry gestured weakly. "Can you continue to keep Lamia bound while we make a decision, Harry?" Bertie asked. Harry nodded. "I think so." "Sirius, Remus?" Bertie asked immediately. "What do you think?" Remus cleared his throat at the bottom of the steps. "She's too dangerous to keep around so. Keeping everything in its place is now out as a plan." "We could make it look like she died from natural causes," Sirius suggested. "The enchanted sleep was obviously broken by the floor trigger being activated. What if we lobbed a rock through the window, made it look like kids fooling around and vandalized the place?" "That could work. But we'd have to put the prey enchantment back to its former broken state to make it appear the magic was breaking down," Caro argued. She looked at Harry strangely, and he flushed under her regard as he realized she mustn't have known about his ability to call the family magic forth so easily. Harry yanked his thoughts back to the problem and bit his lip. "We promised Mother that she would have prey for the hatchlings. I'm sure it's why she helped us so much. We can have Creature and Dobby bring prey every week until Voldemort is toast," Sirius assured him. "I think this is our best bet. Make him think that the magic weakened if he turns up. If we do it right, he'll assume there was an accident and his snake ended up dead." "It will take a lot to kill Lamia and make it look like a natural death from starvation," Bertie said quietly. "The black magic can do it." Sirius turned to Harry. "You'll need to hand control back to me by offering me your ring hand." He smiled. "We don't want you exhausted for your birthday party later." Harry frowned and was about to argue that he could do it, but he met Sirius's worried grey eyes, and the words died unspoken. Sirius wanted to spare him the death of the snake, and it didn't matter to Sirius that Harry had killed the basilisk. He wanted to protect him, and maybe that wasn't so bad. Harry didn't really want to kill the snake, and he did want to be okay for his party. Maybe it was okay to let Sirius slay the snake. Hadn't Sirius made Harry promise to try and believe that he didn't have to do it all himself? "I just offer you my ring hand," checked Harry, and mentally let go of the magic. Sirius added. The tension in his face eased, and Harry knew Sirius was pleased that Harry hadn't argued with him. Harry nodded. "Okay, so we have a plan," Remus said. They all moved back into position. Harry explained what was going to happen to Mother, who agreed with him that Lamia needed to be put out of her misery if they wanted to defeat the other. Pam! Sirius stood in the doorway to the house, and Harry stood off to the side. He offered his hand to Sirius, who clasped it firmly. Harry willed the black magic return to Sirius's control. The snake totem raised its head in mute query, all the while keeping Lamia bound. "Please," Harry instructed it. "Padfoot will instruct you from here." The totem hissed its agreement. Sirius grimaced, and a line appeared between his brows as he concentrated. The totem flared a brilliant silver, covering Lamia entirely, before disappearing into mist that drifted away and leaving the carcass of Lamia behind. Sirius staggered a little, and Harry steadied him with a hand on his elbow as they were less than politely shoved aside by Caro so she could perform a scanning charm. Perfect. "It looks like the snake died of starvation," Caro said crisply. "You two should return to the outside while Bill and I retrieve the box." Harry hovered beside Sirius as they made their way down the steps. Bill jogged up the steps with a wide grin. "I think I'm just going to sit down," Sirius said, lowering himself to the grass. Remus surreptitiously performed a healing diagnostic. "You need to rest a bit, Padfoot." Harry sat down beside his adoptive father, and Mother slithered down his arm, curling up beside him in the sunshine. "Well," Bertie walked over with a smile, "I've reset the prey enchantment, as Caro suggested, so it is broken again." "We've got it!" Bill called out. He held a small gold box in his hands. "Caro and I think it would be better to open the box in a controlled environment in the dom." "Agreed," Bertie said. He waited until Caro was clear before he flicked his wand at the door and closed it with a magical pull. Caro immediately whipped out her wand to check the wards. "Everything's back to how it was. Well, that's our cue to leave." Remus helped Sirius to his feet. "You should get clear, Harry." Bill agreed. "We don't know what will happen when we throw the rock through the window." Harry turned to Mother. "I have to leave now. The others will throw a rock through the window to help explain Lamia's death. If the other comes back, I will tell him that hatchlings were responsible." Mother said. "We'll send a house elf with your food, I promise," Harry said. "Come back when it is over, hatchling, and tell me of the other's death." Mother slithered away before Harry could say anything further. Remus nudged Harry, and Harry stood. Sirius looked really pale and worn. "Are you okay?" "Just tired," Sirius reassured him. He slung an arm around Harry's shoulder. "Come on, let's leave them to it." Bertie took a neutralizer from Caro and tossed it to Wood as they all left Caro and Bill to finish up. Remus suggested they walk back to the original Portkey landing site, and Bertie agreed. A few minutes later the others arrived. Bill had thrown the rock from just inside the outer ward, but the adders hadn't attacked. Their arrival back in the dom was anticlimactic. They all made their way to the research room, and Bill placed the gold box down on the central bench and talked Harry through the diagnostic scans they were performing while Bertie sent for a strengthening potion for Sirius, and Sirius swallowed it without complaint. Lawrence stepped back eventually and pushed a hand through his long, straggly hair. "The box doesn't seem to have any charms, curses, or hexes. It's clean." "I concur," Caro said. "As do I," Bill said. Bertie nodded. "We should open it and check. The contents are what we believe them to be." He unlocked the box with a simple unlocking charm, and the lid flew off to land on the desk, the ring rising up to levitate just above the box. A strange rush of need suffused Harry. He needed to get to the ring. He needed to put it on. He needed... Why? Why did he need to get to the ring and put it on? It was like the diary. It contained a version of Voldemort. Surely that was bad? Harry stalled mid-step and suddenly became aware of a panicked Sirius calling his name just as Sirius's arms wrapped around him. Harry leaned into Sirius shakily. "It's okay." "I'm okay," which was more than could be said for everyone else in the room. Lawrence was wrestling with Bertie, Amelia with Caro, and Remus was dragging Bill towards the door. "It's the ring," Harry said. Sirius reached around Harry, waved his wand, and sent the lid sailing back to the box. A second wave of the wand later, and the ring was pushed back into the box, and the lid was back on. Everyone stopped. Amelia and Caro disengaged, smoothing their clothing and looking abashed. Lawrence and Bertie righted themselves briskly. Remus immediately let go of Bill, who thanked him for the assist. "So a compulsion charm on the ring," Bertie said, straightening his jacket as they all gathered back around the bench, keeping a wary watch on the box. "And probably a very nasty curse if you put it on." Lawrence agreed. Bertie looked over at Remus. "You weren't affected?" Remus shook his head. "For a second, but the wolf in me knew it was a trap immediately." "And you?" Bertie turned to Sirius, who still had an arm around Harry's shoulders. Sirius glanced at Harry. "As soon as Harry started toward the ring, my concern was for him. Your protective instincts as a parent overrode the ring's compulsion." "Impressive," Lawrence commented. Bill pointed at Harry. "Did you break the compulsion?" Harry nodded slowly. "It didn't make any sense to me. I mean, why would I want to put the ring on when it's his?" "Well, that bodes well for you being able to break the imperious curse," Amelia said briskly. "There was something odd about the stone," Lawrence began. Sirius cleared his throat. "May I suggest we table this for the day? Remus can help you out over the course of next week, as he's not affected by the compulsion." "Sounds like an excellent idea." Bertie grinned at Harry. "I believe somebody has a birthday today." Harry flushed and nodded. They left on a flurry of birthday wishes for Harry, and made their way to Griffin House, where Sirius excused himself for a nap. Harry watched him head upstairs with concern. This was why he preferred doing things himself, Harry thought worriedly. He didn't want anyone getting hurt because of him. "Don't worry," Remus said. "Padfoot will be fine." He patted Harry on the shoulder. "Why don't you go up and have a rest too? I'm sure you're going to need your energy later." He sighed, but knew Remus was right. He made for the stairs. "Harry?" Harry looked back at Remus, who smiled at him proudly. "You were brilliant today. We're very proud of you." Harry smiled, warmed at the praise and the sense of delight that Remus's words evoked deep inside him. They had another of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and Harry had helped. It was an excellent birthday present. Sirius watched Harry flying, and tried to be sang-froid about the tricks and speed his son was capable of doing. Harry was fine. He was a good flyer like James. He wasn't going to fall off his broom or crash or— Sirius leaned against the tree, folded his arms, and looked over as Bill approached with some pumpkin juice. "Thank you," Sirius said, accepting the glass of chilled liquid with a pleased smile. He still felt tired from the magic he'd performed, but he didn't want to ruin Harry's first birthday with him, and so had gone ahead with their plans as though nothing was wrong. "Harry's giving Charlie a run for his galleon," Bill commented, looking up and shading his eyes as the players weaved in and out of each other. "I haven't seen anyone fly as good as him before, but Harry is definitely in his league." "I'm hoping Quidditch player is on his career list," Sirius admitted. "James wanted to play professionally, but, well, with the war he thought he ought to sign up as a hit wizard." "I meant what I said earlier today. Harry would make a good curse-breaker." Bill commented and laughed at the dirty look Sirius gave him. "I was impressed with him." He fiddled with his drink. "I mean, learning the kid faced a basilisk to save my sister is one thing, but actually seeing him deal with a situation that would send a lot of people twice his age running for the hills—" "He's a very special kid," Sirius said gruffly, looking around to make sure Molly wasn't in earshot. She had been surprisingly courteous to him since they'd arrived, and had been polite the few times their path had crossed during the Longbottoms' party. Sirius was going with the assumption that someone had told her to be on her best behavior. He wasn't going to risk endangering that by her finding out he'd allowed Harry to go into a dangerous situation. "Well, I guess he's not so much a kid, but a young man at 14, Bill said, shielding his eyes to follow the flight of his brother. "I remember thinking I was an adult at that age, no matter what my mum said." Sirius glanced at Bill speculatively. "How are you finding your service?" Bill's head snapped to him in surprise. To be truthful, it doesn't feel like service, he admitted after thinking about it. I'm doing a job I love for a cause that I fully support. My long-term career isn't affected, and while the unspeakables and I aren't exactly sharing knowledge openly, it's not hard to pick up their tricks in the field, and I get a great place to stay into the bargain. Ah, London Street, Sirius said nostalgically. That place has a lot of memories for me. James and I moved in after school, young, free and single. Well, James was already engaged to Lily. I'll look after it, Bill promised. Don't forget to live in it too, Bill, Sirius advised. The place was filled with a lot of fun and laughter. You'd be honouring the place if you made sure it was again. Bill nodded. He's got the snitch! Harry's got the snitch! Ron's booming voice sounded out across the field. Bill winced. Got a pair of lungs on him, my youngest brother. Sirius tucked his glass under his arm as he clapped while the players flew down. Neville, who had been coerced into playing as a beater, was beaming happily. Ron was grinning ear to ear, as was Harry. Susan looked chuffed to bits. The opposing team of the twins, Tonks and Charlie, all looked chagrined. Charlie gave a rueful grin as he landed. Just as well I left before Potter here turned up at Hogwarts, or I'd have lost my place on the team for sure. Harry smiled back at him, dismounting. I got lucky. I have the faster broom. It was skill, Charlie said. Sirius smiled proudly and reached out to pat Harry's shoulder. Well done, kiddo. He tried to hide the lingering tiredness he felt, and figured he was only half successful when Harry's eyes narrowed on him. I think we should probably have tea now, Harry declared. You're the boss, Bill said. And it's your birthday, Fred and George said in unison. Everyone chuckled, but Sirius could see something flash across Ron's face. Jealousy, maybe at the fact that Harry was Bill's boss in theory. But then Ron pulled Harry toward the burrow, and Sirius let it go. Obviously, whatever Ron felt had been fleeting. They made their way to the large trestle table just outside the burrow's back door. It was adorned with goodies that Molly had laid out. "Oh, lovely!" Molly beamed. "I was just about to call you all. Go wash up." The kids all exchanged knowing looks and headed inside. Hermione set a platter of sandwiches down. "Is there anything else you need doing, Mrs. Weasley?" "No. You and Ginny can sit down now, dear," Molly said, directing them to seats on either side of the table. "This looks marvellous, Molly." Andromeda said warmly, "You've outdone yourself." Molly smiled proudly as everyone gathered to eat, the kids trickling back from a hasty wash of their hands. "Thank you, Andy. Ron, why don't you sit beside Hermione here, along with Andy and Ted? Ah, there you are, Tonks. You take this seat here beside Charlie and Bill. Susan, why don't you take the one between the twins, along with Neville? Percy and Penny. Harry, you're here next to Ginny and Minerva. If you'd like to sit at the end of the table here by Remus." Sirius caught Andy's eye, and they both turned away again quickly, rather than start laughing out loud at Molly's obvious matchmaking. "Sirius, you're here next to Harry on his other side." Molly pointed to the empty seat, and Sirius gave her a grateful smile, seeing the gesture as the olive branch it clearly was. She sat beside Sirius as Arthur took his place at the head of the table. "Well, tuck in, everybody." The meal was excellent. Sirius could admit that Molly was a fine cook. The high tea was a myriad of pies, sandwiches, and salads. A bench laden with desserts awaited them finishing their main course. The good food put them all in high spirits, and the conversation was lively as the twins cajoled Remus into telling tales about the Marauders. "Pranks!" Molly chided Remus. "Whatever were you thinking?" "Good revision and practical application of spells," Remus promptly responded. "It certainly helped me ace my OWLs and NEWTs. The prophet was right. You know, Sirius was the top of our class overall, but I was top of arithmancy. Sirius was top in Data and Runes, James in Transfiguration. None of us could beat Lily for charms or Severus for potions, but we came close. There's a lot of research and invention that goes into pranking." It was invaluable. Fred and George exchanged a look that Sirius read all too well. They hadn't aced their OWLs, or probably had with the ones they wanted, but had not paid attention to the rest, and were now worried about their mother's impending reaction, because the results would be arriving any day. He'd overheard them whispering in the corner of the room about a joke shop and products. He wanted to help them since he thought it was an excellent idea, but he figured Molly would kill him. Remus pointed at the twins. "I'm pretty certain these two will ace their potions, charms, and transfiguration OWLs. Don't you agree, Minerva?" "I do," Minerva said, patting her mouth delicately with a napkin. "Your twins are very bright when they apply themselves, Molly." Molly puffed up proudly. "If they stay on, and do well in their NEWTs as the steward to two ancient and noble houses who have produced members with a penchant for pranking, I might be predisposed to look over any business plans they might have for, say, a joke shop," Remus said casually. Sirius almost choked on his juice. Only Mooney could get away with that completely innocent look while being devious and conniving. Fred and George were gazing with adoration at Remus, while Molly looked torn, since Remus, an ex-professor no less, had made their planned career, which she objected to in principle, contingent on getting qualifications which she wanted more than anything. Minerva was hiding her smile in her napkin. Harry leaned into Sirius. "Mooney has to teach me how he does that whole innocence thing." "Over my dead body," Sirius whispered back. "Then you'd both be able to place the blame on me." He winked at Harry, who laughed quietly beside him. An owl suddenly dove down to the table and landed beside Harry. The table quieted at the intrusion. Sirius didn't recognize it, and placed his hand on Harry's arm to stop him taking the letter. "Do you recognize the owl?" "No." Harry fed the owl a piece of ham in lieu of bacon. "I don't think it's a Hogwarts owl, and the letter doesn't have a seal." "It's not from the Ministry either," Percy said officiously. Sirius frowned. Harry's owl ward had been reset, but he still shouldn't have received any owls from people he didn't know. "I should check this first." Harry frowned unhappily, and Sirius knew he was thinking of how tired Sirius was after the previous day's escapades. Bill reached over to check the letter. "Here, let me. It is part of my job, after all." He waved his wand over the owl and the parchment. "No curses, hexes, or jinxes." "Well, that rules out the twins," Charlie said, joking and trying to lighten the atmosphere. "Looks clean." "Shall I open and read it?" Bill asked. Sirius hoped it was just some fan that had managed to find a way to send Harry a note, but he didn't like the uneasy feeling in his gut, and he didn't want Harry reading it first. "Go ahead." Harry's frown deepened at the intrusion into his privacy, and he sent a glare at Sirius, but thankfully didn't argue after a sharp look from Andromeda. Bill unrolled the parchment. His face paled under his freckles. "Remus, Sirius, you should see this." He threw an apologetic look at Harry when he made to object. "Let me show them first, Harry." Sirius got out of his seat and walked around to Bill, as did Remus. Sirius and Remus read the parchment over Bill's shoulder. "Enjoy your birthday, Harry. It will be your last." His blood ran cold, and his wand was out immediately, as was Remus's. He motioned for Bill to turn it over, and they checked the back of the parchment. "The Boy Who Lived. The Burrow. Cliff." Sirius froze. They hadn't included Harry's unofficial and unwanted title in the mail ward reset, but evidently magic recognized it if a letter had gotten through. Bugger. Bill swore. Sirius looked at Remus and knew their decision was made in complete agreement. "I'm sorry, but this is a threat, and we're moving everyone to Black Manor now," Sirius said, scanning the far tree line in the sky. "Anyone underage grab onto Harry. Penelope, Minerva, you go with them. Harry, use your ring to portkey and get everyone to safety now. We'll be right behind you." Harry's eyes were wide with fear and apprehension, but he did as Sirius asked as his friends crowded around him. "But Molly," protested, as the kids and Minerva disappeared. Arthur glanced at the note Bill continued to hold, and blanched. "I'll raise the rest of the wards." He hurried inside. Remus had already sent a Patronus message off to the Auras by the time Tonks asked to see the note. Andy cleared her throat. "Molly, why don't we box everything up so we can take it to the manor?" Sirius was grateful to his cousin as she managed Molly through the work and into the house to deal with the rest of the food and Harry's presents. Ted followed along with his wife after Tonks refused to leave on the basis that she was an aura in training. Remus nudged Sirius. "Take the others to the manor and reassure Harry. We've got this. Bill and I can deal with the auras." Sirius grabbed a plate and turned it into a portkey. He stepped into the burrow and headed for Molly, who had just finished packing. "This is just terrible," Molly wailed. "Who would do such a thing? And on his birthday?" "I don't know. But when I find out they're not going to be fully attached to their limbs for very long—" Sirius growled. Molly's eyes met his, and for once it seemed that they agreed fully with each other. Sirius offered her the plate. "It's a portkey to the manor. Andy, Ted?" They hurried over, carrying a box each. A second later the whirl of the portkey deposited them in the reception-room of Black Manor. Penelope hurried in. "The kids are in the summer room with Minerva." Sirius nodded. "Thanks. Get Creature to set up the remains of the meal in the dining-room, please. Molly, if you would come with me, Andy and Ted, we may have to calm the kids down." Molly nodded. "What are you intending to tell the children?" "The truth," Sirius said bluntly. "It's too much for them." Molly immediately argued. "Molly, they already know," Ted said firmly. "Sirius, telling them a pack of lies to try and cover up what happened will not help matters. You can't tell me that it's right that a 13-year-old boy finds out that someone wants him dead," Molly said furiously. "He's 14, Sirius corrected tersely, "and Harry is already very aware that there are people in this world who are out there and ready to do him harm. He knows Peter's still at large, for one thing." Molly bristled. Andy moved forward and placed a comforting hand on her arm. "Molly, Sirius is right. Harry's situation isn't the same as another boy his age. Harry is too famous in our world, and the boy who lived is a target. His last 3 years at Hogwarts have already shown him that. To deny that there's a problem will only make him chafe against the protective restrictions I'm sure Sirius is about to place on Harry for the rest of the summer. If he understands the issue, he is likely to take better care not to sneak out or leave his guards behind." For a long moment Molly seemed to struggle with Andy's point of view, but she suddenly subsided, nodding unhappily. Sirius bicked back words of anger and sarcasm that she was finally allowing him to do what he wanted with his son. He whirled away and headed for the summer room. Minerva had them all sitting down on the floor in a circle, but they got up hurriedly as Sirius entered, Molly, Andy and Ted trailing in his wake. "Where's Dad?" Ron demanded. "And my brothers?" Fred and George nodded anxiously. They stayed behind to help guard the burrow until the auras turned up. Sirius informed him briskly. He held up a hand. "Before you ask any more questions, let me explain." They all gathered in front of him quietly, Minerva bringing up the rear. The letter that was sent made a rather nasty, if implicit, threat towards Harry, and, "No, Hermione, you don't need to know exactly what it said," Sirius said gravely, motioning for Hermione to put her arm down. "Obviously we have to take it seriously, especially as it was obliquely addressed to Harry, but specified the burrow. So it was from somebody who knew Harry would be there today," Hermione surmised. "Exactly," Sirius said. "Now, while it is more than likely today's note was a warning spell across a shield rather than notice of an imminent attack, better to be safe than sorry, which is why we've moved venues. This place, while not being as cheery or as welcoming as the burrow, is a veritable fortress, and nobody need worry about being safe here." Susan raised a hand, and Sirius nodded for her to speak. "Have the auras been called?" "Yes, and the rest of our missing party stayed behind to speak with them," Sirius said. "In the meantime, I think we should get on and celebrate Harry's birthday and show whoever it was who sent that note that they can't spoil our fun. What do you all say?" A round of cheers, even if some of them were a little muted, agreed with him. Molly attempted a smile. "The food is out in the dining-room, so why don't you all go finish up your meal?" Ron led the way, and the others followed at a more subdued rate, Molly, Ted, and Andy chivying them along. Harry lagged behind. "What did it say?" he demanded when the rest of the party were out of the room. Sirius sighed, debating inwardly about whether Harry needed to know the exact message. "Do you really want to know?" "Yes," said Harry. "I should know. It was addressed to me." "Bill shouldn't have read it first. I acknowledge that someone else reading your mail is an invasion, but it was warranted in this case," Sirius shot back. "And what use is knowing the exact words of the threat going to be to you, hmm?" Harry glared at him, but eventually his shoulders slumped as he forced himself to think past his immediate want to know. Was it bad?" "Bad enough that I need a hug." Sirius opened his arms, and Harry moved into the hug quickly. The feel of Harry alive eased his own worry greatly. "It's not as though we weren't aware before that you're a target, so it makes no real difference. But it is a bit scary, and we're going to have to talk about security later." "Okay." Harry hugged him back. "It's going to be okay, Harry," Sirius promised gruffly. He pressed a kiss to the top of Harry's head. "Come on, let's go and celebrate your birthday." Harry eased away from him without letting go and nodded. Sirius kept his arm around him, and they both turned to the door and froze at the sight of Molly. She had the grace to look embarrassed and pointed behind her. "We missed you, and, well, I see you're on your way, so—" She hurried away. Sirius exchanged an amused look with Harry. They followed her into the dining-room, and Harry let Molly usher him into another seat by Ginny. Sirius rolled his eyes at him as he took the seat on the other side of Harry, rather than his usual place at the top of the table. By the time the cake was on the table, everyone else from the burrow had arrived along with Amelia, who briefly confirmed everything was fine and the burrow was secure. Eventually, the party wound down and the guests dispersed. A group remained behind and gathered in Sirius's study. Sirius sat beside Harry on one sofa. Minerva sat in a chair, Bill perched on the desk, while Remus and Amelia sat on the sofa opposite. Creature had popped in with drinks, but they'd all eschewed food stuffed from the spread Molly had cooked. "What did the investigation turn up?" asked Sirius, sipping at his pumpkin juice. "Well, firstly, the Aurors did a full sweep of the burrow and the land beyond. No sign that anyone was poised to attack," Amelia assured them. "It looks like it was a warning, but not a direct one. Dad's got all the wards up anyway, and we're talking about putting it under Fidelius," Bill added. "But as the target is Harry," he shrugged. "Which leads us on to how someone knew Harry was going to be at the burrow." Amelia set her tea aside. "Unfortunately, it only takes one slip of the tongue or one overheard conversation from a parent or a guest for someone to have known. I'm not certain it's worth tracking down who might have let it slip to others, and what those others might have let slip to more people. The fact is that we might never know who was overheard or who told the wrong person," Remus said. Just a brief conversation with Arthur and Percy had them admitting that they'd both told their direct colleagues. Percy had informed Barty Crouch in an update to him, and Arthur had mentioned they were having a party for Harry to his assistant Perkins. He motioned at Sirius. "And we can't throw stones either. We mentioned the party in front of Lawrence, Caro, and Bertie earlier, and such information probably isn't covered by the confidentiality vow they took for their treasure team duties." Sirius's anger mutated to chagrin. Remus was right. They had all been sloppy. Add to that the fact that the burrow isn't under Fidelius, which may have prevented the location being known even if someone spoke of the party. Amelia shrugged. "Most of Arthur's colleagues have visited the burrow at one time or another. Most of the Wizengamot knows where the burrow is, since many families live in the area. It's not a secure location." "My mum didn't really give Sirius and Harry a choice," Bill commented before Sirius could retort. "I've stayed there before, and nobody's sent me a threat," Harry pointed out with impeccable logic. "True," Amelia allowed, "but unfortunately the political atmosphere is tense, and with the dark mark strengthening. Someone decided to make a move." Minerva surmised with a frown. "Possibly," Amelia sighed. "My best guess is that the note was sent by a Death Eater as a way to curry favor with his master. Maybe as a response to the mark darkening and twinging recently. Upset the birthday of the boy who lived, create a bit of fear." "But," prompted Sirius, "we checked in with the Rack Squad and none of the tagged Death Eaters sent the owl," Remus reported. "We do know of one Death Eater who isn't tagged," Sirius said. "Dumbledore's spy. Dumbledore had flat out refused to have Severus tagged, even to give him cover." Remus's eyebrows shot up. "Severus may not like Harry, but I don't see him sending a threatening note. It's not his style." "I agree with Remus," Minerva said. "I can't see him doing something so petty." "He takes points off me for breathing," Harry replied dryly. "I think he could be petty enough to want to spoil my birthday, especially the first one I'm spending with Sirius." Bill cleared his throat. "Maybe it's his way of warning us that his Death Eater chums are getting frisky without being overt. He would have sent word through Albus," Remus argued. "I just don't see Severus as a viable suspect." Sirius sniffed. He definitely saw Snivelus as a viable suspect. "We should get Albus to check, though," Amelia said. "We did do some checks on the parchment, but all we found was a faint trace of house elf magic. Snape would have access to one at Hogwarts. The house elf thing would also seemingly rule out Pettigrew and Riddle," Bill said. "Not necessarily," Sirius said. "They could be staying with someone with a house elf. Our surveillance hasn't uncovered any sign of any Death Eater actually being in contact with either," Amelia argued. "So either they're staying with someone we don't know and haven't got tagged, or they bought a house elf, or it wasn't them." Sirius went through the various options. "Peter wouldn't have sent something like this," Remus commented. "I'm not sure we know Wormtail all that well enough to make a judgment," Sirius replied snappishly. "He did pull the wool over our eyes for years." "It is like Tom to send something like that," Harry said, silencing the room very effectively. Sirius swallowed his pumpkin juice and wished it was fire whiskey. "Couldn't someone have used their house elf to send the letter even if you did tag them?" Harry asked, breaking the quiet. "That's true too," Amelia said. "We can't tag the house elves. The magic won't stick to them." "So we really don't have any idea who sent it," Sirius concluded. "No," Amelia admitted with embarrassment. "All we can do officially is advise you to be on your guard and take sensible precautions." "Well, thanks for trying to find out anyway." Harry sighed and turned to Sirius. "Can we go home?" Sirius nodded. Like Harry said, "Thank you, Amelia." He stood up with Harry. "I'll see you at home," Remus said. "Happy birthday, Harry." Bill said as a good-bye, and Minerva echoed it with a small smile. "Thanks, everyone." Harry smiled tiredly, and Sirius ushered him out and to the flue. They had just stepped out of the flow when Harry hugged him unexpectedly. "Thank you, Padfoot. This was still my best birthday ever," Harry said. Sirius tightened his hold, too choked up to speak. Finally Harry broke away and made for the stairs. Sirius watched him go and swiped at his damp eyes, furious at the Dursleys and Dumbledore all over again that a birthday that included a hunt for a Horcrux and a death threat could possibly be seen to be Harry's best ever. Oh, oh, oh. Did you really receive a death threat on your birthday? Harry was glad he hadn't taken a sip of his drink, or he might have choked. "Really, Jeremy?" Susan snapped. "That's what you're leading with?" The 5th year, Ravenclaw and heir to the ancient and noble house of Branstone, sighed. "Our parents and or guardians have stuffed us into this room to get to know Potter better because of the new alliance. I assumed that meant we were allowed to ask questions, Bones." Harry sneaked a look around the rest of the room. 16 heirs of varying ages, from 12 to 20, and 5 related siblings of a similar age. The large conservatory of Longbottom Manor just about held the space for them all, and the tea-table set out with drinks and cookies. He tried to bear up under the collective weight of so many eyes. He was Lord Potter, heir to the House of Black, he reminded himself. He had a duty to get to know everyone, and at least he knew Neville, Susan, and Hannah, who had all grouped around him protectively. He glanced at Bill, another heir in attendance that he knew, but Bill was there in service to the House of Potter as a guard for Harry, and the House of Weasley wasn't formally part of the old Potter alliance. "It's okay, Susan," Harry smiled at her gratefully. "Though I don't mind answering." Neville shifted beside him. "So long as people remember that you don't have to answer anything you don't want to. None of us do." Jeremy nodded. "Fair enough. Robert Ogden, a Hufflepuff, had been entering his final year at Hogwarts that September, and Tiberius, his grandson, motioned at him. So, death threat? Yes or no? Yes. There was an implied death threat on my birthday, as the prophet reported, Harry said. No, I don't know what it said exactly. Sirius wouldn't tell me. You don't seem that freaked out. Alicia Doge said quietly. She was the oldest, a grand-niece of Elpheus and his only living relative. I'm a target, Harry said bluntly. Thanks to this. He lifted his fringe and revealed his scar. Are the rumours true about you killing Quirrell? Asked Terry Stebbins, 18, newly graduated, and a chaser for the Brighton Broomflyers. Harry had been hoping to talk to him about Quidditch. 12-year-old Connor Sapworthy dropped his glass. Terry. Albert Marchbanks, 19, and related to Griselda in a fourth cousin, twice removed kind of way that made Harry's head hurt, dealt with the mess while Marcus Belby poured Connor another drink. Michael Corner cleared his throat. It's a valid question. I mean, we're supposed to be following the House of Potter, and we need to know if, I killed someone? Asked Harry dryly. Yes, Michael said. Well, we already know he killed someone. He killed you know. Who? Pointed out Lydia Ingleby, smiling at Harry sweetly while her twin brother, the heir, made a gagging gesture behind her. They were both a year behind Harry at Hogwarts, and he's a hero. If he killed Quirrell, it's because he was a dark wizard. Quirrell? Robert snorted. He couldn't find his own arse without stuttering. Connor dropped his glass again. Bill walked over and spelled the glass impermeable. He cast a look at Harry that asked if he needed help, but Harry shook his head a touch to decline. As much as he wanted to tell Michael and Terry to shove it, they had a point. And he had to get used to dealing with these types of questions. He'd already had variants of them at the dinners with the heads of their houses, although Sirius usually ran interference. Quirrell was possessed. That's what killed him, according to the headmaster, Harry said simply. My friends and I just stopped, possessed in being able to steal something from the school. It was still very brave of you to go after him. Lydia said, and was she actually fluttering her eyelashes at him? Actually, my friends and I thought it was Snape, Harry admitted sheepishly. Terry grinned and raised his glass to him. Balls of steel, then. Not many of us would have faced him down. I'm sure after you. No. Who? Snape is nothing, Lydia said. Harry shot Neville a save-me look, but it was Susan who stepped in. I'm sure Harry doesn't want to dwell, Susan said sharply enough that Harry was reminded of her aunt. Do you remember that night when you offed you-know-who? Asked Michael. Harry felt the horror and revulsion of having to even think about that night arrow through him again, but before he could respond, Corner! Bill's hard voice resounded across the room. That's enough. Exactly. Neville glared at Michael. You wouldn't ask me if I remember the night my parents were tortured, so why would you ask Harry that? Michael went bright red and he muttered an apology, but Robert scowled at Bill. We're supposed to be getting to know him, Weasley. Getting to know him, yes, Obden, Bill said with the same hardness to his tone that warned the boy not to push him. Satisfying your prurient curiosity about certain events in his life, no. He pointed his wand at Harry. For instance, nobody's asked him about what he fancies doing as a career, or what his favourite subject is, or what his views on the Quidditch League are. The group turned in a mostly chastised mass back to Harry, who shot Bill a look of thanks. And there was I thinking we'd gotten rid of the Harry Guards, Terry said in a loud whisper. Guards? Asked Harry, confused. Ron and Hermione. Neville supplied. Susan nodded. They're very protective over you. Although, Neville said, glaring at Michael again, if that's the type of crap questions you have to put up, who can blame them? I said, sorry, Michael retorted huffily. I guess they are quite protective of me. Harry acknowledged, thinking of his two friends. The first few months at Hogwarts, everybody kept staring at me, and in second year there was the whole thing about me being a parcel-mouth. Yeah, sorry about that. Susan exchanged an embarrassed look with Hannah. I think parcel-tongue sounds sexy, Lydia said, inching closer. Harry tried to shake the feeling of being trapped. It all sounds like English to me. "Really?" Michael asked. "That's fascinating. I read a book that theorized that Parseltongue couldn't be taught because it was a magical interpretative charm that Salazar keyed to his blood that automatically changed the hissing into speech. It sounds like the book might be right." "But wouldn't that make Harry the heir of Slytherin?" Hannah argued. "And didn't we establish he wasn't?" "Tom Riddle is the heir of Slytherin," Harry said firmly, "otherwise known as Voldemort." Many in the room flinched. "We think when he attacked me there was a magical transference because of this," Harry explained, once again lifting his fringe and revealing the faint scar. "I wish I could talk to snakes," Connor piped up. "We have a garden snake that lives under the apple tree. The first snake I talked to was a boa constrictor at a zoo." Harry told him, grateful for Connor's intervention. He was very bored at just being stared at all day. "Did he say anything else?" asked Connor, his brown eyes shining with curiosity. "Well, he thanked me for freeing him, although I didn't really mean to," Harry said with a small laugh. "My cousin pushed me, and I accidentally magicked the glass away from the snake's enclosure." There were quite a few chuckles in the room. "How was it growing up with muggles?" Robert asked, toying with his empty glass. Harry tensed again at the question, but forced himself into giving a shrug. "Okay. I prefer living with Sirius." "I guess it gives you a unique insight, doesn't it?" Alicia said, thinking out loud. "You're the head of a powerful, ancient and noble house who effectively knows what it's like to be a muggle born in the wizarding world." "I guess," Harry said doubtfully. "Okay," Albert said. "Now it's getting interesting. What are your thoughts on being muggle born in wizarding society?" Harry glanced at Neville, who gave him an encouraging look, one that said he'd back Harry up. This was the kind of thing they'd debated in Sirius's politics lessons. He took a deep breath. "I think it's harder than it needs to be." He waved a hand to stop anyone interrupting. "My relatives were afraid of magic, so they didn't tell me what my accidents were, and I thought I was a freak." He blushed hard, but ignored the heat on his cheeks to continue. "Now, my relatives knew it was magic, but didn't tell me because they were scared. The parents of normal muggle-borns probably don't know, though, so there's no way of reassuring their kids." "You think we should get involved earlier, then, as soon as accidental magic is detected?" Albert questioned. "Won't that endanger the statute of secrecy more?" argued Robert. "I would say it would protect it more," Neville chipped in confidently. "If we provide early assistance, we provide reassurance and can help the parents ensure other instances are kept to a minimum. And we can help prepare them for entering the wizarding world better." Harry warmed up to his argument. "I was really overwhelmed when I was told, so I didn't know what to ask, and everything was very confusing." Muggle-borns get the introduction booklet, don't they?" Robert said dismissively. "That should be enough." "The booklet isn't very good," Hannah spoke up. "I'm a half-blood because Mum's muggle-born and she showed me her copy. It's an outline of the government set-up, the directions to Diagon Alley and St. Mungo's, and then mostly about Hogwarts. But then it's just the classes and a brief history." "Is that all?" "That's appalling," Michael said. "There should be a proper book. We and Hermione were thinking primary schools for wizarding children," Harry said, pointing at himself and Neville. It had been the idea they'd come up with during their last politics session. Albert smirked. "I see it didn't take long for the houses of Potter and Longbottom to regain their former closeness." "We stand together as always," Neville said simply. "And besides, Neville and I godbrothers," Harry added defensively. "We're practically family." "I like the idea of a wizarding primary school," Hannah said. "My mum made me go to a muggle one, and it was great." "If we had a wizarding one, I think that would be marvellous. Maybe one day Abbott, Granger, Longbottom and Potter will be to primary education what Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor and Slytherin are to secondary," Alicia teased. Harry smiled back at her. "I can think of worse things to do with my life." "What do you fancy doing as a career?" Terry asked, butting into the conversation. Harry darted a look at Terry. "I haven't really decided, but I was thinking Quidditch player or broom racer." "Oh, you'd be brilliant," Terry said immediately. "I don't know if I'm that good," Harry said modestly. "You're the youngest Seeker in a century," Jeremy pointed out. And you're undefeated. Well, apart from that match against Diggory, but that wasn't your fault. You're likely to get tryouts by 7th year if you continue. I think that would be a marvellous career. You look smashing in your Quidditch gear, Lydia exclaimed, flicking her long blonde hair over her shoulder. Susan sent her a dirty look. Harry could do a lot more good staying in politics or becoming an aura. "Is that what you want to do, Susan?" Harry asked quickly, taking the opportunity presented to throw off attention from himself. "I was thinking law," Susan replied. Harry's questioning gaze went to Hannah, who blushed. "Healer, probably." Robert shifted as Harry looked at him. "I'll be taking over Ogden's. Fire whiskey doesn't make itself." "I was thinking of the ministry. I'd like to get into the Dom as a researcher," Jeremy said. "I'm a meaty witch at St. Mungo's," Alicia supplied. Everyone else chimed in, and the range of careers and ambitions was impressive, and gave Harry food for thought about his own future. Lydia had waited until last. "I'm going to be a wife and mother." Her brother dropped his head into his hands. "Well, that's a valid choice," Alicia said kindly. "Motherhood is a wonderful thing." She glanced at Harry and winked at him. "Are you going to be arranged, Harry?" Harry avoided Lydia's stare and shook his head at Alicia. "Sirius said my mum would come back and hex him. He's giving everyone the freedom to choose for themselves." "Well, so that's why Parkinson's arrangement with Malfoy was dissolved?" Michael asked. "You know she's furious." "She probably sent the death threat," joked Jeremy. Harry smiled. He wished it had been Pansy, but he suspected it was Tom. "So you're not arranged to the Granger girl, then?" asked Lydia bluntly, "because you've been seen everywhere with her this summer." Harry frowned at the slight to Hermione. "She's with me because she's my best friend, and she's under the sponsorship of the House of Black. My dad said Lord Black announced it at the July session." Terry said it was a repayment of a life debt. There was a hint of a question, and Harry nodded. "She helped me save Sirius from the Dementors at Hogwarts." "So she got sponsorship," sniffed Lydia. "That's our plan, B," Neville said. "If we don't get a wizarding primary school system, then more families sponsoring Muggleborns would be the way to go." Harry smiled his thanks at Neville for turning the conversation back to the Muggleborn discussion. "Does it really make that much of a difference?" Michael asked, genuine interest colouring his words. Harry nodded. "Hermione's parents said that they didn't know what to ask when Professor McGonagall turned up. They're very happy since Andy has been sponsoring Hermione because they have someone they can talk to and who will help them understand things. My gran is thinking of sponsoring a Muggleborn now." "If all the houses did it," Neville said. "Yes, but sponsorship is a serious business," Albert remarked. "There is a commitment involved. Not every house is as well placed to offer sanctuary and protection as the houses of Black, Potter, and Longbottom." "Maybe not," Neville countered. "But we could time-limit the sponsorship to the school years, or even simply their introductory year." "I think it's a good idea," Hannah said. "I might ask Dad to look into it." "Mum would go for it for sure." "I agree," Jeremy said. "I think it's a splendid idea." "Count me in," Alicia said enthusiastically. "Speaking of life debts," Michael threw a look towards Bill, "is there another one to be announced?" Harry looked at Bill, seeking his permission. Bill cleared his throat. "You're right, Corner. I'm sworn to serve the House of Potter to repay the life debt between Harry and my sister." "So that story of you saving Ginny Weasley in the Chamber of Secrets is true?" Jeremy whistled. "She's my best mate's sister," Harry said quickly. "I'm sure any of you would have done the same." "I think it was terribly heroic," Lydia said on cue. Harry smiled tightly. "When you think about it, we all owe you a life debt." Michael said idly, waving his cookie in the air, "You know for offing. You know who." Connor fumbled his glass, but kept hold of it. Harry offered him a smile, and Connor grinned back at him triumphantly. "He's right." Jeremy said, "I don't think life debts work that way," Harry said diplomatically, "and we think both my mum and my dad helped me." "It doesn't change the main principle, though, does it?" Albert questioned thoughtfully. "We all owe the House of Potter. It sacrificed its head, its lady, and almost its entire line to keep us safe." He frowned. Harry squirmed uncomfortably. "But isn't that why we're in the alliance?" asked Robert. "We're in the alliance because they think he's coming back, according to my mum," Connor said with honest naivety. Harry's heart just about sank, and he examined the shocked expressions on most of the heirs' faces. Neville looked determined. He knew most of it straight from Harry. And Albert, Susan, Hannah, and Alicia weren't wearing looks of surprise. "Is that true?" demanded Robert. Susan shook her head. "No, we would all be in the alliance anyway, according to my father. I overheard him telling Hannah's dad that they're all a bit bemused by how they let the alliance slip just because the House of Potter was, out of action," Alicia suggested quietly. "So you know? Who isn't dead?" asked Jeremy, leaning forward intently. All eyes turned to Harry. Harry glanced at Bill again for direction. The eldest Weasley gave another encouraging nod. "The night he attacked my parents and I," Harry said haltingly, deciding that if he and the group around him were going to work together, he needed to be honest. But he knew Sirius wouldn't be pleased if he told them everything. He did die, kind of. He lost his body anyway. But he's done some magic to keep his spirit around like a wraith. We think Pettigrew is helping him get a new body." "So the death threat was from him?" Jeremy asked, shocked. Connor looked terrified. Harry sighed. "Maybe, or maybe from one of his followers. It doesn't matter." "That's very brave of you," cooed Lydia. "It's not brave," Harry said immediately. "It's just, I've faced him a few times now, and—" "How? When?" The voices all merged until Neville yelled for people to be quiet. Harry looked at his friend in shock. Who knew Neville could be that assertive? Thanks, Neville." Neville nodded briskly. "Look," Harry said, turning his attention back to the crowd. Voldemort was a half-blood called Tom Marvolo Riddle, the son of a witch and a muggle. He was an orphan, and he was picked on by others in the muggle orphanage where he lived, so he started to use his magic to protect himself. He went to Hogwarts back when Dippet was headmaster, and Tom became the head boy. All Tom wanted was power. Harry couldn't see himself, so he couldn't see how his green eyes gleamed with determination, his face shining with passion. A natural charisma to lead unfurling as the others listened to him spill the secrets of the most feared Dark Lord of the wizarding world. He knew the power was held by the pure-blood families, so he gathered followers who espoused a pure-blood agenda, and his hatred of muggles helped him say the right things and talk the same language, so they believed him. And soon he had a group of very powerful friends. But Tom wanted more power, so he took himself off, and when he came back he'd reinvented himself as Lord Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin. And hardly anyone remembered Tom Riddle, and those that did were sworn to secrecy. Harry continued. "Why doesn't everyone know this?" asked Jeremy. "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "Anyway, my point is that Tom isn't any different to any of us. He was a student once, he had friends. He just got power-hungry. And turned into a very powerful Dark Lord," Robert pointed out. "It was said that even Dumbledore wasn't able to beat him." "I've beaten him," Harry pointed out. "I beat him when I was a baby. And yes, my mum and dad helped, but he was still driven out of his body. I beat him when he possessed Quirrell," Harry continued, ignoring the sudden looks of understanding, "and he tried killing me 3 times that year, 4 if you count the troll he let into the school. I beat him when he reopened the chamber, took Ginny and turned his basilisk on me. And all that time part of my power was bound." He gestured. "I've been lucky," he admitted, "but I don't want you to think he's unbeatable, because that's not true. I mean, if Voldemort turned up right now and we all stuck together, we could beat him or at least drive him off." "Even me?" asked Connor, wide-eyed. "All of us," Harry said again firmly. "Well, that's the point of the alliance, isn't it?" Jeremy said suddenly. "We all stick together and don't let him win." "But that's politics," Robert argued, "which is half the battle," Albert pointed out. "If we hold the power in the Ministry and the Wizengamot, he loses ground. If he turns up with a body, we're still going to have to fight him, though, aren't we?" Robert pointed out. "Maybe we will," Susan allowed, "but Harry's right. If everyone stuck together, we could drive him off." "And we have Harry," Lydia added. Harry blushed. "Are you that powerful?" asked Robert bluntly. "I mean, joking about basilisks and Quirrell and rumours aside." Harry debated for a moment and sighed. "If I show you something, you can't tell anyone, okay?" Everyone nodded. Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the empty space beside him. "Expecto Patronum." Prongs clattered out of his wand and onto the tiles of the conservatory. He was solid again, although Harry had tried dialling back his power. There were exclamations of wonder and awe. Connor snuck up to the stag and patted him gently. "Merlin, he's solid," Alicia said as she reached over and touched Prongs. "This is incredible." Prongs snorted. "Why do you need us if you're this powerful?" asked Robert, his eyes glued to the stag, which turned to give him a dirty look. He wasn't the only one. Neville glared at him. "You'd leave an ally alone on the battlefield with an enemy? If Harry has to fight, you know." "Voldemort! I will stand beside him." "As will I," declared Susan. A round of agreements filled the air as Harry gave the command for Prongs to depart. "Hopefully none of us will have to fight Tom," Harry said loudly. "Sirius and your parents and guardians are doing everything they can so we don't have to, so it doesn't end up in all-out war like last time." He worried his lip a little before he charged on with his words. "But thank you for your support, all of you. It means a lot." It was a tad overwhelming, and he didn't really want them to fight alongside him. In truth, he'd rather they stayed safe. There was a semi-awkward silence. Harry cleared his throat as he realized it was probably up to him to smooth things over. "So, who's going to the Quidditch World Cup final?" Terry shot him a grateful look and raised his hand. "Me." The conversation turned to other things, and by the time Sirius came to collect Harry, they were fiercely debating Witch's rights to inherit Wizengamot seats, and Alicia was half a phrase away from hexing Robert, much to Harry's amusement. Sirius yawned, but his day wasn't over. If he had thought things were hectic before his first Wizengamot session, it had snowballed with the advent of the second. Who knew politics could be so tiring? He was beginning to get a whole new appreciation for his grandfather's swan-like competence. Now he understood just how much paddling went on under the surface. Their politics were completely at odds, but in hindsight Sirius had to admire the man's work ethic. It also begged the question of why his grandfather had ever gone into exile after the defeat of Voldemort, and removed himself from politics. He shook his head and focused on writing up his notes on the afternoon tea they'd attended with the Potter Alliance that afternoon, including the comments Harry had made about his meeting with the heirs. He glanced out of the window of his study in Griffin House, and watched as Bill threw golf balls, putting Harry through his paces on his broom. Coming up with the idea of putting Bill into the service of the House of Potter had been one of his better ones, Sirius mused with satisfaction. Not only was Bill good at what he did, but he was turning into a big brother for Harry in much the same way Frank Longbottom had been for James, although the age difference was much greater. Bill was a good role model, smart but fun. Sirius checked his watch and called for Dobby, asking him to bring Harry in to shower and change before dinner, and to request Bill come to the study. He watched amused as the excitable elf popped into the garden and issued orders to his great and wonderful Harry Potter. The debate on house elves in the politics lesson had been hilarious, with Hermione claiming it was slavery, until Harry and Neville convinced her to talk with Creature and Dobby, where she discovered a house elf's magic was dependent and tied to the magic of its master. A powerful master equaled a magically powerful elf. Dobby had admitted that while he considered himself a free elf, magic considered him Harry's, and as soon as Harry had rescued him from nasty former Master Malfoy, Dobby had received an enormous boost to his own magic. Hermione had been left to contemplate how she could untie the magic so elves could be free. Her finishing comment had reminded Sirius of Lily when she had had the same argument with James. A knock on the door startled him out of his memories, and he called for Bill to enter. Pronglet on his way up the stairs. checked Sirius. "Yeah, looking forward to telling Hermione everything about today, by the sound of it," Bill said with a grin. Sirius waved him into a chair and turned to face him. "I know you were present when Harry and I debriefed earlier, but you didn't say much, and I would like to get your thoughts about this afternoon." Bill nodded slowly in understanding. His recap of where everybody stood on various issues was spot on. He has a sharp ear. He hears what they don't say and what they do. Sirius nodded in reply. He'd been proud of Harry's report. He's a natural leader, but he doesn't know it yet," Bill said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. "He has a charisma when he starts talking." He paused, his blue eyes meeting Sirius's with a gravity Sirius hadn't seen before. He talked to them about Voldemort, told them about Tom Riddle, and they were captivated. He handled their fears and reassured them that the unbeatable monster they'd all heard about wasn't unbeatable, but was human. He told them outright that if they all stuck together they could drive him away, and they believed him. He paused again. I believed him. I swear if Riddle had walked in at that moment, Harry would have had an army of heirs beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "That's good," Sirius murmured, stunned. He'd known Harry had the potential to be a fantastic leader. It showed in how he helped Neville, corralled Hermione, and even subtly influenced Ron. But to hear such a resounding report of just how much Harry had risen to the occasion at his first real leadership challenge. "Neville's a good second," Bill continued. "He supported Harry very well." "They've become good friends," Sirius commented, pleased. "They make a good team," Bill confirmed. "More than that, when they shared their ideas, you could see the others sit up and take notice. I don't know if they worked it out beforehand or it was natural, but Neville led some of that too, which is good for Neville's confidence." "Did they ask anything?" Sirius floundered on how to phrase the question of whether the Alliance kids had hurt Harry. "They asked, but Neville and Susan stepped in pretty sharpish when it was too personal, and I may have directed them to be polite." Bill reassured him. "Thank you," Sirius said. "I got the feeling that he'd started some good friendships today, more than anything," Bill added, shrugging a little. He grinned suddenly. "You may get a dinner invitation for an introduction from the Inglebys. Young Lydia is quite taken with him." "Really?" Sirius's lips twitched. "How bad was it?" "About as bad as Ginny, although entirely opposite in manifestation," Bill said promptly with a smirk. "Gin still can't speak around him, but Lydia can, and is actively flirting with him." "And Harry?" Sirius asked, amused, and noted with concern how Bill's humour faded. Bill changed position slightly, and he was obviously debating how best to phrase his response. "Harry was deeply uncomfortable, and I'm not sure all of it was because he hates people crushing on the boy who lived," he said finally. Has anyone spoken to him about girls, boys?" He waved a hand in a vague gesture that Sirius understood all too well. Had anyone spoken to Harry about sex, dating, about generally interacting in a romantic fashion with someone else? Bugger, thought Sirius, and then, half hysterically thought, the swear word was probably the least appropriate one he could have used. "I take it that's a no?" asked Bill, his voice rich again with amusement. "I've teased him a couple of times about girls. So has Remus," Sirius admitted with a sigh. "But I know I haven't sat down and given him the usual wizard's talk, and Remus would have told me if it had come up, arisen as a subject in his conversations with Harry." Bill smirked at the innuendo that Sirius had unwittingly said, and watched as Sirius dropped his head into his hands. "I'm going to have to give him the talk, aren't I?" Sirius sighed. Even if Vernon Dursley had talked to Harry, which was very unlikely, it had probably been limited to "don't get anyone pregnant." "I know my dad gave it to each of my brothers when they turned 13, Bill said briskly. "I was supposed to be 16, but I was caught in a broom cupboard when I was 14. So Dad came up one Hogsmeade weekend and did it then. After that I think my dad thought it best to be safe and told the others early." Sirius wondered whether he could prevail upon Arthur to give Harry the talk, and discarded the thought. It was Sirius's duty, he would have to do it. Bugger. he repeated quietly. Bill snorted. "To be honest, I don't think you're too late with Harry. He's like a stunned hippogriff when he has a girl paying him attention, and while he sometimes looks at girls, he's quick to look away again, so I doubt he's had any practical experience." "And boys?" asked Sirius delicately, not wanting to jump to conclusions about Harry's sexuality. "I haven't spotted him looking, but he does have boys interested in him. Con, our hero, worships him, which I doubt is serious given his age. But Jeremy was very interested, if much less obvious than Lydia, probably because he's older." Which was a different kind of problem, Sirius considered worriedly. It was bad enough that kids his own age and below crushed on Harry, but older girls and boys who might take advantage, especially if Harry was as innocent as Bill made out, very worrying. Sirius sighed heavily. "Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'm not sure that your thank you is sincere," Bill teased. "You'd be right," Sirius replied, smiling for the first time since Bill had raised the topic. "Anything else you noticed which isn't likely to send me to an early grave?" "Nope," Bill replied. "Just they seem like a good bunch." When they started debating various things, you could see that they were passionate about helping others and changing the world for the better. He blushed, which surprised Sirius. It was inspiring. "I was, He fidgeted a little before raising his gaze. "I was kind of disappointed to be a guard rather than part of it." Sirius settled back in his chair. He had suspected Bill might feel that way. Bill was an heir in a house which was in alliance itself with the House of Potter. Under different circumstances, the House of Weasley would have been part of the formal Wizengamot alliance. "It's weird," Bill continued when Sirius remained silent, "because I've never considered that being an heir could mean making a difference before now. I mean, you know, it was Great-Granddad who lost the seat." Sirius nodded. "Well, our Gramps was very anti-establishment because of that. Hated any mention of us being an ancient and noble house. Dad only did the rituals and knows the traditions and etiquette because Grandma insisted. Same with me. But until this year, it hasn't mattered much." Bill confided, "Neither Dad nor I have ever put any emphasis on house stuff because apart from the main premise of living honorably, it didn't seem important." "Because nobody acknowledged your status as an ancient and noble house," Sirius stated. Bill nodded. "And here comes Harry with an alliance of friendship and the life debt and—" He sighed and rubbed his chin again. "And I guess both Dad and I have had our eyes opened to the possibility of what could be if we worked properly to re-establish the House of Weasley." "Your Dad still insistent on not standing for the open seat?" Sirius asked bluntly. "Yes, and I agree with him," Bill said firmly. "We need to have proven ourselves worthy of more than simply being an ancient and noble house to take a formal seat again." "You want to earn your place?" Sirius surmised. Bill nodded again. "Although today I wished we'd already earned it. Which is bizarre, because it's always been Percy who has wanted politics and the career in the ministry, and all I've ever wanted to be is a curse-breaker. Part of it is the magic, you know," Sirius offered as some comfort. "The family magic of your house accepted you, and it is probably encouraging you to take a wider view now you've started to use it again." He hesitated for a moment and forged on. "My grandfather did the air ritual with me when I was 8. Bill's eyebrows shot up. "He didn't want my father to have access to the family magic any longer," Sirius explained with a dismissive hand gesture. "Why, I don't know or can't remember. But I remember the ritual was done in secret and then announced at dinner, and my parents were furious, and it was probably only because my grandfather forbade my getting punished for it that I wasn't whipped or hexed half to death." He looked out of the window, not wanting to see Bill's reaction to what he had revealed about his childhood. After that, I could always feel the black magic pushing me. Sometimes I think I rebelled so badly against my parents because, instinctively, the magic knew their direction wasn't good for the house and pushed me in the opposite one, although I probably took it to an extreme all on my own by sorting into Gryffindor. "I think I'm disturbed by the idea that something could be influencing me like that," Bill said, sitting back and crossing his arms. "It's your family magic. It's a part of you," Sirius pointed out. "It's very unlikely that it would encourage you down a path if you truly didn't want it." Bill frowned. A lot of the origin stories about family magic indicate that it was given as a gift so that the ancient and noble houses could protect the wizarding world. It's likely all our magic responds encouragingly when we take steps explicitly to that end, Sirius said. But if you truly wanted to devote your life to curse-breaking, which in its own way helps to protect others, I don't think it would up and abandon you. He took a breath. But if today gave you a taste of what you could be a part of when your house is ready to fully take its place again, and you were attracted to that, I guess the question is, what do you want to do? That is the question, isn't it? Bill mused out loud. Think on it, Sirius said. I'd be happy to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Bill murmured. Sirius searched his expression. You're worried about something else? Seeing Harry with his political peers, Bill sighed heavily. I'm concerned about where Ron fits into the picture in the future. Ah, a big brother's concern, and a well-warranted one in Sirius's opinion, as Ron hadn't shown any interest in Harry's new political skills and experiences, and had shown flashes of jealousy instead. I think much of that will depend on Ron, Sirius answered truthfully. Harry's very attached to him, and he won't abandon Ron. I get the impression that he'll always consider Ron his best friend, so long as Ron considers Harry his. Whether your brother is mature and secure enough to accept that truth in amongst recognizing that a great deal else in Harry's life has changed, though, Bill nodded. Ron is a good kid, but I just worry that he's going to feel left out. Harry's invited him to all his lessons and excursions. I believe he asked him to change to runes. Sirius pointed out a little defensive at Bill's words. I'm not sure what else Harry would have to do to make Ron feel included. Neither do I, Bill admitted, but maybe I should talk to Ron, if you think it's a good idea. Sirius agreed. His friendship is very important to Harry. A sharp rap on the door stopped Bill from replying openly, and Sirius accepted Bill's mouthed thanks as Remus entered, looking tired and worn. Sirius's eyebrows went up in concern, since his friend had spent the day at the Dom helping with the cursed ring. "Are you okay?" "Peachy," Remus muttered, waving a hello at Bill and slumping into the chair beside his own desk. Dobby popped in with some tea for him, and Remus drank it gratefully. "It didn't go well, then?" asked Sirius impatiently. Remus shook his head, the faint hint of silver strands catching the last of the afternoon sun streaming through the window. "We've managed to establish that we think the compulsion and the curse are Parseltongue in origin, and therefore we'll need Parseltongue to break them." Bill grimaced. "Bollocks." "Yes, that sums it up well." Remus caught the worry on Sirius's face and shook his head. Harry would need to learn how to break the original Latin curses before he could attempt to break these. "So we throw the thing in the furnace and be done with it," Sirius said. Remus sighed. "Lawrence thinks the stone that's set into the ring is important somehow, although he wouldn't say how, and we think the stone is clean of the Horcrux. Bertie's going to give him some time to work on it and see if he can't unseat the stone from the ring without giving in to the curses. If Lawrence thinks it's important, it probably is. He's incredibly knowledgeable," Bill said. "Caro and I can work on Godric's Hollow in the meantime." Sirius pulled a face, but nodded. "Fair enough." Bill stood up. "If you don't need me for anything else—" "Have a good night, Bill," Sirius said, confirming it was okay for Bill to leave. Remus called out his own farewell, and they watched Bill leave the room, closing the door silently behind him. "How did your day go?" Remus asked, taking a sip of his tea. "Good," Sirius said succinctly. "At least until Bill pointed out that Harry probably needs the little wizard's talk." Remus choked. "That would have been my reaction if I'd been drinking a liquid at the time," Sirius said, wagging a finger at him as Remus coughed and spluttered to regain his breath. "Bugger," Remus said, and then coloured as though realizing as Sirius had how inappropriate the word was in connection with the topic they were discussing. "That was my reaction," Sirius said lightly. "I think Harry knows," Remus said questioningly. "At least the basics." "The strict biology of men, women, and babies, maybe," Sirius allowed with a wave. "But beyond that—" "Well," Remus said, gathering his composure. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," Sirius said, glaring at him since Remus had lobbed the whole thing at him with his use of the you rather than we. "I'm not an expert." "How did your father tell you?" asked Remus. Sirius shifted in his chair, not wanting to discuss it. "Let's just say I won't be doing the same thing with Harry. His father had taken him to a brothel in Paris the Christmas after his 14th birthday, handed him over to the madam for the week-end, with the instruction that Sirius be taught everything he needed to know. He would die before Harry would experience the horror and terror Sirius had felt during the first awful minutes before the madam priking. Evie had realized he wasn't there by choice, to get practical experience, and bundled him into her private quarters and fed him a calming draught. Remus stared at him as though gathering some of what Sirius wouldn't say out loud. "My dad was crap at it," he said, thankfully letting go of Sirius's past. "I was 17 and hardly a virgin when he sat me down to explain everything, and then it was the most pathetically short explanation ever. I learned more from you and James." Their eyes snapped to each other. "James," Sirius said with glee. "The summer before our 5th year. Do you remember?" Charles had given him the talk as soon as he gotten home. Remus nodded. "When we went to visit, James sat us all down and repeated what his dad had told him." Sirius crowed. "This is perfect. I can put the memory in a pensieve for Harry. OK, the rat will be there, but he didn't say very much, and it'll be like James giving Harry the talk. Well, you probably should check it for veracity and accuracy first, and you'll probably have to deal with any secondary questions," Remus pointed out before he broke into a grin. "But, yes, it's a splendid idea, Sirius." Sirius was about to agree when he glanced at the clock. "Crap! We're going to be late. We both need to get changed into Muggle clothes and get to the Grangers. Harry's probably at the Floo, wondering where we are." Remus followed him sedately as Sirius leaped from his chair and hurried towards the door. "Do you think we should ask Augusta about Neville?" "What about Neville?" asked Sirius distractedly. "Well, what are the odds Augusta's given Neville the talk?" asked Remus slyly. Sirius came to a sudden halt, and Remus bumped into him. Sirius looked over his shoulder with wide, horrified eyes. "Bugger." "Oh? Oh, oh, oh." August 4th, 1994. If the Ministry had buzzed with anticipation ahead of the July Wizengamot session, the run-up to the August session was twice as bad. Rumours abounded that the Potter Alliance was back, that the House of Black had started to sway the neutrals, that the Pureblood Alliance was on the verge of crumbling. Augusta Longbottom was aware of the rumours, and made sure to stoke the fire at every opportunity. A long, dormant part of her had awakened with Sirius Black's ascent to his lordship, a political animal she had half forgotten in the wake of her grief and pain. Nobody fully understood how devastated Augusta had been left after the attack on her son and daughter-in-law. She had been a relatively new widow. Gerald had died just after Frank's marriage. It had been a blow to Augusta, who had loved him all her life. They'd tried for another child after Frank, but their beautiful daughter had been stillborn, and Augusta had never had the courage to try again. She had thrown herself into the role of the Lady Longbottom. Gerald had appreciated her political acumen and understanding, her sharp wit and intelligence. She hadn't been a Ravenclaw for no reason. Many of the policies and agendas Gerald had presented to the Wizengamot had been drafted by her hand, and she had also thrown herself into motherhood, showering Frank with her attention and love. She had, in all honesty, probably spoiled him, but he had been everything she could ever wish for in a son. Handsome, charming, smart as a whip, with an athletic build that had the girls swooning as soon as he had started dating. Nobody was ever going to be good enough for Frank, but Alice's quiet charm and easy manner had convinced her of the girl's sincerity, and Merlin knew Frank had loved her. Augusta wanted to say she hadn't been a dragon of a mother-in-law, but it would be a lie. At least, Alice had never held it against her. Neville's birth had been a joy. Augusta had fallen in love with him as soon as Alice had placed him within her arms. He had been such a happy baby, so loved by Frank, who adored his firstborn with the wide-eyed wonder of a new father. She could remember Frank playing with Neville, holding him to feed him when Alice went back to work, much to Augusta's disapproval, and singing him a lullaby, just as Augusta had done for him. There was no doubt in her mind that Frank would have spoiled Neville as much as she had spoiled him, if not for Alice's common sense. And there had been a dream back then of lots of grandchildren. Frank had wanted to name Neville after his father, but Augusta had asked him not to. Gerald had hated his name, but Alice had suggested for a second son that they might name him Charles Gerald, after both his grandfathers. Augusta had dreamed again of a pretty baby girl to spoil silly. Her dreams had been crushed by the Lestranges and Bartemius Crouch Jr. in one horrific night. Learning about the prophecy had been hard enough. Not that she had believed in that twaddle, but Alice had taken it quite seriously, and Frank had supported her when they'd gone into hiding. Augusta had been left alone with an empty mansion, not even knowing where they'd gone. The night the Potters had died had been wonderful and terrible for Augusta. Wonderful, in that it meant that the prophecy was about the Potter boy and not about Neville, that her family could come out of hiding and she would have her dreams still. Terrible that she had thought such a thing when two wonderful people had lost their lives. James and Lily had been a lovely couple. Frank had always been close to James, the joke about being James's godbrother taken quite seriously because of the alliance between the houses. His and Alice's decision to fight for custody of Harry Potter in the wake of their deaths hadn't surprised Augusta one bit, and she had fully supported their decision. Maybe some of it had been to assuage her guilt. Not Neville, thank Merlin, not Neville, but the idea that the heir to the Potter house would be brought up by Muggles. They should never have come out of hiding. She could still remember the awful night. Apparating home from a dinner with friends to find the mansion filled with Aurors, Frank and Alice surrounded by healers, and Neville screaming terribly, fear in her belly that she would lose her family, that Frank and Alice would die like James and Lily, and the guilty remorse that maybe she had brought it upon them by being thankful it had been James who Voldemort had gone after, and not her Frank. And then there had been the awful reality of brain damage, of a traumatized baby that had gone from that terrible screaming to simply not crying at all, and days and weeks of trips to healers, and in the background always Neville slowly growing up, but so different to Frank, and therefore such a disappointment that he should be Frank's legacy. But now it was as though the events of the summer had lifted the fog of grief from her mind and her heart. She could think clearly again. She could see clearly again, and what she saw first was Neville, her beautiful, sweet grandson. Augusta was so ashamed of herself. Had she really been such a harridan as to berate the boy for his lack of magical skill and prowess? To tell him constantly that he should be more like his father? Oh, she had hexed Gerald's Uncle Algy up one side and down the other when he dropped Neville out of a window, but she had been secretly pleased to see the boy do accidental magic. What must Neville think of her? She had resolved to turn over a new leaf. She had immediately offered him the opportunity to assume his heir ring. She complimented Neville for small things, praised his gardening skill, admired him on his letter-writing and behaviour during the various dinners and events they attended, encouraged him in building a friendship with Harry Potter. When Sirius had approached her about the wand, Augusta had blushed in shame. How could she have forgotten that a wand chose the wizard? Neville's improvement came in leaps and bounds. He arrived back from his lessons with Harry full of tales of his accomplishments. He was gaining confidence every day, and she was so proud of him. There was a way to go, of course. She had seen how Neville had used Harry as a way of diverting attention from himself at his birthday, although she had been very happy to see how Harry, who hated his fame, had sacrificed himself so Neville could enjoy his birthday. It spoke well of the young Lord Potter. But overall she was thrilled with the strong-minded and quietly observant young wizard that was emerging from the cowed child she had raised. She knew she had Sirius and Remus, his steward, to thank for a lot of it too. Remus had quietly advised her to change her financial manager after she had let him look at the books to choose a suitable learning example for Neville's estate management lesson. Since then, Remus had taken to dropping by weekly to discuss Neville's progress and talk over the business opportunities between the House of Potter and the House of Longbottom. Between his advice, their discussions, and the restitution Sirius had given her, Augusta was beginning to see a change in their fortunes. She quietly acknowledged to herself that she had let things slip in her grief, but it was no excuse. It had all led Augusta into fervently working hard on Sirius's and Harry's behalf to rebuild the old alliance, and to wonder why she hadn't done so before. The other families had expressed similar rueful comments. Why had they needed the return of the House of Potter to re-establish their old ties? Sirius himself was a boon. As much as he might not have wanted to acknowledge it, he had all of his grandfather's political finesse and ruthlessness. He knew just what carrot and what stick to use. And he was teaching Harry. She could see how Harry was changing under Sirius's tutelage in his dealings with other houses. He would never have Sirius's deft touch. He was too impatient and blunt in his own manner for that. But Harry would make a formidable Lord Potter in time, if he lived long enough to fully take on the mantle. Voldemort's imminent return was the other driving force behind Augusta's revival. She would be damned if she let the bastard destroy her family again. She had all but lost Frank and Alice. She would not lose Neville or Harry. The news of the death threat on his birthday had made her blood boil. She directed Neville to the seat next to Remus on the family tier of the Wizengamot, pleased to see that many of the other heirs in the Potter alliance were already seated. The heirs would take part in the pledge the houses were undertaking with each other. The afternoon tea Augusta had hosted the day before had begun the process of the heirs getting to know each other, the adults leaving them alone to become better acquainted with Harry, as they would be supporting each other for a long time. She had been pleasantly surprised that all the heirs had stayed behind to socialize when Harry himself had departed with Sirius. She hid her smile as she took her seat. The session time was almost upon them when Sirius walked in with Harry, properly dressed in formal robes with the crests of Potter and Black on his breast. Harry's hair had been tamed as much as possible, Andromeda's training told in his carriage and his bearing, although Augusta could see he was pale and a bit nervous. And Sirius stood beside him, a hand on his shoulder, looking more dangerous than ever in his black duelling robes, though they were embossed with the Huz crests and leather trousers. He'd dressed not for the Wizengamot, but for guard duty, and it told in every graceful movement he made. Augusta was pleased as she took in everybody else's reaction, the Wizengamot falling silent. Dumbledore hurried forward, and Augusta settled herself to get a better view. This was going to be amusing, she thought, delighted. "Sirius!" Dumbledore's eyes darted to Harry and back. "Do you think it wise, after recent events, for Harry to attend?" "Thank you for your concern, Chief Warlock, but this is an important day for the House of Potter, and we won't be scared away by a cowardly note from someone hiding behind a house elf," Sirius said loudly. "If you'll excuse us." She smiled at the manner in which Sirius dismissed Dumbledore's concerns, and Dumbledore so completely, while also slyly insulting the sender of the note. Her eyes caught on Lady Cavendish fanning herself, and Augusta rolled her eyes. Sirius was a handsome devil, and his devotion to Harry seemed to have increased his sex appeal among the witches of their society. She wondered how he and Harry were going to respond to the matchmaking that was bound to happen. Sirius walked Harry up the stairs and directed him towards the Potter seat. "Sirius," Dumbledore called, "I'm afraid Harry can't sit there yet." "Actually he can, Chief Warlock," Tiberius Obden said, before Augusta could leap to her feet. Article 15 of the Inheritance Law, passed in 1754, allows that any lord not of age can sit in on the Wizengamot in his seat with the permission of his regent. "He's right, Chief Warlock." Dullard agreed. "Very well," Dumbledore conceded with a fleeting look around the watching Wizengamot. Harry sat down in the Potter seat with an expression of awed solemnity. Sirius smiled at him warmly. "Comfy?" Harry grinned back at him, relaxing somewhat with Sirius's irreverence. Sirius straightened, his wand in his hand before anyone could blink, and he tapped his lordship ring. Familius Magicus. Gold and silver family magic swirled into being either side of Harry, and there was a murmur that swept the chamber. Most people in the public gallery and in half of the Wizengamot houses had probably never seen family magic at work, Augusta thought, amused. That Sirius had called two family magics simultaneously had shocked even those who had. Sirius waited until the gold griffin and the silver snake formed and stood as sentries either side of the Potter seat. He raised his voice. "Guard! Kill anyone who attacks him!" The totems looked suitably menacing. The snake turned and hissed at Harry, who hissed back, and a shiver ran down Augusta's back. Merlin! She would never get used to that. "What did he say this time?" asked Sirius, ignoring someone's shriek at the sight of the boy who lived speaking parcel tongue. He was checking whether you just meant physical attacks. Harry replied. There was an innocent expression on Harry's face, but Augusta coughed to hide her laugh as she realized immediately it was a set-up to point out to the entire Wizengamot that Sirius hadn't limited the order. Sirius smiled, but he didn't correct the order, and Augusta realized that they'd just put everyone on notice. The death threat hadn't been a physical attack. Clearly any attack against Harry wouldn't be tolerated. "Don't gossip too much with the snake," Sirius instructed. Harry nodded as the snake totem slithered up the chair and curled up in his lap. The griffin lay down and placed his head on Harry's feet. It was an impressive show of magical strength for both of them, Augusta considered as Sirius walked back down the stairs to cross the floor to his own seat. That Sirius had called the ancient family magic of two houses to protect Harry proved Lord Black's power, and the fact that the totems were so comfortable with Harry proved his. She looked around and saw grim realization on the faces of Selwyn and Wilkes, consideration on green grasses. Nora Zerbini just looked as though she wanted to eat Sirius up with a spoon. "Sirius," Dumbledore tried to waylay him on the floor, "I don't think it's appropriate, Chief Warlock." Not stood. The use of family magic to protect an underage lord is perfectly acceptable. "I simply object to the kill order," Dumbledore protested. Griselda Marchbanks leaped up. "If the family magic kills to protect the lad from an attack, then the assailant bloody well deserves it. Lord Black has made it amply clear to everyone in this chamber what the consequences will be." "Lady Marchbanks," Dullard began. "Yes, my language is appalling, I know, but you cannot instruct the Chief Warlock to call people by their title for the life of you," Griselda growled. Sirius paused on the steps. "The magic is under my control, Chief Warlock. I assure you it won't kill without reason." Cornelius stood up. "Frankly, I don't see the problem, Chief Warlock. We should move on." The ancient and noble houses rose as Sirius completed his journey, including Harry, who quickly picked up the snake as though it was a living creature, and whispered an apology at disturbing the griffin. The minor houses of the Potter Alliance followed along with the House of Malfoy. Lucius wasn't an idiot, Augusta thought derisively. They all sat together as one again when Sirius took his seat. Augusta could see Harry's pride beam out in a wide smile at the respect given to Sirius. She could also see Sirius's realization that, unlike the welcome to the club's acknowledgment of the previous session, this one acknowledged Sirius as the leader of the ancient and noble houses regardless of alliances, and that the houses in the pure-blood side had followed the light and the neutrals. Augusta smiled. Oh, it was going to be an interesting session. She settled in as Dumbledore called for the doors to be sealed and the session to open. Dullard announced the first order of business, the open seat. He listed the nominees and asked them to the floor for their election speeches. Arthur Weasley went first, as he had a ministry seat already and was thus more highly ranked. "I thank Lord Doge for the nomination, but I'm afraid I have to withdraw. It has only been through Lord Black's encouragement that I have in recent times once again picked up the mantle of being the head of an ancient and noble house. It was he who pointed out to me that there was more to being an ancient and noble house than the trappings. There is honor and oath, loyalty and friendship. I do not believe that the time is right for the House of Weasley to formally resume its place here. We have much to prove and rebuild as a house if we are to return as an equal, and I feel I must give my all to the ministry seat to which I have been appointed. I thank those who have expressed support for me, but encourage them to look to another candidate. Thank you. Thank you. It was a shame, Augusta thought dryly, because that speech just showed how honourable Arthur was, and out of all the candidates she would have preferred him. But he was right. The House of Weasley needed to rebuild properly if it was going to retake its place. It wasn't a question of money so much as influence. Arthur's new role would help with that. His adult sons had good careers, and the family had good links with the House of Potter. It was a start, but it was unlikely that the House of Weasley would come back to the Wizengamot while Arthur was its head. Dullard cleared his throat. "Mr. Amos Diggory." Diggory stood up. He had once been a handsome fellow, although his age had rubbed away the strong jawline and the muscular physique, had thinned the thatch of brown hair on his head. Amos rubbed his scrubby brown beard and gazed around the Wizengamot authoritatively. "Lords, ladies, members and citizens, I thank Lord Abbot for his nomination, and come to you as a willing candidate, one that has worked tirelessly for the betterment of our society, and one that wishes to do more still. I believe that our wizarding traditions are important, that we must always ensure our safety and security above all other considerations. Many of you know myself and my family. We are honest, honourable people. My record speaks for itself. Thank you." Augusta frowned. She liked Amos, but she found him a terrible braggart, and he was a bit too fond of his fire whisky for Augusta's liking. He also had no imagination in dealing with magical races. As Sirius had once said, sometimes wizards confused magical races and creatures, and Augusta believed Amos was one of those wizards. His record on werewolves was appalling. Mr. Marcus Yaxley. Yaxley stood up, an intimidating figure in his formal robes with his blond hair neatly tied back. "Members of the Wizengamot, I begin by thanking Lord Wilkes for my nomination. My agenda is simple. I want to make our society strong within and without. With every year that passes, wizards bend to the will of others. How many of our noble traditions are lost? How much of what has been eroded with the virile ideas of the Muggles? We need to remember our heritage and regain our strength and remove all elements that would challenge us on this." Well, there was a perfect example of a pure-blood agenda wrapped up in political speak, Augusta mused unhappily. She knew that Yaxley was an intelligent man, capable and sharp-witted, but she would never agree with his politics, not when it could so easily have been he who had attacked her son rather than the Lestranges. Finally, Mr. Gideon Barron. As the only non-ministry nominee, Barron was last. The old solicitor made a small bow to the chamber and cleared his throat. "Members of the Wizengamot, I give my thanks to Lord Zeller for his kind nomination of myself and my family. I believe that more now than ever we are standing on a precipice. We all want a strong wizarding society, safe from harm by any who would threaten us. We all want our children to thrive and become all that they can be. We all want a life free from darkness. What we don't all agree on is how we achieve these things. I believe that the choices we make now, how we take our society forward from this point, are key to our future. Tradition is important. Respecting our ways is important. Fear of the new is a good thing if it makes us assess the risks properly. But for too long we have hidden behind tradition to halt progress. We have eschewed the new in favor of the old, because we hold our fear too close. We no longer stride with bold courage, but hide in shadows. It is time for us to act like the leader this world needs it to be. I offer my services in this goal." Gideon had always been an impressive orator, and she could see that he was passionate and sincere. He would make a good addition. His judicial knowledge would be invaluable in the trials they watched over. His political acumen was second to none, and he would not be swayed by the likes of Lucius Malfoy and his cronies. There was a round of questioning for the three candidates who wanted to go forward. Augusta listened rather than ask a question of her own. And then a round of character references from those who had nominated. It was tedious, but it was protocol. They finally came to the vote. Nobody was surprised that the vote was close, but as Sirius was called third as Lord Black, and voted for Baron, the other candidates didn't stand a chance. Especially when Harry voted for the solicitor. A vote duly ratified, of course, by his regent. Baron was sworn in, and took his place as a new seat appeared. Dullard rose to declare the House notices, turned pale, and conceded the floor to the House of Black. Augusta's lips twitched because she knew what was coming. Sirius rose in a graceful move, his gaze automatically going to Harry across the floor before sliding to meet Augusta's gaze warmly. "I have only a few notices today. Firstly, I am pleased to announce a new alliance of mutual aid and support between the House of Black and the House of Longbottom. We now stand together." Augusta got to her feet as the chamber reacted with shocked whispers. "As Longbottom Regent, I confirm the new alliance between the houses, and echo that we now stand together." "The alliance is so recognized?" said Dumbledore, looking very surprised. It was, Augusta thought with relish as she retook her seat, a historic moment. While Sirius's friendship with the House of Potter had ensured that alliance, she knew everyone else believed no other house on the light side would willingly ally with the House of Black. She was proud to have taken the first step. "My second announcement is to record the death of Bellatrix Black, a former daughter of the House of Black, on July the 20th, Sirius announced gravely. Augusta's heart beat in fierce gladness again at the bitch's death, and she was barely aware of Dumbledore's sad face as he made the recognition. The insane witch might have hung on longer than expected, but her body, unprotected by its magic, had given in eventually to the harshness of Azkaban. Sirius had approached Augusta for permission to allow Andromeda and Narcissa to bury their sister properly. Despite the disownment that had formed part of the restitution, Augusta had agreed. Knowing that the request was more about enabling the sisters to grieve than showing any respect for Bellatrix as a Black. According to Sirius, the sisters had interred the ashes in the Malfoy mausoleum with a simple, plain marker. "My final notice for the House of Black today is to announce a detente agreement between the House of Black and the House of Nott." Sirius bowed his head slightly to the house in question. "We will not take up wands." Nott rose from his chair. "As head of the House of Nott, I confirm the détente and echo that we will not take up wands." A murmur of confusion bubbled up. Augusta wasn't surprised. The détente agreement was a very old one, and rarely used between the houses. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Forgive me, Silius Benjamin. I believe many of us here haven't heard of such an agreement between the houses before. Could you explain?" "We've agreed not to kill each other," Sirius said baldly. The uproar was immediate. The House of Nott had just declared neutrality in any conflict involving the House of Black. If Voldemort came back, Nott would not follow him. Augusta hid her grin. Sirius had forewarned her but to see it for herself. Only Malfoy looked as unsurprised as she, and she knew Sirius had sent him notice as a politeness because of the family connection. Although she wouldn't be altogether surprised if Lucius and Benjamin had cooked it up between them to test the waters, to see if Sirius would be willing to allow neutrality. "Well," Dumbledore said once he had regained control of the chamber, "the détente agreement is so recognized." Augusta listened idly as the notices moved on to the House of Flint, who announced its heir. Dullard rose again and looked weary. "The floor is ceded to Lord Potter and Lord Black as proxy for the House of Potter." Both Harry and Sirius stood. Augusta smiled encouragingly at Harry, who looked suddenly very nervous, pale in his blue formal wear, and a little fidgety like most 14-year-old boys. Sirius cleared his throat. "We have 2 notices today. The first is that the House of Potter has agreed that the House of Weasley owes it a life debt for Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, saving the life of Ginevra Molly Weasley. daughter of the House of Weasley by killing a basilisk in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts and destroying that which kept her captive. A startled hush fell over the Wizengamot. Augusta watched everyone's reactions keenly. "We are pleased to announce that William Arthur Weasley, heir to the House of Weasley, is sworn to the service of the House of Potter to undertake a task on its behalf as repayment of this life-debt," Sirius concluded. Dumbledore searched the tiers until he found Bill Weasley. "William Arthur Weasley, please stand." Bill stood in an outfit not dissimilar to Sirius's. He looked equally as dangerous and very handsome. Augusta watched amused as many of the young ladies smiled at the young man. "Do you confirm that you have sworn such service to the House of Potter?" asked Dumbledore. "I do confirm," Bill answered formally. "I am honored to be in the service of the House of Potter." "Then the notice of service is recognized." Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling madly. Bill sat down again. Sirius gave a nod to Harry. Harry looked nervously out at the Wizengamot before his frantic eyes sought and stayed with his adoptive father. He calmed down and took a breath. "The House of Potter is pleased to announce the reformation of its former political alliance with the ancient and noble houses of Abbot, Bones, Branstone, Doge, Longbottom, Ham." Augusta rose from her seat just as those called before her had done, and those called after would do. From the public tier the heirs made their way down to the floor. W., Marchbanks, Obden, Sapworthy, and with the houses of Ackley, Cornfoot, Belby, Corner, Eastchurch, Ingleby, Munslow, and Stebbins, and newly including the ancient and noble House of Black. Sirius looked around, and Augusta gave him a sharp nod of assurance to begin. "Who speaks for the houses?" Sirius asked, his tone compelling silence in the chamber as everyone realized the import of the announcement. "I, the Longbottom Regent, speak for the houses," Augusta said formally. "Who speaks for the heirs?" Sirius asked. Neville stepped forward from the gathered group of heirs in the centre of the floor. "I, the heir of the House of Longbottom, speak for the heirs." His voice shook, but his shoulders were back and his chin up. "Do the houses agree to follow the political will of the House of Potter from this day forth?" Sirius asked. "We do," Augusta replied. Magic stirred. They could all sense the tingle of it against their skin. This was important, vital, special. Sirius threw a look of concern towards his son, but continued. "Do the houses promise to support and aid the House of Potter in magic, in law, and in oath?" "We do," Augusta said. A rush of magic stirred her hair. She held firm, but she could see that it was beginning to unsettle many in the Wizengamot, Dumbledore included. "Do the houses promise to be loyal and faithful to the House of Potter above all other individual alliances and agreements?" "We do." Sirius nodded at Harry to take over. "I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir of the House of Black, accept your oath of allegiance and offer to you the protection and sanctuary of the House of Potter. My wand and my magic in your defence to lead you with fairness and honour. So have I sworn, so mote it be." His quiet voice was drowned out as the Griffin cried its approval. The ancient and noble houses within the alliance felt their magic stirring, and with a rush all of their house totems appeared beside them. The shock of it took Augusta's breath away as the bear of Longbottom stood on its hind legs and roared. Their family magics had responded to the call of the House of Potter. She remembered the blessing ritual, and looked worriedly to Sirius to find him with his eyes riveted on Harry. A quick glance around the chamber revealed most people were staring with open shock, although whether they realized it was Harry who had called the totems and not the heads of the houses. Sirius took a breath as though to steady himself. "And the heirs, do you agree to follow the political will of the House of Potter from this day forth?" Neville's voice was steady when he replied, and Augusta swelled with pride. "We do. Do the heirs promise to support and aid the House of Potter in magic, in law, and in oath?" "We do," Neville said. Do the heirs promise to be loyal and faithful to the House of Potter above all other individual alliances and agreements?" Sirius continued. Neville straightened his shoulders. "We do, and more." More? What did he mean, more? That wasn't in the script. Augusta looked at her grandson alarmed, as Neville went down on one knee, and the rest of the heirs followed him. She gasped, as did many around her. Neville raised his head and looked straight at Harry. "The heirs swear fealty to the House of Potter. Our magic is your magic. Our wands are your wands. Our lives are yours to command, in battle and in peacetime. We stand together with you." Augusta swallowed hard, torn between so much pride she could drown in it and fear, because her grandson, her beautiful, sweet grandson, had just pledged his life to Harry Potter, as had every other heir. They'd effectively given him an army, and every house in the Wizengamot knew it. She wondered exactly what had transpired at the afternoon tea. How had Harry inspired them to this? Everyone held their breath as attention turned to the stunned figure of the boy who lived, who threw a questioning look at Sirius, who, thanks probably to the blighted black upbringing, was the only one in the chamber maintaining his composure. Sirius nodded at him as a silent conversation of "What do I do?" and "Accept it, of course," took place without words across the expanse of the chamber. Harry straightened up. The totems beside him glowed brightly, and he suddenly looked like a wizard who could defeat a dark lord. His robes swirled around him, his eyes shone with passion and power, his chin came up defiantly. "I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir of the House of Black, accept your oath of allegiance and of fealty." He gazed down at the heirs. "I offer to you the protection and sanctuary of the House of Potter, my wand and my magic in your defense, to lead you with fairness and honor." He paused, gold and silver magic stirring his robes and his hair. "We stand together. So have I sworn, so mote it be." And the totems of the family magics voiced their approval in a cacophony of sound that cowed everyone else in the chamber before they disappeared. Augusta gathered her torn composure and gazed around the rest of the alliance. The other heads and regents were similarly breathless and shocked by their heirs. Their political opponents looked subtly taken aback, horrified, grim, or a mix of all three. The Potter alliance was back, and it was back with a vengeance. On the floor she saw Neville getting to his feet and grinning shyly up to Harry, who smiled back at him. Sirius caught her eye and gave her a relieved nod. He was probably thankful the spirit of Morgana hadn't turned up again, Augusta thought with a breathless laugh. Her amusement returned fully when she glanced across and saw Dumbledore and Cornelius looking spell-shocked. Croaker looked positively gleeful, while Bones was staring hard at her niece. It was left to Dullard to try and regain order, which seemed to finally break the chief warlock out of his trance so he could recognize the alliance. Everyone sat down. Neville cast a nervous look her way as he made his way back up the steps, and she smiled at him proudly. He beamed back at her. "No, Neville wasn't frank," Augusta mused, as Dumbledore called for a recess before they reviewed the legislative agenda. "But he was every bit as special, and she wasn't losing him." She had a feeling Harry would wipe the floor with Voldemort. But prophecy be damned, she'd kill the bastard herself before she let him hurt her Neville. Ron wasn't stupid. He knew his mum would kill him if she caught him and Ginny practicing Quidditch manoeuvres out alone in the field in the early hours of morning without adult supervision. But that's exactly what they were doing. He was practicing his keeper moves with old gloves that had once belonged to his Uncle Octavius, and Ginny was ducking and diving like a proper chaser. Ron's plan was simple. If Harry was going to drop divination, and maybe Ron didn't entirely blame him because Trelawney was a nightmare for predicting Harry's death, then Ron would join the Quidditch team so they could spend more time with each other. It was a good plan. Yes, he'd kind of been thinking about it anyway, because Oliver Wood had graduated, and so Gryffindor would need a keeper, and Ron had always wanted to play Quidditch for his house team. Keeper was a good position, solid and unfancy, but one that usually held the captaincy more often than not. Ron wasn't expecting that. He knew the others on the team would get first go since they'd been playing for longer than him, and he didn't see anyone denying Harry the badge once the current Chaser girls graduated. He ignored the twinge of envy and focused on his long-term goal. If he did well on the house team, he might wrangle a tryout with a professional team, and from there, one day he might become a Quidditch manager. It was his dream. His secret dream that he hadn't even spoken to Harry or anyone about it because, well, his mum would have a fit about him not going to the ministry. And Harry and he had never really talked about what they wanted to do after school. Ron was half scared if he told Harry. Harry would tell him how stupid Ron's dream was. Not that he thought Harry would, because Harry was Harry, but more because his even more secret dream was that Harry would be the seeker on the same Quidditch team, and that was far too girly for words. His plan wasn't as girly as Ginny's plan, thought Ron, banging the gloves together as he positioned his broom to counter Ginny's run at the hoop. Ginny's plan, or, as he had spotted her calling it on a piece of parchment with hearts and flowers drawn all around it. The Harry will be my boyfriend plan had 3 points, which reminded Ron far too much of Hermione's organized mind. First, become Harry's friend. Second, become a fantastic Quidditch player and have something in common with Harry which they both liked doing. And third, marry Harry and have his babies. Ron thought she was balmy. Personally. Ron didn't think Harry was all that interested in Ginny. He went into his "I'm very uncomfortable" mode whenever Ginny was around, but then she always went into her "I'm next to the boy who lived" mode, so Ron couldn't blame him. Which was a shame, because Ron had thought in a vague kind of way that one day, possibly way into the future, it would be okay with him if Harry married Ginny and became an official Weasley. Not that Harry would, because if it had been a faint possibility when he'd been the boy who lived, it was non-existent now. He was Lord Potter, and likely to end up with the most beautiful woman ever. Hence, Ginny was balmy. He was only helping her with her Quidditch because Ginny had caught Ron sneaking out the second day and had blackmailed him into it. And maybe it was useful to have an actual person throwing the quaffle at him rather than just performing the training drills. Ron wasn't all that bothered about girls himself, although he was beginning to get teased by his brothers about looking when they were out and about. And maybe he was looking. Because, yes, it hadn't escaped his attention that some girls were pretty and cute and had started to develop in interesting ways that certainly made his teenage hormones sit up and take notice. But looking was far different from doing the stuff Dean and Seamus had been talking about in the dorm the previous year. Kisses with tongues sounded very disgusting, and he really didn't think Amy Fairchild, the fifth-year Hufflepuff prefect, had done anything to Seamus in a broom cupboard, no matter what he claimed. But he knew fourth year was the year most people started dating, and he didn't want to be last. But he wasn't quite brave enough to think about approaching girls, and was fairly relieved that Harry seemed happy enough not to bother either. He blocked Ginny's run and threw her the quaffle back. She was, he considered generously, quite a decent flyer. He checked his watch. It was time for them to go back in. He signalled for Ginny to head down, but she shook her head, red hair flying like a banner behind her. He grimaced and flew over to her because if he yelled, their mum was sure to hear him. "What are you doing?" he hissed. "Mum'll be up soon." He knew he had it timed to the second when she got up. "We have at least another 5 minutes, Ron," Ginny said, gripping the old broom she was using tightly. "Come on, one more run." Ron checked his watch again, estimated how long it would take them to sneak back in. "They'd be cutting it fine," he sighed. One more run. He flew back to avoid her triumphant expression. He took up his position in front of the goals, imagining again Harry's surprise when Ron made the team. It was going to be... Ginny shot towards him and Ron focused. He could save the goal. He could save the goal. She raised the quaffle and threw it. It arched through the air. Ginny lost her balance and screamed, and tumbled down, 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 down. "Ginny!" Ron didn't care if his mum heard him as he dived frantically, pushing the old broom past its top speed, a twig snapping free. He wasn't going to make it. His heart pounded, wind rushing over him as he spurred the broom on. They were almost at the ground, but suddenly she was right there in front of him, and his arm went around her, catching her, yanking her falling body towards his own. The broom lurched and wobbled as Ron sought control, and lost it. They fell 6 foot onto the hard ground. Ron tried to keep hold of his sister, but couldn't, and he landed with a thump onto his side, his hip taking the worst of it. Ron tried to catch his breath, but his body was winded from the fall. He rolled over, trying to find his sister. Ginny was lying motionless beside him. His heart froze in panic. No, no, she was fine, she was fine, she was Ginny! Ron crawled over to her. And thank Merlin she moved. Ronald! His mum's voice screamed in the distance. Ginny! Footsteps pounded over the ground towards them. Ron! Ginny's face was wet with tears. It hurts. Ron paled, and his stomach roiled at the sight of her arm, bone sticking up through an angry gash. It's okay. He swallowed hard. It's okay. Just a break. Mum'll see you set right. And Charlie was suddenly there. Ron gave a sob of relief at the sight of his brother, who must have apparated to get to them so quickly. Rom, Charlie began urgently. Ginny! Ron motioned at her. Check! Ginny! Ginny was crying in earnest as Charlie hurriedly started casting spells to determine the damage. Ginny! Ronald! Oh, thank Merlin! His mum was there all of a sudden, nighty tangled around her legs. Her own wand weaved as she took over damage control. What were you thinking? You could have both been killed. Mum? Ginny burrowed into their mum's embrace as she knelt down in the dewy, wet grass to comfort her daughter. Hurts. His dad, Fred and George arrived, Percy bringing up the rear, having stopped for a dressing gown and slippers, unlike everyone else whose attire of pyjamas gave away that they'd run straight from their beds. Ron swiped at his face. Is she going to be okay? Molly shot him an angry look as she cradled Ginny closer. She needs a healer. Ron flushed under the weight of his mother's disapproval. She blamed him. So does Ron, Charlie stated briskly. I saw him from my bedroom window after hearing her scream. He fell a fair bit when he broke her fall. My diagnostic says he mostly bruised and he's sprained his shoulder. He broke her fall? Arthur asked sharply. He dived like a mad thing to get to her. Charlie explained, waving his hand at Ron. He caught her, almost had her, but lost control of his own broom. His parents' ire ebbed a little. Arthur, take Ginny. Charlie, help your brother, Molly ordered crisply. Percy, run back to the house and call Healer Primrose. Fred, George, we'll look for the brooms and the coffle. They took off before she could say anything else. Charlie helped Ron to his feet, and he was grateful for the support of his brother's strong hand under his skinned elbow. Ron's knees felt wobbly. He wondered if Harry had felt the same way after saving Ginny in the chamber. Straight up to the bathroom with Ronald, Charlie, Molly said as they reached the burrow. Get him cleaned up. Charlie urged Ron towards the stairs as their father placed Ginny down on the sofa, Molly hurrying into the kitchen for potions. Percy was still kneeling in front of the flow, explaining what had happened to Healer Primrose as Ron started up the stairs. Charlie pushed him toward the bathroom. Strip and shower in warm water. Your body will appreciate it later. Ron grimaced as Charlie made him keep the door open in case he fell. He struggled out of his practice gear, wincing when his shoulder complained. He hopped under the warm water and let himself cry a little more under the cover of the noise. He could hear bangs and calls from downstairs. He washed himself quickly, surprised at the sting of soap on cuts and grazes he hadn't noticed. His left hip and thigh, which had taken the brunt of the fall, were covered with a huge bruise, and twinges of pain spiked down his leg. He climbed tiredly out of the shower and wrapped his lower body in a towel. Charlie helped him into his room and sat down with him. She'll be okay, Ron. When she fell, Ron swiped at his eyes again. It happened so fast, Charlie. It does. Hubert Schelling fell off his broom in a practice session once in my 5th year. Keith Teller tried to catch him, but his broom wasn't fast enough. Madam Hooch was able to slow his descent. Charlie grimaced and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. He was still out for over a month with a fractured skull. Ron stood up and retrieved a clean pair of briefs from his underwear drawer, needing to do something. He realized his hands were shaking. "Here." Charlie ushered him under the duvet as soon as he had his underwear on. "You're in a fair amount of shock, Ron." He had just finished tucking Ron up when the healer bustled in with their father. Ron gave the old woman who had been their family healer for years an anxious look. "Ginny?" "Your sister's all sorted, young Ronald." "Healer," Primrose said sternly. She ran a quick diagnostic, opened her bag, and took out several vials. "Calming draught." She handed him a vial, and he drank it down with disgust. She waved her wand several times over his shoulder, which suddenly stopped hurting so much. "The swelling and the slight sprain have been fixed." She frowned and did the same movement over his hip. "You're very lucky you didn't break your pelvis, young man." He blanched at that thought, but the sedative was already turning his mind to slush. "Take this." He obediently swallowed the pain-relief potion. "Use this on the bruising." She handed him a jar of ointment and snapped her bag shut. "Well, I'm done." "Arthur." "Thank you, Dotty," Arthur said softly, looking tired, his thin red hair sticking up everywhere. "Charlie, can you see Healer Primrose out? Your mother's with Ginny." Charlie gave Ron a sympathetic smile and left with the old witch. Ron was alone with his dad. Ginny explained everything. "Arthur said how the two of you have been sneaking out to practice for the past month, how she lost her balance when she threw the quaffle, and how you saved her." Ron swallowed hard under the relentless blue glare of his father. "I'm very proud of what you did in saving your sister," Arthur continued, "but I am deeply disappointed that you both put yourselves at risk by sneaking out in such a way. You, in particular, Ronald, should have known better as the elder. We could have lost you both today." His father's voice broke on the last sentence, and he had to turn away to gather his composure. Ron's eyes burned with shame, and one lone tear trickled out and down his cheek. In many ways his father's disappointment cut deeper than his mother's anger. "The draught Healer Primrose gave you will mean you sleep off most of the shock. When you wake up you will remain in your room and think about your actions for the rest of today. Your brothers will check on you throughout the day and bring you your meals," Arthur said firmly. "Understood?" Ron nodded. "Harry's supposed to come over later," he said roughly. "I'll owl Sirius and cancel." His father made to leave. "Dad," Ron pressed his lips together, "is Mum, your mother has had a very big shock and is with your sister." Arthur said, not unkindly. "You need to give her some time to calm down, Ron." Ron swallowed around the hard lump in his throat and nodded again. "Go to sleep, son." It was as though the words were magic, because Ron felt his body give up and sleep overtake him. When he woke up, Charlie was there. He threw down the prophet and shepherded Ron through another round of ablutions, an application of the bruising ointment, and getting dressed in some comfortable clothes. Old pyjama bottoms and a softened Quidditch tunic that had originally been Charlie's and had Weasley stamped on the back. He reassured him Ginny was sleeping. It was Charlie who brought his lunch of 2 huge cheese sandwiches and a couple of apples, all accompanied by a glass of milk and more pain potion. He promised him that the twins had been nowhere near any of it. After lunch, though, Ron was left alone. He tried, in a desultory way, to tackle his homework, but he was too upset and his mind wouldn't settle on any of the essays. He threw himself back on his bed and had another cry, careful to keep quiet, so he wouldn't alert anyone to the fact that he was crying, while at the same time wanting to be discovered, so someone knew how badly he felt. The whole thing was Ginny's fault, Ron determined morosely. She had been the one that had insisted on flying with him. She had been the one that had lost her balance and fallen. It was her fault. He had saved her life. And he was injured. Why was he being punished? They should be thanking him. But the sense of self-righteousness dissipated with the memory of his sister lying so still on the ground. The afternoon sun travelled across his bedroom as Ron contemplated the horror of almost losing her. It would have devastated their family. Ginny, as the only girl, was special. Ron knew that she was valued for that alone as much as he resented it. He fell asleep again, uneasy with thoughts of what could have happened. It was Bill beside his bed when he woke again. Bill set his book down, and his eyes scoured over Ron with concern. "How are you feeling?" "Sore," Ron said honestly. "And stiff," his muscles protested as he sat up. "Want the loo?" Ron nodded and blushed as Bill walked him to the bathroom. His brother did refrain from entering, and Ron washed up, feeling a little better with his immediate needs taken care of. Bill walked him back and left him, returning with a tray of food for both of them. "Don't get too excited," Bill warned him. "Charlie cooked." The stew wasn't bad. The beef was a little tough, and the pepper was a tad on the heavy side, but the gravy was otherwise tasty, and it warmed Ron. "How's Ginny?" Ron asked, once his initial hunger was sated. "Out of it, which is to her benefit since Dotty gave her Skelly grow." He waved his fork. "She'll be fine by tomorrow." Ron nodded slowly and wished he could go see her, if only to remove the horrifying image of her lying on the ground from his head. "You want to talk about it?" offered Bill, licking his fork and tearing another piece of bread to dunk into the gravy. Ron shook his head and swallowed the mouthful he'd taken. "No, not really." "Sounds like it was pretty scary from what Charlie said he witnessed." Bill commented. "It was," Ron admitted. He scraped up the last of his stew and set the plate aside. Bill handed him dessert, a bowl of ice cream with some tinned peaches. Ron took it gratefully. He wasn't sure he would be allowed dessert, since sometimes his mum used withholding pudding as a punishment. "You know when Mum was pregnant with you," Bill began. "Uncle Fabian had brought round his and Uncle Gideon's old brooms for me and Charlie to learn on. Anyway, Dad was working a lot of hours. Uncle Fabian and Gideon were never around either, and Mum was, well, pregnant with you and dealing with Percy and the twins all the time. Everybody would promise next weekend, Bill, or I'll come home early tomorrow's, but then it never happened." Unwillingly, Ron found himself captivated by his brother's story. Bill and Charlie rarely told stories of their childhood, but there again Ron had never really asked either. "So there I was, feeling very sorry for myself that nobody was paying attention to me," Bill continued, "and Charlie was almost as desperate, so we snuck out after lunch one day while Mum was busy with the twins. Charlie gets on a broom, and he's immediately in the air looking like he was born on the thing." Just like Harry, Ron thought, the memory of Harry outclassing Draco to get Neville's rememberall raising a small smile. "I tried to do the sensible older brother thing and keep Charlie close to the ground, but he was off dipping and diving." Bill pushed his finished stew aside and reached for his own bowl of ice cream. Anyway, there was a sudden gust of wind and Charlie lost height for a sec, but somehow he managed to cling on and remained in control of the broom. But it was enough to unsettle me. I lost control, and I took a tumble. I didn't fall far, only about 8 feet or so, and landed in a bush. But it was enough to knock the wind out of me, give me a nice set of bruises and scratches, and somehow a twisted ankle. Usually Ron would be annoyed that he hadn't managed to do something unique, that his brothers had once again done something first. But Bill's story was comforting. A shared experience rather than a reminder that Ron was the youngest. Suddenly, Charlie's sympathy that morning made a lot more sense. Anyway, my fall scared the pants off Charlie, who screamed for Mum, and then, well, after Dotty came by and fixed me up, I was told to stay in my room and think about what I'd done. Bill made a circular gesture that took in all of Ron's room. I spent the time feeling rather sorry for myself in truth. Then Dad came home and gave me his disappointed look. You know the one? Gave it to me this morning. Ron agreed despondently, pushing his empty bowl away. And we talked about what could have happened and how it was important that there was always an adult watching or aware of when we flew, Bill said. And I had a good cry on Dad's shoulder. And then he smiled. And then he told me how he had snuck out with his little brother when they were 12 and 10, and done pretty much the same thing, only he'd ended up with a broken finger. Ron's mouth gaped open. "I'm fairly certain that Fred and George have sneaked out to fly," Bill went on. "They've probably just been lucky not to get injured." It was immensely comforting to know that he hadn't been the only one to make the same mistake, Ron considered with relief. "Ginny could have died," Ron said slowly, openly acknowledging the truth of it out loud for the first time. "She could have, But she didn't, and that's what you need to focus on," Bill said firmly. "That, and not doing something so stupid as to go flying without telling anyone again." Mum was furious. Ron said, his throat closing up, "She'll come round. She just needs to be with Ginny today," Bill assured him. "But she loves you too." And he knew that. Mum loved all of them fiercely. Sometimes he thought she loved them too much. "So why have you been sneaking out exactly?" asked Bill pointedly. "Charlie said it has been going on for weeks." "Oliver left," Ron explained, "and there's a keeper position open. Ginny," he stumbled over his sister's secret, "make Harry my boyfriend's clan, and opted for something less humiliating for her. She's thinking about Chaser eventually." "And that's all there is to it?" Bill pressed. Ron blushed under Bill's intent regard. "Well, I might have thought it was a way for me and Harry to spend more time together since he's dropping divination." He found himself confiding in Bill about his secret dream of Quidditch as a career for himself and Harry. "I know it's stupid," Ron mumbled. "It's not stupid. I think you'd make a great manager," Bill said, propping his feet in bright red socks up on Ron's bed. "And I think Harry would probably be Seeker for you because it would be you who asked." "You think—" Ron began, excitement beginning to creep past the guilt and shock of the day's events. "Of course, whether he would really want to play Seeker is a different matter," Bill said. Ron's mouth dropped open. "Why wouldn't he want to? He loves Quidditch." "Maybe he's certainly out on his broom any chance he gets, and he might have even mentioned Quidditch as a possible career the other day," allowed Bill, clasping his hands behind his head. "But have you actually asked Harry what he wants to do?" He shook his head. "How would you like it if Dad organized a job for you at the Ministry doing the administration for the Quidditch League?" Bill asked. "I mean, you love Quidditch, right? So you'd be happy with that job?" Ron slumped back against his pillows, seeing Bill's point. "But Harry loves Quidditch," he repeated anyway. His brother looked at him kindly, and Ron could see he was debating internally what to say. "Harry is a great kid," he said eventually, "but his Muggle family did a right number on him, Ron. Sirius and Remus are helping to build his confidence up, but I get the impression he's still fairly unused to stating explicitly what he wants and what he likes." Ron opened his mouth to argue before his brain caught up with him. "Harry is confident," he insisted. "He faced down all those traps and stood up to you-know-who when he was Quirrell. He took on a basilisk for Ginny. And he even told Remus and Sirius not to kill Pettigrew because his dad wouldn't want them to be murderers." Bill shifted, resuming a sitting position and leaning forward. "He's very brave, and believe me, I know I've seen his memories of some of those events. But there's a difference between standing up in the heat of the moment and taking charge, because there isn't really a choice type of confidence, and the being able to state clearly to someone you love and care about what you want type of confidence." There was some truth in Bill's words that touched Ron quite deeply. "You know he threw up twice the morning of the Wizengamot session, and didn't tell Sirius because he didn't want to let Sirius down," Bill said quietly. Ron didn't say anything because his head was suddenly filled with a picture of Harry the morning of his first Quidditch match, shaky and pale, and had he thrown up then too? Ron had been so excited that his friend got to play Quidditch. He hadn't really considered that Harry might not have wanted to play. Afterwards, Sirius found out anyway, Bill said, and he told Harry that he'd wished he'd said something because if Harry really didn't want to do it, Sirius would have organized things differently. Of course it's not that easy, because Harry does have responsibilities as Lord Potter, and he has to get used to having to do stuff he doesn't want to do sometimes. But Sirius is trying to instill in Harry that he shouldn't feel that he always has to do what others want and expect of him ahead of his own wants and needs." Ron tried to sort through Bill's words. He knew Harry had hated the idea of the Wizengamot session, but he'd done okay with it, hadn't he? The Prophet had been filled for the last few days with the story of how wonderful Harry had been. Ron had envied him the adulation. But had that been what Harry wanted? He had scowled when Ron had shown him the news articles when he'd come over for dinner the next day. "You haven't been reading those, have you?" Harry said, throwing himself down on the grass next to Ron. Hey, I'm not the one who made headlines, Ron argued, a hot rush of jealousy in his belly. Why didn't you tell me everyone was going to swear fealty to you? I would have come and done the same. Why would you want to swear fealty to me? And I didn't know they were going to do that. Why wouldn't I want to swear fealty to you? I'm your best mate, Ron retorted, slightly mollified that Harry hadn't kept things from him, because he knew Harry was keeping some things from him because he'd said Sirius wouldn't let him tell him everything. Exactly! Harry poked him in the arm. You're my best mate. He frowned at Ron. Look, who was at my side when I went after the Philosopher's Stone? Or went to fight a basilisk? Or when we faced down Pettigrew in the shack? You. And you didn't need any oath of fealty to be there either, did you? Oh, said Ron, getting that it was taken as read that he would fight beside Harry as his best friend, as Harry rolled his eyes at him. You know, I think the wizarding world has it backwards. An alliance of friendship is much more important than the others. I don't really know what all the alliances mean, Ron muttered. Well, our alliance is one of friendship, which from a Wizengamot perspective means that the other houses know you're our friends, and so may be more inclined to like or dislike you because of that. Harry explained. But to me it means that you're my friends, and if I needed you, I know you'd be there for me, and vice versa. Definitely vice versa, mate, Ron confirmed, trying not to blush like Harry was doing. So what about the others and the fealty thing? Well, alliances of mutual aid and support mean one house agrees with another. House's political agenda in the main, and if called upon, would provide political support, financial backing, that kind of thing. Harry pulled at the grass. That's the kind of alliance we have with Neville, and why his Gran is helping us so much with the political stuff. Okay, Ron nodded his understanding. The Potter Alliance thing, Hermione says. It's like a Muggle political party. Ron stared at Harry blankly. Right, Harry searched the sky for inspiration. Well, with a mutual aid and support alliance. The houses can agree to disagree on bits that conflict in their agendas. And generally it's bad form to call upon the mutual aid and support if you know that the house isn't in favour with that bit you're trying to push. The houses in the Potter Alliance have agreed that my agenda is the best overall, and they'll vote for my agenda even if it conflicts with their own. Ah, that's pretty cool, commented Ron. The fealty? Well, you have to have and be part of something like the Potter Alliance before a house can swear fealty anyway. But it means that if I can call upon the houses, or the heirs in this case, to provide me with military support, wands and magic to be used under my command in battle. Neville's Gran made him apologize to me for springing it on me, and I think most of the others have been grounded for doing something like that, without asking permission from their parents first. But like I said, Harry pushed his shoulder, if you're my friend, you're going to be there beside me anyway. Too right, mate. Ron agreed, feeling better about not swearing fealty. He was Harry's friend. He didn't need to swear fealty. Come on, Harry dragged him to his feet. You can beat me at chess. That always cheers you up. Let me ask you this, Ron, Bill said, quietly breaking into Ron's thoughts. Did anyone ask Harry if he wanted to play Quidditch? Ron cast his mind back. No, he said finally. I don't think they did. McGonagall saw him catching Neville's Remembrall after Malfoy threw it when we'd been ordered to stay on the ground. He thought she was marching him off to be expelled, but she took him to Oliver and told him she'd found him a seeker. And that doesn't sound like he was given much of a choice, Bill remarked. He waved at Ron. What about the pair of you? Who usually decides what you do when you're not in class? Ron's heart sank because, adventures aside, he knew Harry usually went along with whatever Ron or Hermione wanted, or came up with some compromise to keep the peace. It wasn't that he never expressed a preference, just rarely, and then it was usually something like going to Hagrid's for tea, which was obviously because he wanted to please Hagrid. Why wouldn't he say anything if he didn't want to do something I wanted? He said, miserably. Because I suspect he's been trained not to express his own wants too much by his Muggle relatives, and he probably doesn't want to lose your friendship. It means a lot to him. It means a lot to me, too, Ron said defensively. Seeing as you're planning on a career for the both of you, I can see that. Bill teased gently. "But it is possible to stay friends with someone and not do the same thing. Look at me and Kevin. He's off doing his thing at Unified Apothecaries with potion research, and I'm working as a curse breaker. And you haven't gone along to all of Harry's lessons this summer, and you're still friends, right?" "Yeah, but—" Ron sighed heavily. "That's just it. He's Lord Potter now, and he has all of these new lessons and new friends, and what would he want with me any more?" "Ah, Ron." His brother stood up and crossed the room and dragged Ron into a one-armed manly hug. Ron was grateful for the solid comfort, although his bruised body wasn't. Bill patted his back and sat back on the bed. "Do you think Harry's a bad friend?" "Of course not," Ron said. "Then why do you think he's going to dump you, just because he's made friends with some other people and has lessons to help him deal with his heritage and position?" Bill asked patiently. "He wouldn't. He's not like that," Ron allowed, reddening brightly. "I know that, and I know it makes no sense, but I just thought, I don't how to fit in with him now." "You don't know what it's like, Bill, because you were the first. I've never gotten anything new." He suddenly had a thought which pointed out the lie in the statement, and blushed again. "I mean, apart from the dress robes, I did say thanks, didn't I?" "You did." Bill reeked over and mussed his hair. "Anyway, Harry was the same, really. I mean, I know he had the money from his parents for school, but the Muggles were awful to him and never gave him anything nice. And it's not that I wanted him to stay with them." He trailed away, unable to put his thoughts into words. "He's got all these new clothes and a new house, and I'm happy for him, I am, but—" He shrugged unhappily. "I mean, Hermione's being sponsored by the House of Black, so even she'll fit in better than me." "Okay, that was a lot," Bill commented. "First things first. Harry's your friend. He's not about to dump you one way or another. He doesn't care about your clothes and your social position." "Agreed." "Agreed, sir," Ron said, something settling in his gut at Bill's confident assertion. "Now, I can understand wanting to fit in, and not wearing second-hand stuff is part of that," Bill continued. "That's partly why Charlie and I got you the dress robes. So let's tackle that part of it first. You have an educational fund from Sirius, so when we go shopping for your school stuff, you can replace your old robes. We might even be able to sneak a couple of new non-school robes for your weekends in. I'm sure Sirius would agree a broom and Quidditch gear falls under the fund." Ron snorted. "As if Mum will let me." "Ron, no!" Ron protested vehemently. "You know what she's like. She'll say there's no need to waste money, and she already thinks of it as charity, even though it was to make up for, you know. And she hates Sirius. She'll not spend any of it just to spite him." "I'll talk with her," Bill promised. He paused and sighed. "Well, I'll get Dad to talk with her." He gave a small smile. "She has been better about Sirius since Harry's birthday." Ron nodded at that because she had. Poor Harry, Ron thought, couldn't even have his birthday without getting a death threat. "Right. So materially you'll be fine by September. And I do know how you feel, Ron. Once Mum had Percy, I ended up with second-hand robes and books just as much as the rest of you because money was tight. And while I will say that Dad's view that we're rich in love and money shouldn't matter is a nice one, I understand that in reality, when you're at school and standing next to your peers, it does help your confidence and your ego to feel you're on an equal Quidditch pitch, so I'll sort it for you either way." "Agreed," Bill said briskly. "Agreed." Ron said a little apprehensively because he trusted Bill, but their mum was a force of nature, and he couldn't see her changing her mind. But he was also a little more hopeful. Now, status and position. Bill sighed. "Well, you know that stuff's never been important to us. Dad's always said that what's important is that you're a good person, and you live your life decently and honourably." "I know," Ron said quietly, a little ashamed that status and position did matter to him. "But the truth is that while neither Dad nor I really took any of the ancient and noble house stuff seriously, the last month has brought home to us that it is important," Bill concluded. Ron looked up at him in surprise. Bill nodded gravely. "We're an ancient and noble house. We should have a seat in the Wizengamot, and we should be helping to decide our society's future." But we don't, because Great-Granddad gambled away the seat and the bulk of the fortune, and Gramps rebelled against the establishment in response. And Dad is a good man, but who has never been all that ambitious for himself." He gestured at Ron. "You've done more to help rebuild our status than either Dad or I." "Me?" blurted Ron, shocked. "You made friends with Harry. He approached us for an alliance of friendship." Bill stated. "That's because of you." He prodded Ron gently on a patch of unmarred skin. "Dad and I are doing our bit now, but everyone in the family has a part to play in helping us rebuild our status, including you." "Me?" blurted Ron again. "Yes," Bill said. "You remain a genuine friend to Harry. That's why he asked us into the alliance in the first place. Second, you get your head down, stop being a lazy prat, and put some effort into your school work." His gaze drifted purposefully to the desk by the window which held Ron's untouched and uncompleted homework. "Sirius isn't going to stand for Harry having less than good grades. You need to keep up if you want to fit in, and I know you're not stupid. You picked up learning your alphabet and numbers pretty quick." Ron flushed, but nodded. "Third, if you're serious about your Quidditch career, which I think is a great goal, then it would probably benefit you to go along to Harry's lessons on etiquette and politics. You'll need to learn how to interact with people on a social basis and influence them as a manager. That's essentially what Harry is learning," Bill concluded. "Do you think he'll still let me come along?" Ron asked. "I'll ask Sirius and Harry tomorrow, but I don't think it'll be an issue," Bill said. "What about Mum? She complained that Harry shouldn't have the lessons, so I doubt she'll let me go to them." Ron pointed out. "I'll talk with Mum," Bill promised before waving his hand. "Well, I'll get Dad to talk with Mum." He patted Ron's bad leg, and Ron winced. "Sorry. Okay with everything now?" Ron nodded slowly. "Bill, is Harry okay? It's just, I know there's something more going on. There was that death threat, and he was really upset a few weeks back when he and Sirius went to visit the ministry, but he said he couldn't talk about it, and—" "He's okay," Bill assured him. "He's dealing with a lot of change, and do you really think Sirius isn't going to give him the best protection he can?" Ron shook his head. "I'm happy for him, you know, about Sirius. You can tell he really cares about Harry, not like the Muggles." Bill ruffled his hair and stood up. He picked up a pain potion and gave it to Ron. "Come on. Take that potion, visit the loo, and hop into bed." Ron pulled a face, but he followed instructions. Bill left him tucked up in bed, but Ron wasn't all that sleepy. He heard a hoot and a tap on his window and hurried over to let Hedwig in. "Hey there," Ron said, stroking her head. She offered him her leg. Ron took the letter eagerly. "Ron, heard what happened?" "Sirius said your dad told him he had saved Ginny. Go, you. Hope you're okay, though, and didn't hurt yourself too badly. It's a shame you're grounded. I told Hedwig to deliver the letter directly to you late on, when, hopefully, your parents aren't watching. Hermione says you should take advantage and do your homework. Write soon and tell me all about it. The fall, not your homework, Harry." Ron gave a chuckle. He scrawled a brief note, just enough to give Harry the highlights, with a promise to tell him more the next time they saw each other. Hedwig took flight, and Ron closed the window, slipping back to his bed. He was almost asleep when he heard the vague sound of his door being opened and footsteps padding up to his bed. A hand swept through his hair, and he mumbled indistinctly, caught on the edge of sleep. "We could have lost him, Arthur." His mum sounded like she was crying. "He's safe, and, thanks to him, so's Ginny." His dad's calm tone soothed Ron back towards the pull of sleep. "Come on, Molly Wobbles." Ron felt the press of lips against his forehead, and it jolted him back into semi-awareness. "Mum? Shush now," his mum said. "Go to sleep. We'll talk in the morning." "Okay," mumbled Ron, and leaning into the warm touch of his mother's hand on his hurt shoulder, he fell asleep. Oh, oh, oh. The stone on the desk looked innocuous enough, Sirius thought. Dark and oval-shaped, it didn't look anything special. He looked across the desk at Dumbledore, who stared at the stone with so much longing that it gave Sirius the creeps. His gaze quickly resettled on Bertie to his right, who wore a grim expression. "You're telling me this is the resurrection stone out of some old children's tale of the Hallows?" Sirius said sceptically. "The Hallows are very real," Dumbledore said, lifting his gaze from the stone for the first time since they'd entered Bertie's office. The small, cramped space didn't scream office of the head of the Dom. Instead, it seemed more suited for a researcher who preferred books to people. Every inch of wall space was covered in bookshelves, stacked high and deep with books and journals. The desk was small, with hardly any wood showing under the mountain of parchment and more books. 2 plain chairs took up the available floor space in front. A comfortable, worn leather office chair took up the space behind. It suited Bertie. Bertie sighed heavily and nodded in agreement with Dumbledore. "The story of the Peverills is quite based in truth, Sirius." He sank down into his chair, looking old. "You know it?" "It was Regulus's favourite story. He wanted another brother, so we'd make 3. Mother laughed at him," Sirius said in a clipped tone. He had read the story for nights on end to his little brother, and they had played at being the brothers, or Sirius had played at being Death, and Regulus had played at being the hero Ignotus, who managed to hide from him. 3 brothers came to Surging River, created by Death as a trap for the unwary traveller. They worked together and used their magic to build a bridge to cross it. Bertie began the tale anyway. Death appeared and congratulated them, offering them each a gift for their ingenuity, but wanting in truth to trap them into giving up the lives he felt they had cheated him out of collecting. The eldest brother Antioch asked for a powerful wand, Dumbledore chimed in, so Death went to an elder tree and snapped off a branch, fashioning it into a wand. He gave this wand to Antioch, and Antioch went on his way. The second brother, Cadmus, had just lost his sweetheart to a plague and asked for a way to return the dead to life. Death picked a stone from the river bank and made it into a portal, allowing the owner to bring back the shades of those who had died. Bertie recited. And the younger brother, Ignotus, asked to be allowed to leave without Death following him. Sirius said impatiently. Death gave him his own cloak of invisibility. Antioch was arrogant, boasted about his wand, and immediately got killed by a thief who stole it from him. Cadmus brought his sweetheart to life again, only not realized the difference, and committed suicide. Ignotus hid from Death under his cloak, and lived a long life until he willingly went to death. He pointed at the stone. "You really think this is the stone? See this etching?" Bertie pointed with his wand at the strange marking on the stone. "It is the mark of a hallow." He gestured tiredly. Regardless of the story, it is likely that the Peverills were powerful wizards, capable of creating wonderful artifacts. The artifacts themselves are real, even if the story of Death gifting them to the brothers is a child's tale. "Okay." Sirius rubbed his forehead tiredly. "So it's a hallow. It can call the dead back." He blanched as he suddenly realized. James, Lily, Regulus even, all could be called back by the small, innocuous stone on the desk. "And there you see why it is such a temptation," Dumbledore said gravely. "Who would not wish for a moment to talk once again with a loved one? To spend time in their presence and ask for forgiveness?" Sirius glanced over at Dumbledore, whose gaze was once again affixed to the stone. Sirius shared a concerned look with Bertie. Clearly, Lawrence realized the stone was the hallow. Bertie sighed heavily. "I should have spoken with him more when he said he needed more time to work out how to separate the stone from the ring setting." "How is he?" asked Sirius. "We amputated his wand arm," Bertie said succinctly. "Unfortunately, the curse is such that cutting away the dead flesh is irrelevant. He will die within a matter of weeks." "We may be able to prolong that," Dumbledore said, dragging his eyes away from the stone. "I will speak to Severus. There may be potions. I'm not sure prolonging his life would be a gift." Bertie snapped. Dumbledore blinked at Bertie. "We should offer Lawrence the choice, surely?" Bertie nodded grimly. "It wasn't your fault, Bertie," Sirius said firmly. "He knew the curse was on the ring, and he put it on anyway. I'm afraid I could have fallen into the same trap as poor Lawrence. I feel blessed that until today I haven't had time to see the ring for myself." Dumbledore confessed as he transfigured one of the chairs into a chintzy armchair and sat down. Sirius suspected Lawrence had known Dumbledore would know what the stone was, and that had spurred his hasty action. I suspect he wished to bring his daughter back. It's a very dangerous artifact. Bertie agreed, leaning back. At least that damnable ring has been destroyed. Sirius nodded. He'd watched it melt and be eaten away in the furnace. There were 2 possible Horcruxes left, one at Hogwarts and one potentially at Godric's Hollow. Do Bill and Caro know what's happened? Bertie shook his head. They're still at Godric's Hollow, trying to make the house stable enough to enter. There's a great deal of dark magic seeped into the building. They have to cleanse it before they can deal with the structural issues. And they have to do all of it working under an illusion to ensure the tourists that stop by don't realize what's happening. Bloody ghouls, Sirius growled. He'd been angered by the report that there was evidently a tourist trip based around Godric's Hollow and the Potter's old cottage. He was going to sue someone as soon as Brian tracked down who was behind the business. I'll inform them about Lawrence when they report in this evening. Bertie sighed. Losing a team member was always hard, Sirius mused, but Lawrence had known the dangers and ignored them, despite having resisted temptation for the fortnight that had passed since they'd discovered the ring. It had been a strange couple of weeks since the death threat at Harry's birthday party. Filled with the Wizengamot session, he felt a knot of guilt again at how he hadn't realized how nervous Harry had been about the whole affair. But Harry had been fantastic, and more dinners and meetings than he could shake a stick at. Ron Weasley's flying escapade with his sister had resulted in him joining Harry for etiquette and political lessons, which pleased Harry no end, and Sirius couldn't help but be impressed at Bill, who'd sold the whole thing to his parents as punishment for Ron's transgression. So we're left with the question of what to do with the Hallow. Bertie said, pulling Sirius back to the present. Sirius raised an eyebrow. I thought you'd want to lock it up in some musty storeroom here for further study. Yes, well, Bertie shifted uncomfortably, we can only do that if we're certain the artifact isn't a family heirloom. Can't it be confiscated from Riddle? Sirius demanded, confused. I mean, we're surely not going to give him the means of bringing back the dead, even if they're just shades. Oh, I don't mean Riddle, Bertie said emphatically. I don't think the Gaunts genealogically are directly related to the Peverils. Cadmus was said to have tossed the stone and himself into the river to drown. No, more likely that some other ancestor of theirs happened to cross the stone and set it into the ring without knowing what it was. I don't believe Riddle knew otherwise. He no doubt would have tried to access its power. But there is one living descendant of the Peverils who has a claim on the stone, Dumbledore said, his eyes sparkling with that annoying, I know something you don't twinkle that Sirius hated. Who? Asked Sirius outright, refusing to dance around and make wild guesses for the next hour. Bertie cleared his throat. Well, the line of Ignotus Peveril eventually renamed itself from Peveril to Potter. Dumbledore supplied with a warm smile. Harry. Sirius sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He should have known. Have you never wondered about that wonderful cloak of invisibility, Sirius? Dumbledore chided gently. It is the Potter family heirloom, and yet its charms remain strong and vibrant despite centuries of wear. So Harry's cloak is the cloak, Sirius sputtered. He'd used the cloak many times as a marauder. Dear Merlin. Death's cloak? Well, probably in reality the first true invisibility cloak invented by Peveril himself, Bertie said, cheering up a little. I was aware the Potters had it, but Charles refused to give it to me for study. Sirius frowned and sat down abruptly. That's the stone. Harry has the cloak, so where's the wand? Ah, well, that's the question, isn't it? Bertie asked. There is a marvellous theory that if all 3 are owned by the same person, then he or she becomes the master of death. Unfortunately, the wand has a rather tricky history, and was last known to be held by— Alas, it was lost, Dumbledore cut in. Sirius's eyes narrowed on the old wizard. Bertie subsided. Perhaps it is better to consider it lost. Yes, a very good point. He sighed. Anyway, my previous point, such as it was, is that the stone and the rest of the Hallows," he glanced at Albus, "if they belong to anyone, they belong to Harry." Sirius sighed. "I will talk to Harry, but my recommendation to him will be to lock the thing away in the family vault." They all looked pensively at the stone. "Did Lawrence see his daughter?" Dumbledore asked eventually. Bertie shook his head. The curse struck before he could complete turning the stone. Dumbledore's eyes drifted back to the artifact, but he nodded slowly. "Perhaps it was for the best." Bertie picked up his wand and levitated the stone into a box. "I will lock it up here in the meantime, Sirius." He confirmed. "Let me know once you've spoken with Harry." "Will do." Sirius got to his feet. "Please give my best to Lawrence and his family. And mine." "Firm. I must get back to Hogwarts and make arrangements for your visit to the chamber next week." Sirius walked out with him. "Are you back in the country for good now?" "I am," Dumbledore confirmed. "The last details of the Triwizard Tournament have been finalized, and my summer is once again my own. It is a shame that Bartemius remains so ill." He placed a hand on Dumbledore's arm before they exited the Ministry. He ushered Dumbledore into an alcove and raised a privacy bubble. "Albus, this stone seems you seem unusually interested." Dumbledore sighed heavily, and his eyes grew dim. "In my youth I fell in love, and my partner and I dreamed of uniting the Hallows. So many grand plans we weaved. My brother objected fiercely to my leaving home, and a fight broke out amongst us. My sister Ariana was caught in the crossfire. We never knew which spell was the one to." Sirius felt his heart squeeze tight in sympathy. "I became penitent, and sought to never again give in to the temptation of power." But even today, to talk with Ariana one more time, Dumbledore sniffed and blinked back tears. "You are quite right, Sirius. I will leave the stone in Bertie's capable hands and think no more on it. I once told Harry that it does no good to dwell on dreams. I should take my own advice." He left, taking the privacy bubble down, and leaving Sirius feeling like he'd kicked a puppy. Sirius made his way to Black Manor, but immediately left again for Griffin House. Remus and Harry were in the sun-room, and Sirius brought them up to speed as Dobby brought them glasses of lemonade and chocolate biscuits. "Poor Lawrence," Harry said compassionately. "Does he have family or a sister?" Remus answered. "His wife died a few years ago, and his daughter, she died during the last war at the hands of Greyback, the werewolf who bit me." Harry folded his arms and frowned. "Why haven't I heard this story of the brothers before?" "It's a wizarding story in a popular book called Tales of Beedle the Bard, Harry," Remus explained. "Most wizarding children learn to read with that book." "I certainly did." "You did have a copy in your nursery," Sirius said thoughtfully. "If Bill and Caro ever make it actually into the house at Godric's Hollow, they may find it. I'm sure James gave you the Potter copy, passed down through the generations. But once I was living with the Dursleys, there was no way they'd ever allow me to have a wizarding book or hear any wizarding tales." Harry nodded. "I'm really related to this Ignotus Peverell?" "So it seems," Sirius said. "I'll check," Remus offered. "But if both Bertie and Albus agreed that you are his descendant—" "It's probable that I am," Harry said with a sigh. "I'm not having my cloak locked up." "Nobody's suggesting that." Remus soothed him while sending Sirius a questioning look that clearly said, "Are you?" "Remus is right," Sirius quickly confirmed. "Your cloak is your cloak, but as your parent and an ex-Marauder, I wish you'd use the thing for pranks rather than getting into dangerous situations." Harry grinned at him. "You're so cool." Sirius happily hammed it up and preened. "Thank you." Remus laughed at his antics. "Only you, Padfoot." Harry's amusement faded. "But you think the stone should be locked up?" "The stone is—" Sirius made a half-hearted gesture, and his hand fell to the table. "A temptation to drive yourself mad." "Like Cadmus, the original brother who owned it," Remus said. "He wanted to bring his love back, but death tricked him. The stone brought back her shade, but not her body. He couldn't kiss her or make love with her." Sirius almost snickered at the bright red colour on Harry's cheeks. There was a plan to give Harry and Neville the talk in motion. They'd certainly do it before the boys went back to Hogwarts. So eventually he realized he didn't have her back at all. She was still dead, and he was still alive, and never shall the twain meet for good reason. Remus finished. Harry thought about Remus's words so hard Sirius could almost see them turning over in his head. It must be like the mirror of Erised. "Hmm?" Sirius murmured, confused. "The mirror which the headmaster used to hide the Philosopher's Stone in showed you your heart's desire," explained Harry. "I found it at the Christmas break in my first year, and it showed me Mum and Dad. We were together as a family, and happy." Sirius reached over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I kept going back to look at them," Harry confessed sheepishly. "Just to look, because I'd never seen them before, and it was before Hagrid gave me the album." "What happened?" inquired Remus gently. "The headmaster caught me," Harry admitted. "He told me it didn't do to dwell on dreams. I guess he wanted me to focus on the present, and not the past. I suppose he was right. I mean, I would have stayed with the mirror all the time if I could back then." Sirius squeezed his shoulder. And I guess this stone is like that," Harry said, tracing a pattern on the tabletop idly. If I brought Mum and Dad back just to talk with them once," he paused and ducked his head, "I don't think I could give them up again," he admitted in a pained voice. "Me either," Sirius admitted roughly. Remus sighed. "Me either." They sat in silence for a long moment, all once again mourning James and Lily. Sirius cleared his throat. "The stone stays locked up, then?" Harry nodded jerkily. "I think I'll go up to my room and read a bit." "Or go up to his room and mope a bit," Sirius corrected in his head. Not that he could blame Harry. He was probably going to do the same when he went up to bed. He let go of Harry's shoulder and watched as Harry wandered back into the house. "Poor kid! If it's not one thing, it's another. You didn't have to tell him." The rebuke was mild, but it was there, and Sirius glowered at Remus. This from the man who encouraged me to risk him in getting the stone in the first place. I won't keep secrets from him. He needs to know he's trusted to know these things, and to make his own decisions. "I don't disagree entirely," Remus began, "but sometimes I think you overestimate how much he can handle. He is only 14. Don't you think I debate every decision I make about Harry 100 times or more?" demanded Sirius hotly, knowing Remus had been as horrified as he had been when Dobby had let slip that Harry had thrown up the morning of the Wizengamot session. "I know." Remus held up a hand, placating Sirius. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to turn into Molly. It's just—" He hunched his shoulders as he crossed his arms tightly around himself. "Sometimes I think your original idea of wrapping him in cotton wool and hiding him somewhere safe was the one to go with." "Me too," Sirius said in a heartfelt way that made Remus snort. "Healer Allen says he's doing better." Seeing a mind healer to help cope with the impact of the prophecy had been a very good idea. Jasper Allen was a former protégé of Nosh's, and he was an excellent choice. He met with Harry and Sirius once a week and had helped them deal with some of the immediate fears, for Harry that he had to become a murderer, and Sirius's that he would lose Harry and wouldn't be able to protect him. "Harry's enjoying his art therapy," Remus said. "Some of his drawings are very good." Sirius picked up his lemonade and took a swallow, wandlessly switching some of Remus's lemonade for the contents of a vial of potion secreted in his robes. Remus deserved it for giving him a hard time. "Do you think the Master of Death thing could be Harry's power, you know, the one the Dark Lord knows not?" Remus paused, his own glass almost to his lips. He set it down again while he considered the question. "It's a bit convenient, isn't it?" "It's power," Sirius commented. "Let's pretend for a moment that it's true," Remus said. "We would need to find the Elder Wand to complete the set. I think Albus knows where it is." Sirius said, "Bertie has an idea. I'm sure it couldn't be that hard to track down." Yes," Remus said dryly, "because the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in the world which has been lost for ages, would be really easy to find if only we put our minds to it." "Well, when you put it like that," Sirius complained. "No, no," Remus said. "Let's not throw realism over your enthusiasm. Let's say we find it and Harry unites all three Hallows. What's the power?" Sirius looked at him blankly. "He has a cloak of invisibility," Remus listed, "which is good for hiding, and that's great. But he has that already. He gets a stone to bring back the dead. But for what purpose? To answer questions or help him? Well, he already has the living for that, and any other use of the stone will drive him mad. He gets a powerful wand, but he's a 14-year-old wizard who, despite being an excellent duelist for his age, would struggle against Voldemort with his years of experience and vast range of dark spells. If Voldemort won a duel, he'd win the wand's loyalty, and then where would we be? Nowhere, that's where." "You're rambling," Sirius pointed out. "Okay, look." He waved his hands to stop Remus talking. "I admit that individually each item has its uses and its disadvantages, and possibly it makes no sense. But if there is more to being the Master of Death, if it comes with some kind of other power to, I don't know, call Death himself, or take a life without using an unforgivable, or blowing the bastard up, maybe it would be the power he knows not." "Shh!" Remus looked at him with raised eyebrows. "I think you're nuts, Padfoot," he said finally, "but I'll investigate the wand." "Thank you," Sirius said, feeling a little vindicated. His friend raised his lemonade in a silent toast, placed the glass against his lips, and lowered it again abruptly. "What?" asked Sirius. Remus couldn't be suspicious about the lemonade, could he? Sirius hadn't spiked any drinks for at least 2 weeks with pranking potion. "But just—" Remus's face screwed up in thought for a second. "One of the origin stories for the family magic we found last week suggested that Merlin avoided one of Death's traps, and when Death asked him what he wished for, Merlin said that he wouldn't ask for anything in life, but he would ask for something in death. And he asked for the family magic." Sirius frowned. "No. In the story, Death sent Nimue, who tricked Merlin into becoming a tree, always alive and never dead, and thus he would never ask for his gift," Remus said. "Merlin, in a last-ditch effort to save himself, cast a counterspell to Nimue's trap. He sent his magic to the most powerful wizards and witches of the day, with the condition that when a single wizard or witch united his magic once more, the tree would wither and die. At that point he would be able to claim his gift from Death." "Some common themes," Sirius commented. "But it's not the same, is it?" "No, just it made me think," Remus said, finally taking a sip of his lemonade. His hair turned a nice shade of purple. Sirius kept his face straight. A reaction would give away the prank before its surprise revelation to Moony. "I'm not sure any of the origin stories about the family magic are actually going to make sense of Harry's use of family magic," Remus mused out loud, stretching out and staring out at the garden. "I personally think his affinity for it will be the power in the prophecy. Voldemort doesn't have any family magic to draw upon, although I guess we don't know if Slytherin devised something similar. But his line wasn't part of the Wizarding Council at the time they became the ancient and noble houses." Sirius coughed to hide the bubble of laughter that rose up as Remus's hair turned pink. "I take it with Albus back, we're going to be able to organize getting into the Chamber of Secrets?" Remus asked. "Finally." Sirius managed to get out as Remus's shifted to orange. "Harry asked me this morning if Ron could come along with him," Remus said. Sirius grimaced. "I'm sure that would go down well with Molly." Although in truth she had stopped sniping at him since the birthday party, and Sirius could admit he could settle for the strange truce that had developed between them. "It may help the cover story," Remus pointed out. "If all we're supposed to be doing is going down there to recover the basilisk and take a better look around. Harry having someone like Ron along, who did go with him on his first adventure too, would be a useful cover." "That's rather cold of you, Remus," Sirius said, surprised. "You know better than anyone that we're not going down there to recover the basilisk, but to find a Horcrux. And it could be very dangerous. I trust Harry with it, because he was brilliant with the ring. But Ron? Yes, it could be dangerous, but I think Harry knows that and will keep Ron from doing anything risky. Bill will be there too, so Ron will have another set of eyes on him," Remus said. "Bill will know why we're really there, and do you think he's going to agree to it?" pressed Sirius, drinking deeply from his own lemonade. "I think he will if I tell him Ron is getting very curious about what Harry is up to," Remus replied. "Harry told me that both Ron and Hermione have been trying to get him to talk since the death threat, to confide in them. He says that they know he's not telling them everything, and he understands he can't tell them about the prophecy or the treasure hunt for their protection as much as his. But he thinks if he gives them something they'll let up. I think he's struggling keeping these types of secrets from his friends when they've been the ones to help him before." Sirius harumphed, but settled back to think about Remus's words, ignoring the blue colour of Remus's hair. "Talk to Bill and let him make the decision. If he agrees, then we'll invite Hermione along as well. She's got a sensible head on her shoulders and will be able to corral Romuald." "Good idea. Hopefully it will give them both enough to satisfy their curiosity," Sirius said with a sigh. He didn't want Harry feeling torn. "I've noticed that you seem conflicted about Ron's friendship with Harry," Remus said suddenly, surprising Sirius into looking at him. "I'm cautious about him," Sirius admitted. "He's been a good friend to Harry these past few years, I know that, but—" prompted Remus quietly. Sirius shifted restlessly in his chair. "Some of his behaviour reminds me," he hesitated and plunged on, "reminds me of Peter." Remus frowned, but he didn't jump all over Sirius for making the observation. Instead, he seemed to consider the idea. He sighed heavily. "If I compare Peter, the Peter we knew at school, with Ron as a student from what I saw last year at Hogwarts, I agree there are similarities. He's bright, but he's a lazy student. I'm certain Minerva's end-of-year notes will have 'could do better' written all over them, just like Peter's did. He's attached himself to Harry in much the same way Peter attached himself to James and you." "And you," Sirius said. "Oh, no." Remus shook his head, and the brilliantly red colour caught the sunlight like a corona. "Peter wanted to be seen with the most powerful and popular. He considered me an equal, a fellow-follower. Ron has flashes of jealousy, and I remember seeing them on Peter's face when James got cheered for a Quidditch win or brought a new broom to school. Or one of us did something in class quicker and faster than anyone else," Sirius said. "I didn't think anything of it back then." "Nobody did," Remus said quietly. "But then it wasn't all Peter was back then. Sometimes I think back and I remember how he used to sneak me chocolate the day after the full moons while I was in the infirmary. And I remember how he confided in me that he knew a rat wasn't a great form, but he still wanted to become an animagus to help me. And I remember how he crushed on Kirsty Sapworthy so badly that he begged me for advice." He sighed heavily. "I have a hard time reconciling that Peter with the crawling, cowardly cheat who betrayed us and killed James and Lily." "Me too," Sirius agreed. "I loved Peter, same as you and James. I trusted him absolutely, and—" He folded his arms tightly as his jaw clenched in renewed anger and pain. Peter had betrayed his trust so comprehensively, and it had cost Sirius so much more than years in Azkaban. He would never forgive him. "Ron isn't Peter, though," Remus continued. "Yes, there are some superficial similarities in their current nature, but that's all. Is it possible you're projecting your anger and distrust at Peter onto Ron?" Sirius tried to consider Remus's comment without simply snapping a denial. He could be right. The similarities were superficial, and hadn't Ron started to come round? He'd actually made some good contributions in the political lesson that week, and Andy had commented that he'd obviously been taught good manners. They just needed to be used and polished. He sighed. He knew he'd fallen into casting Harry's friends into roles that were associated with his own Hermione as Remus, intelligent and sensible Ron as Peter, lazy and sycophantic, and possibly with some wishful thinking, Neville as James, loyal and brotherly, but he shouldn't. The kids were themselves, their own characters with their own foibles, and comparing them to his friends was daft. If he asked, Sirius thought wryly, Harry would probably cast Ron as James. "You have a point," conceded Sirius. "I will endeavour to be more objective. One thing you might keep in mind is that Peter was an only child with only his mother, who, let's face it, was sweet, but a complete hypochondriac. and Ron has a very supportive family, very rooted in the light." Remus said. "Well, from the sound of it, I think Bill's taken Ron in hand and pointed out a few things to him. He's got him into the etiquette and politics lessons. And I overheard Ron asking Harry about his charms essay on Monday. Since both Hermione and Harry teased him about not doing his homework at the last minute like always, he's trying to change." Sirius nodded slowly, remembering a conversation with Bill about Ron's place in Harry's new life. Bill would help his brother, and maybe that would make all the difference and steer Ron away from what temptations had seduced Peter to Voldemort's side. "I get it." Remus stood up, stretched, and rolled his neck to ease out the cricks. "I'll go check on Harry." Sirius nodded absently. He had some correspondence to get to that Penelope had handed to him that morning, and decisions needed to be made on a few business issues Remus had highlighted earlier in the week. He set off for his study, and was halfway through a letter when he heard a shriek resounding through the house. "What do you mean my hair is green?" Sirius snickered. At least Harry would be smiling again. "Time's up." Harry set his quill down and massaged his cramping right hand with his left. He breathed in deeply the way Healer Fay had instructed. His magic responded to his call and healed the strained muscles. He instantly felt better and took another breath as the runes teacher, Professor Bathsheba Babbling, took his completed parchments with a bright, sunny smile. She reminded him a little of Hermione, wild chestnut hair, kind brown eyes, and an intelligent face. "Ah, excellent, Mr. Potter." Professor Babbling said happily, "I'll have these back to you by the end of the day." Harry nodded nervously. It was the first test he had sat since Sirius had assumed guardianship of him, and beyond the goal of getting into fourth-year runes, he also wanted desperately to have done well. The test had been really long, though, and the questions towards the end included deciphering runes in strange combinations that he and Sirius hadn't covered in their tutoring. Maybe the syllabus had changed since Sirius had been a student, Harry thought ruefully. But hopefully, he had done enough. Professor Babbling dismissed him briskly, and Harry gathered up his things and exited the classroom. Padfoot waited for him in the corridor, and Harry made for the dog, giving him a hug before stepping back so Sirius could transform back into a man. "Well, don't keep me in suspenders," Sirius said urgently. "How did it go?" Harry smiled at Sirius's obvious interest. "I think I did okay." There were a lot of questions for an end-of-year exam, and some of the combinations at the end we hadn't covered. Sirius frowned. "Did you break down the combination and work them out, though, like—" "Right?" "Like you taught me?" Harry nodded. "I think I got tangled up on one, and I'm pretty sure I said the Norse rune for healing was for blessing in another. But," he heaved a sigh, "I think I did enough to get in the class." "Good. Excellent work," Sirius said, slinging an arm around his shoulder and prompting Harry to walk toward the great hall. "Everyone else should be gathered for lunch. We'll have a quick bite to eat, and then it's off to the Chamber of Horrors." Harry smiled. The quiet returned to the chamber to search for another one of the objects Voldemort had left behind, like the diary had turned into a huge undertaking to maintain the cover story. Some of it, Harry admitted to himself, was his fault, as he had asked for Ron to come along. Bill had agreed, but in convincing his mother, somehow the condition had been set that the Weasley matriarch and Ginny should attend too. According to Ron, Ginny had gone mental, demanding that if anyone should be allowed to return it should be her, and after some discussion with Madame Pomfrey. It had been decided it would be beneficial for Ginny to face her demons. In addition to the Weasleys, Sirius had gained agreement from the Grangers to allow Hermione to attend, and the headmaster, in announcing that they were recovering, the Basilisk had found himself with an influx of volunteers from the excited Hogwarts staff, all wanting to catch a glimpse of the infamous chamber. Minerva, Hagrid, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, Professor Sprout, and the new Dada Professor Alastor Moody were all coming along. A contingent of Gringotts creature specialists had also been hired for the basilisk removal and rendering. With the treasure team, Bertie, Sirius, and Remus, Harry felt they had enough people that even the massive chamber he remembered was going to feel cramped. The hall was bustling with people when Sirius and Harry entered. A long table had been laid out in the centre, and everybody was milling about with beverages. The house elves were popping in and out with canapes, looking immensely thrilled to be busy. "Harry!" Hermione came rushing up with Ron trailing behind her. "How did you do? Did you manage all of the questions? Were they hard? Did you answer the essay question on Norse or Celtic runes?" "I did Norse, but after the exam I thought I should have done Celtic and—" "Blimey, Hermione," Ron interrupted, as both Sirius and Harry started chortling at the stream of questions. "Give the bloke a chance." Hermione blushed, but crossed her arms and pinned Ron with a glare. "You're not even interested." "It's an exam," Ron retorted. "One I didn't have to do. Of course I'm not interested." He suddenly seemed to realize that his words could be offensive to Harry, and winced visibly. "Sorry, mate." Harry shrugged. He doubted he would be that interested in an exam, Ron did, that he didn't have to sit for. "It was okay," he said in reply to Hermione. "Yes, I managed all the questions, but only just in the time. Some of them were really hard, and I did the first essay question on Norse runes and the second one on Celtic." Hermione frowned. "My exam only had one essay question. Maybe she added some questions to test me more, since she didn't teach me it, and this is to prove I have the knowledge to get into fourth year," Harry theorized. There had been a lot of questions. His stomach growled. "Lunchtime," Sirius said firmly, leading him to the table. "You should try these little sausages on sticks," Ron said enthusiastically. "They're brilliant." Hermione sniffed. "You'll ruin your appetite eating all those before lunch." "Your appetite, maybe," Ron shot back. "Mine, no way." "Well, that's because you're a growing boy," Molly said, walking up to join them. She gave Harry a light hug. "Glad to hear it went well, dear. Sit down and have your lunch." It appeared that, with Sirius and Harry both seated at the table, everyone else began to wander over, and in no time at all the table was filled. Sirius sat one side of Harry with Hermione on the other. Ron sat across from Harry in between his mum and Ginny. Remus ended up next to Sirius, Bill next to Ginny. The professors grouped together at the head of the table where the headmaster sat, presiding over everyone. The rest of the treasure team, Bertie and the Gringotts creature specialist team, two goblins named Footlock and Brimbold, an old wizard named Casper that Bill had greeted happily, and a young wizard called Iontius, who was Bulgarian and a Gringotts intern, gathered together at the bottom. A lively debate broke out about the imminent Quidditch World Cup, with Iontius defending Bulgaria and Bill taking the side of Ireland. Ron chipped in on Iontius's side, surprising his brother. Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian seeker according to Ron, was the best seeker in the entire world. Harry took part enough to contribute his own point of view, that Ireland had the better chaser formation, before turning and engaging Hermione in a conversation about why she'd wanted to do the essay on Celtic runes rather than the Norse as she had done. Remus and Sirius were happy to debate the relative merits with both of them, and since it had the added benefit of preventing Sirius from glaring at Snape every few minutes, it was all to the good. The initial meeting between the two hadn't gone well. Harry smiled as he stepped out of the flue without stumbling and into the headmaster's office. Remus was already there and waved his wand to clear him of soot. "You're getting better at flue travel, Harry." He couldn't get much worse. Snape sneered, drawing Harry's attention to his presence. Snape was lurking at the back of the office by a bookcase. Dumbledore smiled widely. "Now, Severus, it does take everyone some time to get used to travelling by flow." "Brah!" Harry exchanged a look with Remus, but thankfully Sirius arrived, stepping out of the flow with a poised grace and elegance that Andy had promised Harry he would one day achieve for himself. Sirius smiled at Harry before his eyes caught on Snape, and his expression lost all semblance of good humour. Snape. Black. "What's he doing here?" Sirius asked sharply. "As our potions master, Severus is helping with the basilisk," Dumbledore said mildly, but Harry could hear the rebuke in Dumbledore's tone at Sirius's question. "He, of course, is also aware of the real reason for our descent into the chamber today." I still don't know why I have to suffer the presence of the man who tried to feed me to a Dementor." Sirius snapped. Snape bristled and took a step forward, hands clenching into fists at his side. "You tried to feed me to a werewolf." "You tried to feed yourself to a werewolf," Sirius retorted. "The werewolf in question would like to point out that he prefers a nice steak." Remus inserted, subtly placing himself beside Harry protectively. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Snape glared at him. "I suppose you think that's funny, Potter?" "Everyone except you thinks it's funny, including the Phoenix," Sirius said, and he was right. Fawkes was amused. Sirius put a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "I don't have to stand here and be insulted by you." Snape snarled, his wand appearing in his hand. Sirius moved in a blink, and his wand was out and pointed at Snape. "Bring it on, Snape. We might as well duel now and get it over with, because I don't see you having the self-control to actually treat Harry with decency and civility, and I won't stand for you bullying him. You and your little group bullied me for years, and you know it," Snape sneered. "I don't deny it," Sirius said, taking the wind out of Snape's sails in a major way, if the blank look of shock on Snape's face was anything to go by. "Oh yes, Snape. I've been honest with Harry about the mistakes I've made, and I've admitted to him that I'm not proud of how we behaved with you. But when we bullied you, Snape, we were all the same age, and perhaps it wasn't fair, 4 on 1. But it was a damn sight fairer than a grown man picking on a child who can't even remember the man you hate him for looking like." Snape glowered angrily. "I have a role to play, something you would know nothing about. Don't try to justify your atrocious behavior as a teacher because you're a spy," Sirius snapped. "And I know exactly what it means to play a role with Death Eaters. I was under cover for almost 6 months with a pack of them on the continent. So don't give me that." "Gentlemen," Dumbledore said loudly, finally rising from his chair to intervene. "Sirius, please, we are all on the same side." "I'm not too sure about that." Sirius growled, anger turning his grey eyes stormy. "Severus has my complete trust," Dumbledore began, "and no one else's." But Sirius lowered his wand, and Snape put his away with a haughty sniff. Remus gave a small sigh, and Harry looked at him surprised, realizing how tense Remus had been about the confrontation. Sirius gave Snape a glare. "I'm only going to say this once, Professor Snape. I hear of one incident that involves you being less than professional in regards to Harry and I will ruin you. Don't think you can hide behind Albus's robes. Not even he will be able to protect you." Snape's nostrils flared in anger. "You think just because you're Lord Black now you can get away with threatening me?" "It's not a threat, Professor," Sirius smiled humorlessly. "It's a promise. That, and the fact that I'll be assuming my place on the Board of Governors, and will be keeping a close watch on the teaching standards here at Hogwarts." Snape gave an incoherent snarl of fury and stormed out of the room, his robes billowing behind him. "I had so hoped a private meeting would have given you an opportunity to put aside your differences and agree to work together." Dumbledore remonstrated. "Firstly, if that was your intent, you should have forewarned me of a meeting, and it certainly didn't look like Snape got the memo on your agenda," Sirius snapped. "And secondly, I'll put aside my differences when he apologizes to Harry for being a complete bastard, and—" He stopped himself abruptly, and other things. He held up a hand when Dumbledore went to speak. "Keep your pet spy on a leash, or I will do exactly what I promised, Headmaster." "Well, I never," Phineas Nigellus said from his portrait, speaking to the headmaster in such a disrespectful tone, and— "Your Lord Black commands you to silence." Sirius turned around and snapped at the portrait, which immediately shut up, bound by the Black family magic to follow the order. Harry shifted uncertainly by Sirius's side, knowing that something in the confrontation with Snape had upset Sirius hugely, as had Dumbledore's defence of the potions professor. He placed a hand on Sirius's arm comfortingly. "Headmaster, is Professor Babbling waiting in her office for me?" "The runes classroom, Harry." Dumbledore smiled at him, evidently appreciative of Harry's attempt to change the subject. "We'd best be making a move, then." Sirius agreed, taking Harry's cue and running with it. I'll stay and go over the details of when everyone else is arriving with Albus." Remus promised with a fond smile for Harry. "Good luck." All in all, Harry was relieved that Snape was down at the other end of the table from Sirius. He appreciated Sirius sticking up for him, but he truly didn't think it was going to make any difference to Snape's behavior. But it felt good to know there was someone who would stand up for him. If he'd told his aunt or uncle about Snape's behavior, they would have just told him he deserved it. Harry set his spoon down as he finished his dessert and caught sight of Ginny's pale face. He wondered if it really was the best thing for her to face the chamber. He had to admit his own nerves had started up with his exam out of the way. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dumbledore stood up and smiled benevolently down the length of the table, "thank you all for coming today. This is a special occasion. We all have the honor of descending into Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Our primary objective today is to recover the basilisk which Harry killed in self-defense when rescuing Miss Weasley. We have the help of our esteemed visitors from Gringotts, led by Goblin Master Brimbold. Half of the revenue will be donated to a new trust for the maintenance of Hogwarts, including purchase of new teaching equipment, books, and supplies. It will be known as the Phoenix Trust and will be administered by the Potter Steward. The rest of the revenue will be split in various amounts between all those affected by the basilisk and her master, including the family of Myrtle, Bootle, Rubeus, Hagrid, Argus Filch, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch, Fletchley, Penelope, Clearwater, Hermione Granger, Ronald and Ginevra Weasley. Oh, and there will be a new perch for Fawkes in recognition of his bravery and assistance in defeating the basilisk, along with a small donation to St. Mungo's for the ongoing care and treatment of Gilderoy Lockhart. On behalf of the school, I would like to thank Harry for his generosity." There was a small round of applause, which had Harry blushing. His discussion with Sirius about how to divide the basilisk revenue had been an interesting one. He had debated endlessly about Fawkes and Lockhart, the former because Harry placed a lot of emphasis on the role the Phoenix had played in helping him, and the latter because as much as Lockhart was an obliviating fraud. Lockhart had only been down in the tunnel because Harry and Ron had forced him into it. In essence, the trust to the school was recognition of the Phoenix's major contribution, since Harry couldn't exactly gift the money to Fawkes personally. It also debated about the Weasleys, since they hadn't been harmed by the basilisk so much as its master. Ginny had been rather silly writing in the diary, but then hadn't Harry done the same? And Ron. Well, Harry firmly believed that Ron deserved something for braving his demons and going into the forest, for his want to rescue Ginny even if he'd ended up on the wrong side of the cave-in. Still, the Weasleys' share was very small compared to those that had been petrified, and Harry was content. He had made the right decision to give them something. "Now, while I'm sure we're all excited about visiting the chamber," Dumbledore continued, "I must remind everyone that although there is no longer a basilisk protecting it, there may be other dangers. Salazar Slytherin was a very cunning and powerful wizard, and it is unlikely that the basilisk was the only protection. We may also come across artifacts from Slytherin, and these may also be dangerous. Therefore, our underage students today must remain with an adult at all times, and I would encourage the adults to allow our specialist curse-breakers to lead the way." Harry glanced at Sirius, who gave him an encouraging wink. They had already discussed Harry remaining with Sirius and following the same rules as the expedition to get the ring. "Well, if we're all done with lunch, may I suggest we make final preparations and gather in 10 minutes for Harry to lead us to the chamber?" Dumbledore finished. There was an immediate scramble for the loo. Before too long, Harry found himself in another familiar bathroom. "You came back?" Myrtle appeared with a splash from a toilet, and Harry shot Sirius a "Don't you dare tease me in front of everybody look." "I did, Myrtle," Harry said politely. "We're all going to see the chamber. Do you want to come with us?" "Oh, no." Myrtle shook her head. "We ghosts can't go down there." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured behind him. "A ghost ward of some kind," Bertie offered as an explanation. Harry crouched down and set his eyes on the small squiggle that represented a snake. "Open," he hissed. The sink moved aside, just as he remembered, and the long, steep slide revealed itself. "Try asking for stairs," Bertie said quickly before Harry could move. "I doubt Slytherin would slide down far below his dignity." Harry nodded, closed his eyes to conjure up a picture of a snake in his head, and whispered the word "stairs" in Parseltongue. The whole tunnel shimmered for a second before the top of the pipe was raised, and steps appeared, roughly hewn and very steep, but there. "Oh, well done, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Right then." Bill wriggled his way to the front. "Caro and I will go ahead." "Be careful, William," Molly called out. Bill rolled his eyes at Harry as Caro smirked at him. Harry grinned and moved away from the opening. The treasure team, Bertie, the creature specialist team, and most of the professors all headed down before he and Sirius followed, the Lumos spells lighting their way, Remus behind them, with Hermione and Molly, with Ginny and Ron. Walking down took a lot longer than sliding, and Harry was slightly out of breath by the time they reached the cave-in where Lockhart had tried to obliviate them. Someone had created balls of light that lit up the area, relieving the dark. Most of the group was working to clear the tunnel and shore it up to make it safe. Harry stayed back to let them work, but shivered suddenly as his mind started to churn with the memories of terror and horror, and Sirius moved closer, wrapping an arm around him. "You okay?" he whispered. Harry nodded, unable to speak, and his eyes sought out Ron and Ginny. They looked as pale and frightened as he felt. Ginny was clinging to her mother. Ron looked milk-white under his freckles. "If you want out at any time, Harry, just say, and we'll leave," Remus said quietly. "It doesn't matter if we have to come back, so no worries, all right?" Sirius added supportively. "Yeah," Harry managed with a small smile. "Sorry, it's just coming down here. I didn't realize it would bring it all back so much." Remus nodded, and, catching Harry glance towards the Weasleys again, he smiled. "I'll go check on them." Hermione's hand gently took hold of Harry's, and he shifted his grip to hold hers in case she was feeling scared. "I wish I'd been with you," she whispered. "Me too," Harry replied, remembering how she'd helped him with all the traps with the Philosopher's Stone. But at least she hadn't been hurt beyond the petrification. If she'd come with him and Ron, would she have ended up beside him fighting the basilisk? Or dead? Or wonderful? Bertie's shout dragged Harry's attention to where everyone else was gathered. Where there had once been a heap of rocks and stone stood a brand-new archway built out of the rubble. "That's a nice bit of transfiguration, Albus," Bertie said. Minerva nodded. "It'll hold for a good year or more." "Would you give me an outstanding, then, Minerva?" teased Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Snape rushed forward and started to examine the huge, cast-off skin that lay on the other side of the archway. Grimbold followed and turned to Harry. "How large is this beast?" "I'm not sure of the size," admitted Harry, "but it was really big. I'd estimate around 50 to 60 feet, based on Harry's memory, as thick as an ancient oak tree," Bertie said. "Harry, if you could, we're going to need you for the next bit." They all carried on down the tunnel to the massive doors, a strange silence settling over the group. Dumbledore turned around and held up his wand for attention. "It has been over a year since Harry defeated the basilisk, so there is likely to be some decay. You may want to cover your mouths and noses until the smell has been dispersed. Here." Sirius handed Harry a handkerchief and conjured another for Hermione's use. "There's a perfect spell called the Bubble-Head Charm for this type of situation, but they don't teach it to us for another couple of years yet, and— Oh, look! Professor Flitwick's demonstrating it." Hermione rambled in Harry's ear. Harry looked at their charms professor and saw a strange, translucent bubble surrounding his head. "It's mainly meant to be used underwater like the old deep-sea diving suits. But an alternative use is in potions and as a supply of fresh air in spelunking." Hermione continued to ramble, and Harry didn't object, knowing it was her way of dealing with her nerves. "Of course, it is very unstable if cast inexpertly, and can easily be disturbed, which makes it very dangerous." There was a loud sob, and they both turned to look at Ginny, who was a trembling mess. "That's it," Molly declared as she rubbed Ginny's shoulders.
I'm taking you back up."
I knew this was a bad idea.
"No,"
Ginny sobbed.
"I just—"
Her eyes snapped open and arrowed in on Harry.
"Please, can I stay with Harry?"
Molly sent Harry a helpless look. Ron mouthed the word mental at him. Harry nodded reluctantly. He held out his free hand to Ginny, who immediately rushed over and grasped it tightly. Hermione, who held his other hand, gave him a subtle squeeze of support. "Well, since Harry's got his hands full, a handkerchief isn't going to work any more so." Sirius frowned. "Moony?" "You always were hopeless at remembering the wand movements for the bubble-head, Padfoot," Remus said, performing the magic so that a secure bubble-head appeared around Harry. He did the same for Hermione and Ginny.
"Excellent work, Remus."
Professor Flitwick grinned at him. Bill motioned for Harry to step forward, and he whispered once again for the doors to open. From the distressed sounds that the people with only handkerchiefs made, Harry was glad of the bubble-head. Bill and Caro were both casting in unison, and Professor Flitwick and Snape hurriedly moved alongside them to help. It was Caro who gave the signal. It was all clear. And Harry felt the bubble-head disappear and wrinkled his nose at the slightly stale, musty smell that remained. Bill entered with Caro and Harry, waited patiently while others walked in. He was in no rush. Eventually Hermione nudged him gently, and he cleared his throat. "You ready, Ginny?" She nodded, her face wet with tears. Her mother had walked up to stand beside them, and she took Ginny's other hand. "Come on, dear." Harry was glad of Sirius's warm presence behind him, his hand on Harry's shoulder. They cleared the doors and shuffled around the frozen group of adults gazing at the remains of the snake. It came into view slowly, a large green creature with torn, sightless yellow eyes that had dimmed with decay. Its mouth was open and filled with sharp fangs that sent another shiver through Harry. "Bloody hell!" Ron muttered under his breath, and nobody remonstrated with him about his language. Ginny raised her head from its hiding-place in Harry's shoulder, took one look at the huge corpse of the basilisk, and fainted. Molly and Sirius reacted quicker than Harry, as Hermione had tightened her hold on his other hand. They both caught Ginny before she hit the floor. "I thought this would happen," Molly muttered. "I knew she wasn't ready for this, but she was so determined and wouldn't listen to me. Her own mother." Bill hurried over to his sister's side. "How is she?" Remus checked Ginny's pulse. "It's just a faint, but I think it's best we get her up to the infirmary. I'll carry her for you, Molly." "Thank you, Remus," Molly said. "Come on, Ron." "But, Mum," Ron complained, "you've seen the basilisk and the chamber," Molly said briskly. "In fact, there's no need for any of you children to be down here any more." "Mum, Harry needs to stay in case a Parselmouth is needed, and I'm sure he'd appreciate Ron and Hermione's support," Bill said before anyone could argue. Molly looked for a moment as though she wanted to protest, but in the end gave a nod. She turned to Sirius. "Thank you for catching Ginny." "Not a problem," Sirius said. Harry frowned at the strain in Sirius's voice, but waited until the others had left before he said anything. "You okay, Padfoot?" Sirius nodded and clasped the back of Harry's neck. "I know I've seen your memory of what happened, but seeing that beast for real, and knowing how close you came—" He stopped abruptly. Harry sent Hermione a look, and she let go of him so he could hug Sirius. He mouthed a thank you at her, and she sent him an understanding smile back. Sirius held on to him for a long time, long enough for the others to collect themselves and begin organizing. Brimbold had his team start on breaking down the basilisk, with Snape hovering in wondrous appreciation for the potion's ingredients. Bill and Caro moved ahead to examine the walls of the chamber, and the professors followed after them, talking in reverential tones. A few of them, Hagrid and Moody in particular, looked sympathetically towards Sirius and Harry, and Minerva wandered over to engage Ron and Hermione in a discussion. Sirius stayed wrapped around Harry, and for once Harry didn't protest the hug going on too long or in front of someone, knowing that it was Sirius who needed the comfort, not him. Eventually Sirius took a deep breath and loosened the tight hold he'd had on Harry. "Okay." "Yeah?" asked Harry softly. "Yeah," Sirius said quietly. Just promise me no more basilisks." "I promise that I will not fight any more basilisks if I can help it," Harry said. "That's good enough." Sirius patted his back and eased away, still keeping a hand on Harry's shoulder, though, to ground himself. Moody wandered over, and Harry smiled at the old Auror, who gave him a nod of acknowledgment. "I'm looking forward to having you in my defense class, Potter. You did a good job with this bloody basilisk." "I was lucky," Harry replied. "Fawkes helped me out a lot." Moody nodded. "Luck's half the battle, lad." His magical eye swivelled and fixed on Sirius. "Black, you're as pale as a ghost. Here." He thrust his flask at him. "Take a sip, and don't argue with me." Sirius took a swig of what Harry assumed was whisky or some other alcoholic beverage, and handed the flask back. "Thank you, sir." "None of that sir business. I haven't had the chance to say anything to you since you got cleared, but I copped it up with your arrest. Should have checked on you after Crouch hauled you off and made sure there was an interview," Moody said grimly. "I don't blame you, Alastor," Sirius said. "I remember what the office was like back then. You were lucky if you got a minute to do the paperwork before there was another raid to go on. Still, it's no excuse," Moody said crisply. His magical eye suddenly swivelled towards Harry. "Where's your wand?" Harry grinned and showed him his wrist holster. "Good lad." Moody nodded at him. "Always remember, constant vigilance." Sirius and Harry chorused together. A chuckle behind them had them turning to find Remus smirking at the two of them. He ruffled Harry's hair. "I had a moment of déjà vu there. You know, after every training session with Professor Moody here, Sirius and James would turn up and yell 'Constant vigilance' at me." Moody looked over at Sirius, who had a hint of colour in his cheeks. "We might have maybe sometimes done that," Sirius allowed. "Anyway, enough about me." Harry exchanged an amused look with Remus at Sirius's discomfort. "How's Ginny?" Sirius asked, as Ron and Hermione gathered back around them. Harry sobered and awaited Remus's reply eagerly. "With Madame Pomfrey," Remus said. "I sent a Patronus message to her, so she was waiting in the bathroom. She's taken Ginny to the infirmary. She thinks it was just too much for her. Mum and Dad tried to convince her not to come, but she wouldn't hear it." Ron confirmed, but there was relief written across his face with the news that Ginny was fine. "It was brave of the lass to make an attempt," Moody said. Snape gave a loud snort in the background. Remus put a hand on Sirius's arm so he wouldn't retort. "How are things going down here?" he said, lowering his voice. "Well, so far I've freaked out." Harry gave me a hug, and Moody gave me some fire whiskey. Sirius answered, "I don't do hugs." Moody deadpanned. They all burst out laughing at that. "Some of us are trying to work," Snape snapped. Sirius was prevented from retorting again by Remus, who suddenly pointed at the statue of Slytherin. Didn't the basilisk originate from the mouth of the Slytherin statue? He began walking towards it, and Sirius settled for glaring at Snape before nodding at Harry in agreement that they should follow Remus. The others saw their direction, and Bill walked over to join them. "We haven't found anything here in the outer chamber," he admitted. "Bertie, Caro, and Professor Dumbledore are going over it a second time, but I don't think anything's here. But the basilisk came out of the statue, so perhaps there's something beyond it," Remus mused out loud. He started waving his wand in a scanning spell that Harry recognized from the ring search. Bill joined him, repeating the movements. He inhaled sharply. "There's a Parseltongue ward." "Didn't the diary version of Riddle say something when he called forth the basilisk?" Sirius prompted. Harry nodded. "Should I?" "Just wait a moment until we've updated everyone," Bill said, walking back towards Caro. It seemed to Harry to take forever before everyone, bar the creature specialist team, were back in front of the statue, or rather to the side, in case any additional mythical beasts came out, and waiting for Harry to say the password. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts." "4," Harry stated loudly. The rumbling sound of the mouth opening had Harry instinctively ducking his head, the memory of the basilisk emerging uppermost in his thoughts. Sirius and Remus immediately moved closer to him. Hermione sneaked her hand back into his and smiled at him reassuringly as Ron hovered closer. It took a long moment, but he realized there were no sounds of slithering. Nothing was coming out of the mouth. "Right," Kara said briskly. "I'll go up and take a quick look." She transformed into a tiny sparrow and took flight. Harry watched her wide-eyed. He'd been thinking about his animagus form ever since Minerva had agreed to allow him the same deal as his father, since Sirius would actually be teaching him. He really didn't want to be a stag. He loved that his Patronus was a symbol of his father, but he wanted to be something different. He got "You're so like your father" enough without adding his animagus form to it. He had toyed with the hope of canine forms, a wolf or a dog. He wouldn't mind either, as both would represent his respect and affection for Sirius and Remus. He wasn't sure about cats. He didn't mind them, but he remembered his days of hell with Mrs. Fig too much to want to be one. He definitely didn't want to be a snake. He didn't mind snakes, basilisks aside, but he didn't like the idea of transforming into one. A bird, though, to be that free. Caro transformed back into her human form and shouted down that there was a room, and suddenly there was a shriek. A tiny sparrow zoomed out of the mouth, followed by a large black cloud. Harry was pushed behind Sirius and Remus with Hermione and Ron. The two men took up a defensive position, wands out as the sparrow fled the black mist. Harry could see that the others were scattering, hiding behind pillars and raising their wands. Bill yelled something at Bertie that Harry couldn't hear over an ominous rumble coming from the statue, but the two of them raised their wands and began casting something white in the direction of the black cloud. The cloud took shape into a snake and abandoned its chase of the sparrow. It dived for the two wizards, threatening it. Harry's heart pounded fast in chest. Dumbledore moved, his wand weaving sharply in the air as he cast the same spell to the rear of the cloud. But it wasn't going to be enough. "Stop!" Harry's voice hissed out, and the black cloudy snake disappeared just before it hit Bill and Bertie, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Harry could hear Hermione's ragged breathing, and he took her hand as he turned to check she was all right. She nodded at his questioning look, and they both turned to Ron, who gave a shaky nod and clapped Harry's shoulder. "Well done, mate," Ron said. "What was that thing?" "A guardian spirit," Remus explained. "Obviously deactivated by Parseltongue." "Yes, obviously," Sirius said, rolling his eyes, but he grinned at Harry. "Good thinking, Harry." Harry decided he wasn't going to tell anyone that it had been pure instinct. "Yes, well done, my boy," Dumbledore beamed at him. "I haven't had this much fun in years." Minerva shot him a "I can't believe you said that" look. Caro transformed back. She barely looked out of breath or startled. "I triggered the spirit when I couldn't respond to a snake ornament up there, but I think that was the only thing there." She looked at Bertie. "Try again?" Bertie nodded. Everyone moved back to their defensive positions as Caro flew back up in her sparrow form once more. There was a brief silence, and then she called out it was all clear. Harry watched as ladders were pulled out of Bill's satchel and ropes to tie them securely in place. They were floated up to Caro to anchor, and Bill headed up first, followed immediately by Bertie and Dumbledore. Are we going up?" Hermione stared at the ladders with foreboding. Harry remembered that she hated heights and squeezed her hand gently. "I don't think so. I don't think we're needed any more." "What about if they need you for another one of those spirit things?" Ron asked bluntly. Harry shook his head. "I think that was it." Sirius cleared his throat. "I think Harry's right. We should head upstairs. If they need you for Parseltongue again, we can come back." Minerva nodded sharply. "I'll send a Patronus if we need you." She smiled warmly at Harry. "You did very well, Harry." "Thanks." Harry was relieved as they set back off, leaving the basilisk and the chamber behind. Sirius sent a ball of light through the tunnel to lead the way, and Hermione chattered on about the spell that he had used. Ron rolled his eyes at her in exasperated fondness. The climb back up was arduous, and they were all breathing heavily by the time they got to the bathroom. "You're back," Myrtle warbled in greeting. Harry didn't immediately have the breath to reply. He waved at her. The red-headed girl was carried out this time, Myrtle informed him.
Her mother was not pleased. My mother wouldn't have been pleased either. We'd best go see Ginny," Harry said to Ron and Hermione. "You're leaving me already." "Poh!" Myrtle complained. "We'll come back and see when school starts," Harry said. "I promise." "Me too, Myrtle," Hermione said. Myrtle gave a huff and jumped in a toilet, water splashing on the floor. Sirius laughed. "Somehow I think she wanted Harry to herself, Hermione." Harry shot him a look as Ron and Hermione joined Sirius in chuckling. Remus steered them towards the door. "Let's get to the infirmary." They trooped through the school with Remus and Sirius telling stories of events in various corridors. Harry and Ron listened eagerly, sniggering as Hermione's expression morphed from one of interest to horror at the rule-breaking. "You can't encourage Harry and Ron to do that," she exclaimed as another tale ended with a boy called Mulciber, dressed in a fetching purple thong, dancing down the corridor they were walking through. "Do you know how many school rules you broke?" 5, 6. "If you consider Mulciber was out of school uniform, and it was essentially our fault," Remus answered absently. Sirius stared at his friend for a moment, and burst out laughing. "Only you, Moony." "And we can't really say anything, Hermione," Harry pointed out, amusement colouring his tone. "How many rules did we break rescuing Buckbeak and Sirius?" "Or saving Ginny in the chamber," Ron agreed. "That was different," Hermione protested. Her chin went up, and her lips took on a stubborn set that Harry knew all too well. "Besides, when we saved Sirius, we had the headmaster's permission, so technically we didn't break any rules, and you did have Lockhart with you when you went after Ginny. So—" Sirius and Remus broke out laughing again. Hermione looked at them askance, and Harry just shook his head at her when she turned to him for support. They all sobered up, though, as the doors of the infirmary came into sight. Harry felt his gut twist. He seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time in the infirmary, and he had never liked the place. He followed Remus inside, and immediately spotted Molly sat by a bed in the corner. Ginny was tucked up and looked fast asleep. Molly waved them over. She was hysterical when she came to. She wanted to go back. Poppy gave her a sleeping potion. Poppy said she was suffering from shock. "I've left a message with Arthur's secretary. Hopefully he'll be able to get here once his meeting is finished." She stroked Ginny's cheek gently. "She was so determined to come. We thought we were doing the right thing." "You couldn't have known how she would react for certain, Molly," Remus said soothingly. "Nobody really does know how they'll face the sight of a traumatic event until they're there. I freaked out too," Harry confessed, hoping to make Molly feel a bit better about allowing Ginny to go along. "Me too," Ron admitted, shifting closer to his mum. "And me 3," Sirius said gently. "And I only saw Harry's memory of what happened. If she had been able to handle it, it would have been a positive experience for her to face her fears," Remus added. "Which was why I endorsed the effort." Madame Pomfrey bustled into the room and glared at the crowd of people surrounding the bed. "You may have to return her to her mind healer, Molly. She's clearly still dealing with the after-effects of her experience." Molly went bright red. She stuttered before getting hold of herself. "Ginny hasn't seen a mind healer. She seemed back to normal, and the headmaster said she was okay. So—" Madame Pomfrey's eyes widened dramatically, her face turning as red as Molly's. "And when did the headmaster receive his healing qualifications?" She all but shouted. Harry felt supremely awkward standing in between the two women. "I told you at the time that your daughter would need—" Sirius cleared his throat. The Mediwitch shot the assembled crowd a look, and took a calming breath, evidently reining in whatever she'd been about to yell, given the presence of other people. "I highly recommend that you engage a mind healer now," she said briskly. "If you'll excuse me—" She swept away before anyone could say anything. Molly's colour hadn't abated at all, and she wouldn't look at any of them. "I thought she was fine. She's had a few nightmares over the last year or so, but nothing that would indicate a real problem." Harry had no idea what to say, and he had a feeling Ginny would be mortified to hear her mother discussing her problems with so many people.
Kids are remarkably resilient, Remus assured her gently, but with her reaction to the chamber she obviously hasn't come to terms with her experience. I'm sure a mind healer would be able to help her. I can recommend a good one, Sirius added a little hesitantly. Ron stirred restlessly. We can use the money from the basilisk, Mum. He bit his lip before he continued on anyway. You can have my share if Ginny's won't cover it. That's kind of you, Ronald. Molly patted his hand and smiled at her son. And you're a good brother for offering, but that money's a nest egg for you. I'm sure Ginny's share will more than cover it, Remus said. Basilisk products sell well. Molly nodded and met Sirius's eyes with a determined expression. A recommendation for a mind healer would be appreciated. Sirius smiled. I'll owl you his details when I get home. A Hogwarts elf popped into the infirmary and bowed to Sirius. Professor Babbling is ready to meet with you and your heir, the Lord Harry Potter, at your convenience, Lord Black. Thank you, Sirius said formally. The elf popped away again. It was his test results. Harry was assaulted by a rush of nerves, twisting, torturing nerves that writhed in his belly and made him want to throw up. What if he hadn't passed? What if he'd failed? Sirius would be so disappointed in him. His mouth went dry. Come on. Sirius nudged his elbow. We shouldn't keep Professor Babbling waiting. Molly managed to dredge up a smile for Harry. Good luck, Harry. Yeah, Ron said, punching Harry's upper arm lightly. Good luck, mate. You'll be fine, Harry. You can't have discussed runes as much as you did at lunch without knowing enough to have passed the requirements for fourth year. Hermione informed him as they wandered out of the infirmary with final farewells to the Weasleys, all consisting mainly of hopes that Ginny would feel better shortly. When they reached the main staircase, Remus paused and nodded at Harry. Hermione and I will meet you at the entrance. Good luck. Sirius's firm hand on Harry's shoulder guided him back through Hogwarts' maze of corridors to Professor Babbling's office. She greeted them warmly, and within moments Harry found himself sitting rather uncomfortably on a wooden chair in front of her desk, Sirius beside him. Professor Babbling smiled a tad nervously. Well, firstly, I have to admit to making a mistake. Oh? Sirius asked, immediately protective. I accidentally gave Harry part of the fourth-year final exam along with the third year. Professor Babbling confessed ruefully. So that was why there had been so many questions. But that meant he hadn't had the full time for his third-year questions, and Harry bit his lip, nerves rushing him again. Now, it has led to some surprising results, Professor Babbling continued. On the third-year material, taking into account your reduced time for the essay question, and so removing it from consideration, you scored an outstanding. Outstanding! He'd gotten an outstanding. He almost drowned in the relief and turned to Sirius with a happy grin. I'm so proud of you, Harry, Sirius said, reaching over and gripping his shoulder. That's excellent work. Yes, Professor Babbling smiled widely at him. You did very well. Only your friend Hermione and Anthony Goldstein did better on those portions of the exam, and I'm sure if you had been given the full time, you may have equalled or surpassed them. Harry flushed warm with the praise and the almost definable paternal pride he could see oozing from Sirius as the professor continued talking. But the really interesting thing for me, Professor Babbling said, is that you scored an acceptable on the fourth-year material you answered, and really, once again. If you'd had the proper time, you may well have scored an exceeds expectation. Certainly your analyses of the runic combinations were very well done. That's brilliant, Sirius declared when Harry remained speechless. So I assume there is no issue with him taking the fourth-year class? Well, that's what I wanted to discuss with you. Professor Babbling leaned back and fixed Harry with an intent stare. If you continued tutoring for the rest of the summer, I believe you'd pass the fourth-year final exam, and would therefore be able to sit with the fifth-year class in September. Harry looked at her, astounded. You mean I'd— He gestured, jumping weakly with his fingers. Skip a year, yes, Professor Babbling said with a smile. There are advantages. Firstly, it would keep you challenged. I think a fourth-year placement would bore you. Secondly, you could take the OWL at the end of the year, and this would mean one less OWL for you to take next year, which, given the fifth-year syllabi for the core subjects, is recommended. Thirdly, on the assumption you would take your NEWT in your sixth year, I would not be adverse to signing you up to complete the initial mastery year in your seventh. Whether you continue or not, the training would be useful in several professions. Harry swallowed hard and darted a look at Sirius. He was really pleased to be considered, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to jump a year. But there were no hints at Sirius's thoughts, as his father was intently listening to babbling. "There are disadvantages, of course," the runes professor said with a wave of her hand. "You'll be taking classes with the year above you and outside of your peer group, which may lead to some resentment and suggestion of preferential treatment. Additionally, you would be sitting an OWL a year early, and that would make fourth-year exams slightly more stressful for you. But I think the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages in your case, Mr. Potter. What do you think?" What did he think? He glanced again at Sirius, who looked back at him with calm, thoughtful grey eyes, and he knew Sirius was waiting for him to make his own decision. He really didn't want to skip a year. People would think it was favoritism and special treatment. He would stand out, be different, not normal, again. His entire being wanted to blurt out that fourth-year class was fine with him. But hadn't he promised Sirius to always do his best? If he didn't skip a year, wasn't that holding himself back? Just as he had with all of his schooling before Sirius? Wasn't his aversion to his classmates resenting him just a reverse kind of peer pressure to conform? "Mr. Potter," prompted Professor Babbling gently. Harry bit his lip and sighed. "I'd like to try for the fifth-year class if I can continue being tutored." He looked over at Sirius, who nodded. "I can continue tutoring you, Harry. That's not an issue," Sirius assured him. "I am worried, though," Harry murmured, getting a sudden spurt of inspiration, "about people thinking that it's favoritism. I mean, I've only gotten the chance to move into fifth-year runes because of switching subjects and an accident with the exam. So," he sighed heavily, "is there any way we can offer the same deal to anyone else who might have gotten an outstanding on the third-year exam? Like Hermione, who would probably jump at the chance to sit the fourth-year exam with him and hopefully enter fifth-year runes alongside him." "Oh, what an interesting question," Professor Babbling said, slumping back in her seat as she considered it. Sirius winked at Harry, seemingly understanding his ploy. "I think it's an excellent suggestion." He smiled at the professor. "I'm thrilled Harry's done so well and has the opportunity to enter fifth year. But I'm also concerned about his alienation from his peer group. He has enough obstacles in that regard with the boy who lived nonsense. I think offering the other students who gained an outstanding the opportunity to sit the fourth-year exam at the beginning of September and the chance to move up would alleviate the majority of any resentment. I will need to run it by Professor McGonagall, but I don't see any reason why we can't owl the outstanding students by tomorrow and make the offer, explaining the circumstances." Professor Babbling confirmed. Sirius smiled at her again. "Excellent." The professor rose to her feet, and Harry leapt to his, grateful it was all over until he returned to school officially. He barely managed the good-byes as Sirius hurried them out. As soon as they were in the corridor, Sirius pulled him into a quick hug. "I am so proud of you," Sirius said again. "You aced the test, and you were brilliant about the whole moving up a year thing." Harry returned the hug, feeling giddy with delight at Sirius's visible happiness in Harry's achievement. "I couldn't have done it without your help," he pointed out as they made their way back to Hermione and Remus. "You're an excellent student, Harry," Sirius cantered. "And yes, I am an excellent tutor." He winked at him, and Harry chuckled. They spied Remus and Hermione waiting by the massive front doors. Hermione was almost bouncing by the time they reached them. "Well," she demanded, "did you pass? Did it go okay?" "It's okay if it didn't go okay, but I'm sure you did fine, and—" Remus put a hand on her shoulder. "Take a breath and let him answer, Hermione." He looked hopefully at both Sirius and Harry. "Well?" Harry smiled happily. "I passed." "He got an outstanding," crowed Sirius. Hermione squealed and launched herself at Harry. Harry gave an oomph as he caught her, his arms automatically wrapping around her and noting that she was a girl in the way her body pressed against his in interesting places. He looked startled over her bushy hair for advice from Sirius, who simply smirked back at him. Hermione untangled herself from Harry with a sheepish expression, but she surprised him when she held on to him, one of her arms wrapped around one of his. "Well done, Harry," Remus congratulated him. "I think this calls for cake and ice cream." "Oh, there's more," Sirius said, and motioned for Harry to speak. Harry explained the accident with the fourth-year exam papers, and the opportunity to test into fifth for all of the outstanding students. Hermione squealed again, but he was ready for her hug, and grinned at her beaming face. "Oh, Harry, this is fantastic. Just think. We could sit our OWL a year early, and that's one less for our fifth year, and— Oh, but there's only a month, and I've only just started reading for runes. And then there's— You're more than welcome to join Harry's tutoring lessons, Hermione," Sirius said quickly. "And if I can get into fifth-year runes, you definitely can," Harry assured her. "You did better than me on the third-year stuff." Hermione smiled up at him and nodded briskly. "Anthony Goldstein and Daphne Greengrass probably got outstandings as well. Maybe Sue Lee. I wonder if they'll want to take the test. Probably Anthony will. He told me before the exam that he was already half a term into the fourth-year material. The sound of someone approaching had them turning around rapidly to see Bill running up to them. Sirius sent Remus a questioning look, and Remus nodded. "I sent a Patronus, asking if we were needed to remain here and for an update. I didn't expect a personal reply." Bill waved at them as he joined them, before bending double and catching his breath. "Merlin, that's some climb. I preferred Fawkes helping me out," Harry admitted. "So, what was in the secret room?" asked Sirius. "Do you need Harry?" Bill shook his head. "There's nothing in the room." "Nothing?" questioned Remus sharply, his eyes narrowing before he sighed deeply. "Of course, anything of value Voldemort would have taken when he discovered the chamber as a teenager, as Tom Riddle." "That's our theory," Bill confirmed. "There's evidence that there were books, potions, and there are some old cauldrons that were left lying on the floor, but—" He shook his head, began to speak, and stopped again at the sight of Hermione before he opened his mouth again. "Definitely nothing of value." Harry knew that meant the object they were looking for must be hidden elsewhere in Hogwarts. "They'd have to regroup," Sirius sighed. "I guess it was unlikely he would have gone back there if he'd taken everything of value with him. Bertie and the headmaster are doing another check to see if there are any other nooks and crannies down there where stuff might have been hidden away, but—" Bill shrugged. Hermione was looking from Sirius to Bill to Remus with a calculating look that Harry knew all too well. He hurriedly cleared his throat. "We should get going." "Me too," Bill said. "I volunteered to come up so I could check on Ginny." "Poppy gave her a sleeping potion," Remus informed him. "But I'm sure your mum would appreciate the support. She's had a bit of a shock." Bill nodded. "See you guys?" Sirius nodded. "Tell Bertie I'll owl." He ushered Hermione and Harry out of the door. "Come on. The sooner we get clear of the wards, the sooner we celebrate with cake and ice cream." Harry smiled at Sirius's antics, but his eyes caught Hermione's contemplative expression again, and his heart sank. He didn't want to keep secrets from his friends, but Sirius and Remus had discussed the necessity of it with him many times, and he knew it was for their protection as much as it was for his. They didn't need to know about the treasure hunt or about the prophecy, and there were times, as he had confided in Healer Allen, that he wished he hadn't been so insistent on learning about it himself, and knowing about either would only put them in danger. Hermione suddenly slipped her hand into his again. "It's okay, Harry," she whispered, as they fell behind the two men striding away down the path out of the castle. "I know you can't tell me, and I know it's probably something to do with the death threat, and with him, but if you need me—" He tightened his grip on her hand, so relieved at her unequivocal support that he couldn't speak for a long moment. "Thanks," he managed eventually. She smiled at him and started talking about fourth-year rooms, and how he wasn't to tell her what was on the exam. but she had started reading about the recombinations of runes in protection in her fourth-year textbook, and what were Harry's thoughts. They discussed runes all the way to the Hogwarts gates, and caught up with Remus and Sirius waiting for them on the path. Harry and Hermione came to a halt in front of the two men, and Harry waited impatiently. Weren't they supposed to be doing something like apparating them? "Harry," Sirius said dryly, "I'm afraid you're going to need to let go of Hermione so Remus can apparate with her to Black Manor." Harry looked at him, confused for a long moment, before he realized he was still holding on to Hermione's hand. He blushed furiously as they untangled their fingers, and Hermione, her own cheeks a rosy red, stepped away towards a visibly smirking Remus. Sirius winked at Harry and placed an arm around Harry's shoulders as Remus disappeared out of sight. "Hold tight!" They reappeared in the reception-room, and Hermione smiled at him shyly. Harry blushed again, but smiled back to reassure her there was no harm done, and wondered again at the flip-flopping sensation in his belly. Cake, he decided as he followed Sirius out of the room. He just wanted cake. It had nothing to do with Hermione. Harry exchanged a nervous look with Neville as they were ushered into the study. Sirius and Remus had been strange all day, and the way Sirius had abruptly informed them that Neville's Gran had given her permission for Neville to stay for a bit longer before he'd hustled Hermione to the flue after the politics lesson made Harry's Marauder alarm start ringing very loudly. Sirius waved them into a sofa in the seating area. The coffee table had a waiting Pensieve filled with a silvery memory. Remus sat in a chair next to them and sent a pointed look to Sirius, who was hovering with a strange expression on his face by the open door. The two marauders seemed to have an entire silent conversation before Sirius heaved a sigh and shut the door. "Right," Sirius cleared his throat as he walked over to join them. "So you're probably wondering why we brought you two in here." Harry swapped another bemused look with Neville before they both nodded. "Right," Sirius repeated, taking a deep breath. "We're here to have a discussion with you about—" he gestured. "Well, I guess you could say about courting." "Courting?" Harry's green eyes were startled wide as he realized where the discussion was heading. He shook his head quickly. "That's okay, Padfoot, really. I think Neville and we know." A very pale Neville managed to get out. "Yes, you know," Sirius agreed fervently before he sighed. "But do you know?" Harry frowned in confusion, and was relieved Neville's expression was equally bewildered. Sirius cast a desperate look at Remus. "What Padfoot is trying to say is that we are aware that you may know the biological facts, but that is rather different to the art of courting," Remus said. "There are also certain emotional and physical implications about dating someone and becoming sexually active. And we should check that what you do know is accurate and not a tale from Mr. Finnegan's imagination." Harry was fairly sure Neville was looking as horrified as he was. "Right," Sirius said again. "I think we should just get on with it. Here," he pointed at the Pensieve, "is a memory." His face softened in remembrance. "It's your dad, Harry. Your granddad actually gave James this kind of talk the summer after our 4th year. We marauders went to visit him, and so—" Harry brightened at the news. It was a memory of his dad. "How bad could it be? We're all going to enter the Pensieve," Remus said. "If you have a question at any point, we'll pause the memory and explain before we move on." Sirius smiled at them. "Ready?" Harry glanced at Neville, who gave a nervous smile. They leaned forward to enter the Pensieve. They fell into the memory and found themselves in a large, sunny bedroom. An unmade bed could be seen to the left, but 4 boys were gathered on the floor, a plate of snacks in the centre of them, and they each had glasses of butterbeer. Harry soaked up the sight of his 15-year-old dad. Everyone was right. They did look alike, with the same messy dark hair, slim build, and Potter features. But there were differences beyond his dad's hazel eyes. His father had a casual elegance and air of status about him that Harry knew would have come from the etiquette lessons he must have had as a child. There was also a faint hint of the arrogance Sirius had confessed to Harry, and finally there was the openly mischievous smirk that adorned his face. His gaze moved to the boy to his dad's immediate left. Sirius. There was already a hint of the rebel about Sirius in his muggle clothing of jeans and T-shirt. 15-year-old Sirius still had shadows in his eyes. But Harry knew the shadows had nothing to do with Azkaban, and he recognized the guarded wariness all too well from looking in a mirror when he'd been growing up with the Dursleys. A desperate loneliness and a want to belong. Remus sat to the left of Sirius, opposite Harry's father. There were fewer scars across his face, and his hair was a glossy, sandy colour. His brown eyes were warm and friendly. The rat was the last of the group, but 15-year-old Peter didn't look like the crawling betrayer that Harry had encountered at the end of his 3rd year. Peter looked like the others, young and mischievous, if a little nondescript with his brown hair and eyes, a little slovenly with his twisted collar and the faint stain of some condiment on the front of his robes. Neville shifted beside him. "That's Pettigrew. Younger and not yet in Tom's pocket, but yeah," Harry admitted quietly. "We couldn't delete him, unfortunately," Sirius added, "but he was always pretty quiet, so you shouldn't have to put up with him saying much." Harry nodded absently as he tuned into what his dad was saying. "And then he sits me down and gives me the little wizard's talk," James announced, waving his sandwich at them. "I mean me." "At least he went to the trouble to sit down and talk with you," Sirius said, disgruntled. "Exactly." Remus nodded. "I think my parents are trying to ignore the fact that I'm a teenager." He sighed. "Not that having the talk would make a difference to me. With my condition I can hardly go out with someone." "Bollocks, Mooney," remonstrated Sirius. "There are plenty of girls who'd like you to escort them to Hogsmeade if you'd just get over yourself." "And when they find out the truth," shot back Remus. "How many do you think will stick around after that?" "The ones that deserve you," James interrupted. "If they don't want to know you because of your furry little problem, they don't deserve to be with you." "Here, Sirius said. Harry noticed that Remus was shooting Sirius an irritated look, as their memory versions started their campaign for James to spill the beans on what had been said in his talk. "I thought you were going to start the memory from a later point," Remus hissed at Sirius. Sirius shushed him and pointed back at the boys. "James is about to begin properly." The look Remus shot Sirius promised retribution. Harry wondered what Remus would think up. He could get quite creative with his pranks. "All right." James held up his hands. "I give in. I'll tell you what my dad said." Remus's eyes narrowed on his friend's wicked smile. "You have to promise on Marauder's honour to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." "Mooney!" James protested dramatically. "Don't you trust me?" There was a chorus of "No" from all 3 of his friends. "Fine," grumbled James. "I promise I'll make no embellishments. Let's get organized." He made the other 3 sit in a line on the floor facing him, and he sprawled out in front of them, brushing off his dusty robes. Remus had somehow gotten parchment and ink, and was poised to take notes. "All right, boys," James began brightly. "As you are now 15 years old, you may have started to notice girls or boys, or both. This is because you are becoming a man, and your body and emotions are maturing. You are beginning the journey to—" "Sex," interrupted Sirius cheerfully. James shot him a look that clearly said, "Shut up. Finding someone to love and marry, someone you can build a family with." "Well, not if it's a boy," Remus pointed out. "If you settle down with a boy, having a baby is out." "Adoption," Sirius said. "You can blood adopt, which is just as valid, or go with a surrogate." "True," Remus conceded. "But who would want to kiss a boy?" joked Peter. "I already have," Sirius stated somewhat stiffly. Harry's eyes widened with the admission, and he cast a look over to the older version of Sirius, who was very carefully ignoring them all. "Really?" asked Remus, his eyes shining with curiosity. "What was it like?" "More to the point," James interrupted, "who was it, and when?" "I'm not saying but it was." Sirius shrugged. "Fine. Not ground-shaking or anything. It's a bit like kissing a girl." James sighed, but didn't push Sirius. "Anyway, my dad said that he didn't mind if I ended up with a girl or a boy as long as I was happy. My mum would throw a wobbly if I brought home a boy," Peter said. He suddenly clasped his hands together and wailed dramatically. "But what about my grandchildren?" Harry noted that it was quite a funny impression, even if it was Peter. "Your mum?" "What about mine?" "Your mum might cry and wail a bit, but mine will have a complete fit and hex me half to death before marrying me off to some pure-blooded bitch from Bulgaria. Not that it matters, since I'm leaving home as soon as I can." Sirius made a get-on-with-it gesture at James. "So then," James said quickly, moving the subject on. "Son," he said, "at some point you will go from noticing people in general to noticing one person in particular." "Lily," coughed Sirius, and he explained what a crush was. You know, being very attracted, wanting to be with them, wanting to be noticed by them, dreaming about being with them. Assured me again that it was all perfectly normal. James's expression took on a sheepish look. Then he explained that it was a fine line between a crush and obsession, and to make sure I didn't allow myself to slip from one to another. "One. You mean like following said crush everywhere?" Sirius teased. "Stealing her timetable to know where she is every hour of the day," offered Peter with a sly smirk. "Making notes of what she eats at meals so you can deduce her favourite foods," added Remus. "All right, all right." James held up his hands. "I admit my dad's talk did actually get me to think maybe I've gone a little overboard with Lily." Harry's heart ached a little at his dad's miserable expression. Younger Sirius obviously had the same reaction, because he cleared his throat loudly. "Well, maybe your dad has some advice to offer about how you could win the heart of the enigma. That is Evans." "Yes," exclaimed James, pointing at him. Wooing was the next thing he talked about. "Wooing?" Sirius pulled a face. "He actually called it wooing?" James ignored him. "Basically, he said that when you found someone you liked, that the next stage was wooing, getting to know them better and allowing them to get to know the real you." "But what if they're a teacher?" asked Peter. "Well, I think you probably have to be realistic and appropriate about the object of your affections," Remus supplied quickly. "Right, James?" "Sure. I mean, Dad didn't say anything specifically, but I think he was assuming that the other person would be within the same age range and someone you knew personally." James frowned at Peter. "You don't still have that crush on Professor Linney?" "She's so beautiful," Peter said dreamily. All three other boys exchanged knowing looks. "So," said James loudly, "you like someone near to your own age. Not a teacher." He threw Peter another look, or someone unattainable like a Quidditch player or whatever. "And you want to get to know her, or him, better." "Better." He gestured. "He said the first stage was to become friends with them, get to know them. Sometimes it works out that once you do know them, you don't fancy them any more," Sirius concluded. "But sometimes you'll continue to like them and will progress to the next stage, asking them out. He suggested that you take them a token, a flower or a chocolate or something, and in private. Ask them in a sincere way if they would do you the honour of allowing you to escort them to Hogsmeade, or wherever. If they say no, accept it graciously, and don't push it." James sighed, and, reaching down, pulled on the toes of his socks, straightening them out. Harry wondered why his father looked so disheartened. Sirius nudged him. "Your dad had spent our 4th year asking your mum to accompany him to Hogsmeade in front of the entire Gryffindor common room every time there was a weekend announced. It was a bit of a running joke by the end of the year that he'd ask and she'd turn him down." Oh, Harry realized that his dad must have compared the advice he'd been given to how he'd asked his mum, and understood he'd made a mistake. Neville's dad, on the other hand, wooed Alice exactly in the manner James's dad recommended. Sirius smiled at Neville, who brightened at the new knowledge of his father. "How do you get one of them to go somewhere in private?" Peter wondered out loud. "They travel in packs." "Send them a note with the morning mail, or sneak one to them in class," suggested Sirius. "Or you could just ask them if you could have a word in private," Remus said logically. "What if they don't like me, I mean you, collective you?" Peter stammered out. "They're hardly likely to go anywhere alone with me, you know what I mean." "That's why there's the getting to know you thing first," Sirius said sagely. "So they can get to know you enough that they would go alone with you somewhere."
Dad said there were a few tips. Firstly, compliments should be sincere. If her hair looks awful, don't pretend it does. But if she has a nice smile, you can say that you like her smile, for instance. James said. Secondly, you should always be honest, but never say anything unkind. Don't tell her she's fat, he means. Sirius chipped in. Any other tips? Asked Remus, making a note on his parchment. Don't insult her friends. James muttered. All three of the others looked at him, but with varying expressions of horror, sympathy, and pity. Well, you've kind of screwed the— Sirius! James snapped. He has a point, Peter said tactlessly. We have hexed Snivellers a lot. It's no wonder she doesn't like you. Neville leaned in towards Harry. Snivellers? Snape. Harry whispered back. He was my mum's friend. Neville stared at him in shock. I know, Harry said in amused agreement with Neville's disbelief. So we do some damage limitation next year, suggested Remus. We don't hex him unless he starts something with us. Sirius didn't look pleased, but James grinned. Fine, Sirius grumbled, but I won't hold back if he does start something. James reached over and patted his foot. Your sacrifice is much appreciated. He leaned back and smiled. Anyway, Dad said that if someone likes you, they'll smile at you a lot, find excuses to touch you and talk to you, so you'll have a general idea about whether they'll want you to ask them out. Remus nodded. Find excuses. Got it. So, first date, Dad said to make sure you bathe beforehand, dress nicely, make an effort. Then there was nothing wrong with going with time. Honoured traditions, greet her with a flower and a sincere compliment. Go on a walk around Hogsmeade to places you both enjoy, followed by lunch at the Three Broomsticks, and escort the lady back to her house. James paused. And should everything have gone well, then? Kissing! Shrieked Sirius. Or just one kiss. James agreed with a smile. Tips for kissing? Remus asked, organizing his parchment. Practice good dental hygiene. Don't eat anything too spicy or garlicky beforehand, or have a breath mint handy. Don't lunge at her, or you might knock heads. Be gentle, and remember to breathe. James reeled off quickly. What about French kissing? Remus pointed his quill at James. Dad said you tangle your tongues together in a stroking fashion. It's a lot more intimate, and you should probably not try it on a first kiss, James instructed. So how far do you go, and when? Peter asked, brushing some crumbs off his robe. James smiled at him. Good question, Pete. I asked my dad the same thing. And the answer, prompted Remus, quill poised to write it down. Dad said you should talk about it once you've gone on a few dates and have agreed you're properly a couple. James's cheeks coloured. He said that it was better not to rush into, doing it, and that there was a lot you could do before it. Talking seems sensible. Remus agreed. You don't want to schedule it like homework, though, protested Sirius. Where's the spontaneity, the joy, the having fun in the moment? Dad said to agree rules. James said. So before a, snogging session, you'd agree that you could place your hands on her. He made a descriptive gesture with his hands that Harry assumed meant breasts, and whether you could touch her above or beneath her clothing. Harry's face was bright red. He was certain Neville's probably was too. This was a really bad idea, Harry thought. He didn't want to think that his dad and his mum had probably had that kind of conversation at one point. Oh, well, that makes sense, Sirius conceded. I did get slapped by Cathy Pickleton for accidentally touching her bits. They all looked at Sirius before James cleared his throat and motioned with his hand, drawing their attention again. There are rules, James said, that Dad said were sacrosanct whatever was agreed. He pushed his glasses up his nose. Let's see, everyone should have fun. An excellent rule, Sirius said fervently. But nobody should feel humiliated, uncomfortable, misused, or taken advantage of afterwards. No means no, and you should always stop when someone asks you to stop. You shouldn't pressure someone into doing something, and they shouldn't pressure you, James continued. There was a sombre moment as all the boys absorbed that rule. Anything else? Remus asked. Well, we then had a very embarrassing conversation about touching, James admitted. Touching?
Sirius asked, his eyebrows rising. "Touching yourself and, someone else. You know?" James shrugged, and refused to meet any of his friend's gazes. How touching certain parts might lead to, orgasms and stuff. "Ah!" Sirius grimaced. "Masturbation is a normal activity for young men and women," Remus lectured. "Would you want to discuss wanking with your dad?" demanded James. Remus winced. "No, not really." "Well, then," James said, satisfied his point had been made. Then he said, "At some point, if I had been going with someone for a while, it might lead to, full-on sex." He remained silent long enough for the others to cast looks at each other before Remus was evidently silently volunteered to say something. "And what about sex, James?" prompted Remus. James sighed and smoothed down his robes. "Well, some of it was advice about waiting until I was ready, not rushing into it, that kind of thing. And then," his lips twisted, "most of it was checking that I understood where everything went. Which we can skip." Sirius agreed hurriedly. "He also taught me the contraceptive charm." James's face was aflame, and said I should always make sure I was safe. "No getting someone pregnant? Or getting some kind of sexually transmitted disease?" Remus stated firmly. "It's what you'd expect your dad to say, really." "There was other advice as well," James said. "He said that you should make sure you're in a comfortable and safe place, make it special with candles and maybe some music." He sat up and changed position. "He mentioned that there's a lot of pressure for both people the first time, and to talk about expectations and stuff before. He said if I ever thought I was getting to the point where I thought I was going to have sex, then he'd give me some books to read about technique, and—" He gestured weakly. "Making sure my partner and I had a good time." "Back to the fun thing, huh?" Sirius asked. "He said it was better if you trusted each other and could laugh when things didn't quite work out the way you wanted. Then he had this anecdote about his own first time," James added as the others winced in sympathy, "and frankly that was more than I ever needed to know about my dad's sex life." Harry was relieved when the memory ended and they tumbled back into themselves. He and Neville sat back down on the sofa. Sirius moved the pensieve and handed them parchment, quills, and ink. "So we need to check that— well, we need to check, as James said, that you know where everything goes, so I want you to write down what you know about sex." "Can't you just accept our word for it?" asked Harry desperately. "As your parent, of course. I accept your word and trust that you know if you say you do," Sirius said brightly. "But as your sex education tutor, no, I need proof. We can either do this verbally or in written form, so—" "Written is fine," Harry said hurriedly. Neville nodded. For the next few moments Harry focused on writing about human procreation in as few succinct sentences as he could manage. He slapped his quill down and handed the parchment to Sirius. He was quickly followed by Neville. Sirius quickly scanned them as everyone else fidgeted and waited. "You both passed the quiz portion of the discussion." "Thank Merlin!" Neville said, slumping back. Sirius cleared his throat. "To recap, it's okay to like girls or boys or both. You may start noticing one person in particular, and crushes are normal. But try to make sure you don't become obsessed. If you do like someone, get to know them better and don't hex their friends." He looked up. "Are there any questions you would like to ask so far?" Harry exchanged a swift, furtive look at Neville, and they both very quickly shook their heads. "If you do like someone, ask them on a date. Be respectful, and try to ask them in a private location. If they say no, move on. Plenty of fish in the sea," Sirius continued. "If they say yes, don't worry about doing something fancy, although I can highly recommend a picnic by the Black Lake when the weather is nice, or stargazing on the top of the astronomy tower," interjected Remus. "If the date has gone well, then a goodbye kiss is appropriate, but ask before you do it. A simple 'May I kiss you?' works wonders." Sirius informed them briskly. "Equally, if you move on to snogging, always check the boundaries about what you can and can't touch, or you may get slapped." It was actually very good advice. Harry thought, slightly dazed. He certainly had no wish to get slapped. The more touching you do, the more, intimate you'll become.
If you think you're ready for sex—" Sirius stumbled a little over his words, and there was a streak of red across his cheeks. "Well, quite honestly, I'm hoping that you don't think that for a while." "A long while. A very, very long while," Remus coughed. "But if you do—" Sirius pulled himself back to his original discussion point. "You should both know Remus and I are always willing to talk with either of you and provide you with the relevant literature that James mentioned at the end there, and obviously discuss any concerns that you may have." "Do you know the contraceptive charm?" asked Remus bluntly. "Yes," Harry said. "Arthur showed Ron before third year, and, well, when he said so in the dorm, Seamus said he also knew, and they both taught the rest of us." "The incantation?" checked Remus. "Duosterillus," Harry and Neville chorused. Remus nodded, satisfied. "Do you have any questions?" "No," Harry answered immediately. He hoped that was the end of it. "No," Neville echoed faintly. Sirius nodded. "Well, I just want to reiterate that waiting until you're ready is good. Don't be pressured into doing something when you don't really want to. I didn't wait, and I've always regretted it." That regret was written across his face. "When did you—" Neville stopped, and when Harry turned to look at him, Neville looked thoroughly appalled, as though he couldn't believe he'd begun to ask such a personal question. "I was 14, Sirius answered calmly. "I was 16, Remus added, "but unlike Sirius, my experience was a positive one, and with a girl who I dated for a few months." Harry wondered. "Your dad was 17, Harry." Sirius informed him before he could complete the thought. "I'm not sure about your mum. Girls don't tend to confide that kind of information in blokes." "Didn't my dad or my mum—" Harry stopped abruptly, not sure he wanted the answer or to really ask the question. "Your mum wasn't your dad's first lover," Sirius said quietly, answering the question anyway. "Your dad took your granddad's advice to heart in our 5th year. He asked your mum once in private before the first Hogsmeade weekend if she would like to go out with him, and when she refused, he decided to move on. He dated other girls until your mum finally consented to go out with him toward the end of 6th year. Again, not sure about your mum, your dad and I never discussed it." Harry glanced at Remus, who nodded in support of Sirius. "Keep in mind that most girls don't take kindly to having their sex lives the topic of gossip and discussed in the boys' changing rooms or dorms. If you do get together with a girl, how far you go and what you do together should remain between her and you, unless you're asking for advice," Remus said. "James never said a word about Lily, which is why we don't know." "It's about respecting your partner," Sirius said. "Confiding in a good friend is okay if you need advice, but only if you trust them to keep quiet." "Any other questions?" asked Remus brightly, as Harry and Neville remained silent. They shook their heads. "Well, if you do have questions, Remus and I are always happy to talk to you," Sirius said. He motioned at them. "Harry, maybe you could see Neville to the flue." Harry nodded quickly. He and Neville escaped the study, and both of them sighed with relief as they closed the door behind them. They walked to the flue in silence, and Neville took a pinch of flue powder. He turned back to Harry slightly hesitantly. "Well, that was—" Neville began awkwardly. "Yes." Harry nodded. "Let's never mention this again?" Neville suggested with a smile. Harry grinned back at him. Neville nodded, still smiling, threw the flow powder, and called out his home flue address before stepping into the flames. Harry rubbed his forehead. Maybe he could obliviate himself. Maybe. On the other hand, he couldn't deny that in between the excruciating embarrassment of the topic, it had been good to see the memory of his dad, and there had been some useful information if he was going to be dating when he went back to Hogwarts. If— oh. The cold of the basement skittered over his skin, but Barty ignored it, despite the fact that he was half naked, shirtless, after spending the day in the garden sun, bathing under a disillusionment charm. It had been so good to simply soak up the sun and breathe fresh air. It wasn't something that had happened often in the last 12 years of his life. But life had certainly changed for Barty during the previous few weeks since Peter Pettigrew and the Dark Lord had rescued him.
It was a bizarre story, really, one Pettigrew had told in the Crouches' front parlour, stumbling and sliding over his words, while the Dark Lord looked on from the eyes of the 2-year-old child he had possessed. In short, Pettigrew had been hiding, but had been discovered the year before by Sirius Black and Harry Potter. He'd escaped and ran for Albania, where he knew the last person to find the Dark Lord had gone, and had managed to track him down through a combination of what Barty believed was sheer luck and chance rather than any kind of skill. Fortunately for Barty, Pettigrew had also stumbled into Bertha Jorkins, and the Dark Lord had realized just what a treasure trove of information the gossipy woman was since she worked at the ministry. Jorkins's mind had cracked like an egg as the Dark Lord had raped it of every memory she had ever had, including the memory of coming to the Crouch House to deliver a report to Barty's father and accidentally seeing Barty, who was supposed to be dead in one of his escape attempts. His father had obliviated her, but even his strong magic was no match for the Dark Lord, who had recovered the memory and found it fascinating. Upon arriving back in England, the Dark Lord had ordered Pettigrew to the Crouch House. They'd quickly overcome his father and Winky, and liberated Barty from the depths of the basement where he was imprisoned. Winky had been fine once Barty had ordered her to obey the Dark Lord, and to tell no one of his father's capture. He detested the house elf, who had been as much his jailer as his father, but she was useful. Nobody considered house elves as important, and they were always overlooked. She was also loyal and terrified of being given clothes. His father, on the other hand, he descended into the tiny space down the wooden steps, swishing his wand like a sword in front of him. There had just enough space for a single bed, a small, rickety table, and an old formica dining chair that looked like it should have been left in the 70s. A single light illuminated the dank space, a candle on the tiny child's bedside table by the bed. Barty grinned manically at the sight of his dear old dad lying stiff on the bed. The draught the Dark Lord had fed Barty Crouch Senior would keep the old man comatose, but alive. Barty had wanted to kill him, but the Dark Lord had said no. Dad was much more useful alive than dead, especially with the Tri-Wizard tournament they had learned about from Jorkins. The Dark Lord had wanted to send his father back to the ministry under an imperious curse, but Barty had argued that his father might be capable of breaking free. Hadn't he broken free of his father's on occasion? So, the potion had been used, and Dad would sleep, at least until someone pure of heart kissed him. Barty giggled at the thought. No one knew his father was missing. No one was going to come looking for him, certainly no one pure of heart. They'd sent an owl to the ministry, saying Barty had wizard's flu and had been confined to the house. His father's new assistant, Percy Weasley, had offered by return owl to keep things running smoothly and, even better, to send regular progress reports. They had to put up with Weasley's brown-nosing simpering with each missive, and each one turned Barty's stomach with its nauseating flattery of his father. But it was worth it. The ruse was working perfectly. They were fully informed about the Quidditch World Cup, fully informed about the Tri-Wizard tournament, and the Dark Lord was pleased, and making plans of plans, Barty grinned again. Barty would have a role to play, an important role. Someone was going to have to impersonate his father eventually, and who better for the job than himself, his father's son? The Polyjuice potion would be ready soon enough with the Dark Lord's tutelage on improving the standard recipe to enable it to brew faster and in greater quantity, to last longer and duplicate his father's voice and not just his appearance. "Ah, father!" Barty taunted as he dragged the chair over to the bed and sat down. "It's been so long since we've talked." His father had ignored him for the most part, except on the anniversary of his mother's death and Yule. The former would involve a lecture on how much of a disappointment Barty had been to his mother, which was so not true. His mother had died in Azkaban because she believed in him. And the latter would involve a lecture on how much of a naughty boy Barty had been, and a single present of getting to spend the day in the main part of the house leashed to Winky like he was 3 years old. "The Dark Lord is away with Pettigrew doing something important for his plan, gaining his vengeance on his dead father," Barty murmured. "And as it is only you and I for the first time since they arrived, I thought we should talk. Well, I will talk, and you will listen." His mind was finally fully clear of the fog that his father's imperious curses had left behind. He had devoured the newspapers, the old ones that Winky had stacked away for recycling, the new ones that were delivered every day. He had read of Black's innocence and how he had gained custody of Potter. He had read of Black's first Wizengamot session and the death of the Lestrangees, Rabastan. Barty felt his grief stir again. He had been so in love with Rabastan, the dark-haired, handsome man who had loved him and cherished him. The Lestrange home had been a haven for him, a sanctuary of acceptance away from his father's exacting and never-met standards. Bella had mothered him, and Rodolphus had provided big brotherly advice when Barty had floundered. And Rabastan. "I loved him beyond measure," Barty said out loud. "I loved him more than anything. I would have done anything for him, including bowing to the Dark Lord and taking his mark. And I did." He laughed harshly. "It wasn't so bad, you know. I mean, I didn't believe half of it, didn't care in truth, because what did it matter to me if the Dark Lord wanted to kill all the Muggles and Muggle-borns? Who cares, truly? Not you. You just wanted power and control. Like you controlled Mummy, like you tried to control me." His father had made his mother's life a torment. His mother had been a kind, gentle soul. His father had dictated every aspect of her life, from her dress to her manners, from her friends to where she went and for how long. Everything had to be in its place, just as dear old Dad wanted it, or there would be harsh words that tore at her self-confidence and had her weeping while her husband ignored her. Barty had grown up hating his father for how he'd treated his mother. And yet, just like his mother, there had been a part of Barty that had desperately wanted his approval. He had worked so hard at Hogwarts to sort into the right house, to do well in his studies, to excel in every magical way, so that his father had no complaints. And yet there had been no praise or approval at the end of each year, just questions why he'd gotten less than outstanding for care of magical creatures, or why hadn't he made seeker for the Quidditch team instead of the chaser position he had excelled in, or why hadn't he been considered for head boy and was just a lowly prefect. Nothing had ever been good enough. "I wonder what was worse for you, father dearest," Barty wondered. "Was it finding out that I was a Death Eater, or that Rabastan and I were lovers? I rather think it was the latter." He knew his father would never approve. In his 5th year he had kissed Regulus Black on a dare, and they had briefly conducted a secret affair, thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. It had been Regulus who had introduced him to Rabastan, and Rabastan had loved him utterly and devotedly, just as he had loved Rabastan. They had planned to be properly bonded, and Bella had even offered to carry a child for them who would become the Lestrange heir, as Rodolphus was infertile thanks to a dark curse. They had had so many plans, and they had all come undone in one terrifying night. Bella and Rodolphus were so distraught when the Dark Lord disappeared, Barty said to his unhearing father. They desperately wanted to find out what had happened. They didn't believe, you see, that he was gone. Well, the Potters were dead, but I knew that Alice and Lily had always been close. We just wanted to find out what had happened, where the Potter boy was. Only the Longbottoms hadn't known anything, and Bella and Rodolphus had taken their anger and frustration out on the pair while Rab had left off torturing them to join Barty in playing with the baby. They joked that it was practice for their own child, but then Auras had arrived and there was a battle, and at the end of it Barty had found himself in a cell at the Ministry awaiting his trial. I didn't torture them. You never believed me, father, but I didn't. I kept the boys safe, but was I thanked or rewarded? No. Barty sighed. The only thing I did was lead them there and help them get through the wards. Frank hadn't suspected him not the son of his boss. For that you punished me with a lifetime in Azkaban. Barty stood up and paced back and forth. I still don't know how Mummy convinced you to let her take my place. I suspect there was a potion involved. She was always very good at potions. She had to be, didn't she? She wasn't allowed to be anything less than perfect. But good for Mummy. His mother would have done anything for him, Barty knew that. She had loved him. She had also been the first one to buy him a broom and teach him how to fly, the first to buy him a present to celebrate his being a prefect or getting perfect grades. She had been a wonderful woman, much too good for his father. I won't ever forget that she sacrificed her last days of freedom for me, Barty said firmly, whirling around and pointing his finger at his comatose parent. But you wasted it. I'm sure she never wanted me to exchange one prison for another. To be locked away under your control, never to leave the house, never to know sunshine or a lover's touch again. You dosed me with potions to make my mind pliable and get around the occlumency. Bella taught me. You used imperious curses on me to keep me obedient. Well, no more. His voice vibrated with rage. My lord has freed me. He will be my father now. Barty sat back down suddenly. Yes, you heard me. He told me of his own father, a pitiful man who didn't see the greatness in his own son, just like you. He loves me. He will rise again stronger than before, and I will take my place as his heir. Yes, I will be Slytherin's heir, father. Haven't I done well, now? He paused and wiped a hand across his mouth to wipe away the spittle that had lingered after his passionate spiel. We will get revenge on all those who have wronged us. Barty promised, his eyes glittering. You will eventually die by my hand. The Dark Lord has promised me that, just as his father died at his. He got to his feet and paced again. He stretched out his body. Winky had actually kept him in good condition. She hadn't stinted on his food, ensuring that he had potions to make up for the deficiencies in nutrients caused by his incarceration in the basement, and she had been the one to help him exercise every day. Another week or so and he would be in peak condition, able to assume his father's place. No, not his father. He wouldn't call the man that any longer. He was undeserving of the title. No, he would take his sire's place at the ministry, and then the real fun would start. Barty laughed. Those Death-Eaters who had denounced his master would regret the day they had denied him, had lost faith in him. The Dark Lord had already planned his revival. The ritual was long and complicated, and would take almost a year to complete, but it would return the Dark Lord to his former glory. And Barty would be trusted with the most important part, delivering Harry Potter to the Dark Lord. Harry Potter. Barty had seen the newspapers and seen the Boy Who Lived's photo. He was a young boy, nothing special. The Dark Lord had already told him it had been the mother, Lily, who had performed some ancient Wiccan magic that had protected the boy and deprived the Dark Lord of his body. But the Dark Lord wanted Potter for his resurrection, needed the boy's blood, and so Barty would deliver Potter. The Dark Lord would kill Potter then. And so Barty would deprive Sirius Black of someone he loved, just as Black had deprived Barty of his love. Anger raged through Barty, hot and fierce, and he sent a cutting hex towards the still form on the bed. He would destroy Black for killing Rabastan, Barty thought furiously. He would reduce Black to nothing. He would take everything Black loved and tear it to shreds. He would deliver Black's precious child to the Dark Lord. And when the Dark Lord was finished with him, Barty would deliver Potter's head to Black personally. He sent another curse at the bedridden man who had once been his father. It would take time for the Dark Lord's plan to come to fruition. The ritual he wanted to use was powerful and required months of preparation. But there was no reason why Barty couldn't start on his part early, or on ruining the rest of what Black held dear. He had already begun with sending Potter a happy birthday message, since Weasley had been so eager to tell his boss how the Boy Who Lived would spend the day at the Burrow. But there would be more he could do, and he would do it. He grinned again. The World Cup presented an opportunity. They'd received word via Weasley again that security was being tightened thanks to a tip of some kind of attack. The Dark Lord had laughed and had theorized that it was his old supporters desperately trying to win back favor because they knew he was back, and growing in strength again because the mark darkened. He had given Barty permission to show them how it was really done. He'd target Potter, of course. If he could kidnap him before he went to Hogwarts, so much the better. The boy could face the torment and trials the ritual demanded while chained to a wall next to Barty's dear old dad. But there needed to be a grand gesture and something else. Barty chuckled. Weasley! Didn't he deserve something for his mindless brown nosing? Perhaps the loss of his father would be enough, and it was a good choice. The older Weasley had just been appointed to the Wizengamot and some Muggle affairs thing the Dark Lord had ranted about. Yes, yes. It would be brilliant. The Dark Lord, his new father, would be pleased. The next time I see you, old man, it will be to kill you. Old man, it will be to kill you. He bounded back up the stairs and into the kitchen. Winky! Winky cowered in front of him. Go heal him, Barty ordered. And bring me Weasley's correspondence. I have some canning to do. Winky's ears flapped unhappily, her big round eyes filled with tears, but she nodded and popped away. Barty grabbed an apple, biting into it enthusiastically as he went out to enjoy the sunset. Oh, oh, oh. Another Friday meeting. An extended one, with all that had happened during the previous week. Sirius stretched and eased the kinks out of his neck as he waited for the others to arrive. Remus had agreed to attend, although he was currently encased in a chair and napping. The full moon and the lycanthropy had taken its usual pound of flesh. Bill was also there at Bertie's request. He sat in a chair reading an old book he'd gotten out of the library. The contrast of his rebellious Muggle clothing and the intent, studious expression amused Sirius. He wondered if he had looked the same once upon a time. His connection to the wards tugged on him, and he knew the rest of the War Council had arrived. He revived Remus and Bill, set his book down with a sigh that spoke of being irritated at the interruption to his reading. Sirius's lips twitched as he assured the young curse-breaker he could take the book home with him. Within moments the study was filled with the most senior members of the British magical government, the bustle of getting settled, refreshments arriving, and the exchange of small talk. Although Sirius noted Amelia seemed quiet. Sirius cleared his throat. "We should begin—" He nodded at Cornelius. But Amelia held up her hand before Cornelius could speak. "I believe I should go first. The monitoring wards in Little Hangleton were tripped yesterday night at approximately 9:30. Everyone suddenly sat up straighter. "Why weren't we informed immediately?" demanded Cornelius, and Sirius had to agree with him. They should have been informed. Amelia sighed. "Let me explain. As soon as the wards pinged, Wood and Cambridge responded to investigate and reported back that Pettigrew, a snake, and what looked to be a small child, a toddler, were inside the manor. I was about to contact you when they made a second report that Pettigrew had left on foot, so I held off on the assumption that there would be more to report. That was around 10 o'clock. He made a visit to the cemetery in Little Hangleton, and, according to Wood, collected some bones from Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave. Both Bertie and Dumbledore exchanged a knowing look at that piece of information, and Sirius's jaw tightened. Pettigrew returned to the manor around midnight, at which point things basically went pear-shaped. Amelia said. Cambridge watched as the Muggle caretaker, Frank Bryce, was killed by the toddler in the presence of a large snake. "It is not a toddler, then," Dumbledore said gravely, "but a homunculus bearing what remains of Voldemort's soul. From the memory I watched, I suspect he's possessed a 2-year-old innocent magical child," Amelia said. Unfortunately, Bryce's murder happened too quickly for Cambridge to intervene, and he took a step back in his horror at what had happened, stumbled over something, and alerted the snake to the fact that something or someone else was present. It reacted anyway. He quickly conjured a mouse to account for the noise and portkeyed away to prevent discovery. She paused and took a gulp of her drink. Wood remained behind as he was hidden in a different location outside and watched as Pettigrew apparated away with the toddler and snake. He was unable to place a tracking charm and unable to follow, given the danger of following an apparition trail straight into a trap. "Bugger," said Sirius. "They'd been so close." Wood anonymously alerted the Muggle authorities to the death and returned to base. Amelia sighed. "I felt it wasn't worthwhile disturbing your sleep to inform you of what had happened, given the result, and our meeting now." Sirius sighed heavily. He saw her point, and he could see her guilt at what she must perceive as a failure of the rat squad. Missions and plans go pear-shaped, Amelia. Nobody knows that better than myself. She nodded. And plans rarely survive engagement with the enemy. She smiled sadly at Sirius. I had the same training, Sirius. It's just disappointing. If they had remained at the manor, we would have had them in our sights once we dealt with the treasure hunt. Well, we still learned many valuable things from this encounter, Bertie soothed. Namely, that our intelligence is correct. Pettigrew is working to restore Voldemort, and he is with Voldemort back in this country. We've also confirmed that he's replaced his familiar, as we learned at the Gaunt place. Bill said. He's travelling with a snake. He's gained some form of a body, whether a child or a homunculus in which to house what remains of his soul. Dumbledore chimed in. But not one that I believe Voldemort intends to remain within, given the theft of the bones of his father. Yes, Sirius said dryly. I noticed you and Bertie got very excited about that. Bertie nodded. There are two main rituals that can be used to restore Riddle's body, because he used the particular objects he did as the method of immortality. One of these involves the bone of the father, flesh of the willing servant, and, if I remember correctly, blood of the enemy forcibly taken. Sirius was angry enough that he couldn't speak, and either of you thought to inform us so we could, I don't know, replace Riddle's bones with some other person which would screw up the ritual, asked Remus, stepping in when Sirius remained silent. Bertie and Dumbledore looked abashed. My apologies, Bertie said formally. You're quite correct. I should have informed the council. I just didn't think to. I'm afraid I also have nothing but apologies to make. Dumbledore said hurriedly. My main focus on that ritual was around the assumption that it would give Harry an anchor to life rather than— He twirled his finger to silently say, Bring Voldemort back from the dead. That's true, Bertie said excitedly, pointing at Dumbledore, and it would give us a link, a connection. Although I'm not sure how that would manifest itself, not to mention that it's never going to happen if I have anything to do with it, growled Sirius angrily. And me, Remus snarled, his entire body vibrating with fury. Thirded, said Bill coolly. Just what potions have the two of you taken? Asked Amelia caustically as she turned on Bertie and Dumbledore. You're talking about a dark ritual that will require Riddle to take Harry's blood by force. I assume you do realize that in such an instance Harry would no doubt be in dire straits and probably in severe danger of losing his life if such an event were to occur. You talk as though that doesn't matter at ALL. For once, pull your heads out of your ivory-bloody towers and think. Bertie and Dumbledore both looked thoroughly chastised. Sirius was tempted to burst out laughing as the two men hastily made another apology. Now, Amelia said, it appears that we know the ritual he intends to use. Her eyes narrowed on the two sheepish old wizards avoiding her eyes. Is there anything else about this ritual? Something, say, that may give us a tactical advantage? Summer solstice, Bertie blurted out under her hard glare. The ritual is best performed on the eve of the summer solstice. Renewal, rebirth, Bill said quietly. I can see why. Well, this is an alarming coincidence. Dumbledore stated, the twinkle in his eyes definitely absent. What? Asked Sirius impatiently. Dumbledore looked around the gathering. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament will be held on the eve of the summer solstice. There was a sudden silence as they absorbed the news. Who came up with the dates for the tournament? Remus asked bluntly. Dumbledore frowned. In all honesty, I cannot remember. The tournament has been discussed off and on for over 2 years. I will review my memories and see whether I can track down who it was. That's a long time for, you know. Who to wait? Cornelius commented, speaking up again. And why gather the bones now if he isn't going to use them straight away? The ritual takes 9 months for the majority of its preparation, Bertie answered. 9 months, Sirius mused. 9 months being the usual gestation period for a baby. The bones of the father will need to be sanctified first, and then prepared by soaking in amniotic fluid for 9 months. Then the majority of them will then become the base of a potion that is required.
Bertie continued dispassionately, and the servant who gives his flesh must spend the vast majority of 9 months ahead of the ritual truly serving their master. If it is a child or a homunculus, then Pettigrew will be tasked with seeing to its security, bodily and nutritional needs. And the enemy, asked Sirius tersely, is to be tested and challenged for the majority of the 9 months, thus living in fear of his life. Dumbledore said gravely. The tournament, Remus said, jumping ahead to the obvious conclusion. If Harry was entered into the Tri-Wizard tournament, it would provide the perfect arena for such a condition to be met. Harry is not entering the tournament. Sirius could feel his chest start to tighten, panic building sharply. There are safeguards, Sirius, Dumbledore assured him. Entrance must be 17 and over. There will be tight security around the goblet, I promise you. I think whatever security you have planned, you'll need to triple it, Amelia said briskly. If I was Riddle, I would be seeking to place Harry in the tournament. I will review the security measures with Alastor, Ludo, and Barty, Dumbledore promised. Cornelius raised his eyebrows. I thought he was still sick. Barty, I mean. He is, but he will return, and Percy Weasley is doing an admirable job of being a go-between, sir. Dumbledore said, I'm certain he will relay a message and return Barty's thoughts on the matter. Sirius glared at him. Albus, if Harry is entered into this farce and Hogwarts fails to protect him from that, I will remove him from the school. While I understand your position, Sirius, we're getting ahead of ourselves, Amelia pointed out. If we assume Riddle is working on this ritual, then, firstly, let's work on a way to keep Harry out of the tournament. They all nodded. Secondly, I'd like a briefing document for the teams, Amelia said. From the sound of it, Riddle is going to have to kill a pregnant woman to get the amniotic fluid. We can issue safety warnings, a pretend Muggle serial killer perhaps, and if there is a killing, help use that to track down Riddle's location. Good thinking, Amelia, Sirius said, regaining his own balance in the face of her determination and steadfastness. Did Wood or Cambridge mention luggage? Remus asked suddenly. Amelia shook her head. You don't think they were intending to stay? Sirius questioned Remus. You think their base is elsewhere, and they were only at Little Hangleton temporarily to get the bones, so we would have lost them anyway. It's a theory, Remus offered, spreading his hands. A good one, Amelia commented, heaving a sigh, and one that will help Cambridge. Thank you, Remus. We should probably kill the snake when we get an opportunity, Dumbledore said. I fear Voldemort may have accidentally made another object through the death of the caretaker. No doubt Voldemort has spent time possessing the snake prior to his new home. It would be susceptible. I don't agree with your reasoning, but better safe than sorry, Bertie said. Shall we move on to the treasure team, unless Amelia has something else to add? The rest of my report can wait. Amelia sat back and picked up her abandoned drink. Cornelius shifted restlessly, a frown on his face. I think we should revert to the agenda, if that's okay, Bertie? Sirius asked smoothly. Bertie nodded and gestured at Cornelius, who smiled smugly at his success in trumping Bertie. Operation Power Play is on track, and probably, if I'm honest, a little ahead of schedule. Let's see. The Potter Alliance has approached the Order of Merlin recipients. The 9 Muggle-born recipients have already confirmed their willingness to join. The others are still contemplating their various alliances, but we expect to have them all by the time the September session sits. Cornelius said with delight. That's excellent news, Amelia said. Sirius could see she was genuinely glad someone had something positive to report, even if it was Cornelius. Augusta has been a boon, Cornelius admitted. We couldn't have done it without her. She does seem to have gained a new lease of life, Bertie said with a nod. The neutral bloc has also made many overtures in the last few weeks. Cornelius continued, gesturing with his glass of iced mint tea. Lord Greengrass has agreed an alliance with the houses of Potter and Black. Zabini, Goldstein, Rickett and Smith have all invited Lord Black and I to various events over the next couple of weeks, so I expect they will have alliances in place by the time of the next session. And with the neutral, ancient and noble houses ostensibly taking a side,
The rest of the neutral minor houses are likely to fall in line, Sirius said. The minor houses always sought the protection of the ancient and noble.
"What about the Pure-Blood Alliance?"
asked Dumbledore. He stroked his beard thoughtfully.
"Any news on that front?"
The alliance with Lord Nott was a surprise. According to my latest communication from Malfoy, Selwyn, and Wilkes, are contemplating a similar alliance arrangement with the House of Black as Nott. Sirius replied, "However, I expect that to be last minute. And similarly to the neutrals, if the ancient and noble houses declare a position, the majority of the minor houses will follow." Cornelius said gleefully, "So, alliance-wise, we expect to be in a strong position by the October session, which is when we can start to make the major inroads on the legislative front," Sirius added. "It's a remarkable achievement," Dumbledore said quietly. "You have systematically changed the power dynamic within a few short months." Cornelius glowed with the praise, even though it had been Sirius who Dumbledore had been looking at when he'd commented. Sirius gave a sharp nod to the old wizard. "The other small problem I know the House of Potter is dealing with is responding to the numerous requests to join the Potter Alliance, heirs, in swearing fealty to young Harry," Cornelius said with a teasing glint in his eye as he turned to Sirius. Sirius grimaced.
"Harry got inundated with requests following the Prophet article, mostly from children, including his schoolmates."
Amelia smiled at him sympathetically. "I'm not surprised. Most of our children have been raised on stories of the boy who lived. The prospect of swearing fealty and following him must seem like a wondrously adventurous lark to most youngsters."
"What does Harry think of it all?" Dumbledore asked pointedly.
Remus chuckled.
"Mostly he's embarrassed at the attention."
Sirius hid his smirk at the indulgent looks that crept over the others' faces. Remus had known exactly what to say, to dismiss any concerns that Harry was thrilled at the prospect of being able to raise his own private army, which he was a little bit. Although Remus was right. Harry was mostly embarrassed. Sirius could quite happily torture the Dursleys for hours for the damage they had done to Harry's self-worth. He and the rest of the heirs are sending replies back, thanking people for their interest, and providing more information about fealty, including the fact that their parents would need to swear alliances with the House of Potter and be well known to Harry and myself before any vow of fealty could be accepted. Sirius continued,
"There are a few families in there who we'd quite like to ally with, so we'll see what comes of it."
"I believe those are our highlights," Cornelius said pompously. "Amelia, why don't you finish your report, and then we'll cover the treasure team?" asked Sirius. "One last thing to report, then," Amelia said briskly. "Namely, the Operation Quidditch is proceeding nicely. Avery has dropped out of the suspected Death Eater attack because of an invitation to go abroad on some junket. We believe Malfoy was behind it." "He's probably protecting Avery's vote," Cornelius commented. "Avery doesn't have a mind of his own." "Agreed," Amelia said dryly. "Travers and the others are on board. They've exchanged few owls, but have met on 3 occasions to plan. Thanks to the help of Albus's spy, we cracked their code very easily to learn the details. They're planning a disruption the night after the game during the celebrations. Their main targets are the Muggle family who own the campsite. 2 of them will play with the Muggles, while the others wreak havoc among those staying at the campsite, targeting Muggle-born families. The attack will begin at midnight. Rufus and Barty have been made aware that there is an imminent threat of something happening, and will plan the aura details around that. The Rat Squad will deal with the specifics. Are we sure we wish to specifically intervene beyond the aura's acknowledging an anonymous tip? We risk revealing our surveillance of the remaining Death Eaters," Dumbledore pointed out. "Politically, we need to ensure that the perpetrators are caught." Cornelius responded before Amelia could. "We need to make this a statement that we won't allow such activity. I have faith in Rufus and his team, Albus, but the Rat Squad will be there as a backup to ensure that we don't let the buggers get away," Amelia said forcefully. "The Aurors and Bagman are being told that the Rat Squad will be there on the lookout for Pettigrew." "Sounds like a good plan," Sirius commented firmly, feeling happier about allowing Harry to stay for some of the post-match celebrations. And I guess that brings us on to Bertie?"
Bertie sighed. "Unfortunately, my news isn't as positive as Cornelius's and Amelia's World Cup report. As you all know, we investigated the Chamber of Secrets, and as fascinating an intellectual exercise as that was," he teased Amelia, who rolled her eyes at him, "it was fruitless in turning up the object we hoped for. Unfortunately, anything of value was taken, and nothing of value left." Bill said succinctly, "Wherever Riddle stowed the object, it wasn't in the chamber. Which means we're faced with a systematic search of Hogwarts." Sirius sighed, rubbing his forehead, a twinge of pain signalling the onset of a headache. "How long did he take from crossing the wards to appearing at the foot of the office staircase?" Remus asked. "Perhaps if we know that, we can theorize the route he took." Dumbledore nodded sagely. "I can review my memory." "Well, that gives us two possible approaches," Dumble said. "Unfortunately, Hogwarts is going to be a nightmare to search either way between moving staircases, corridors, and rooms." "Ah, yes," Dumbledore agreed. "Indeed, rooms have been known to appear and disappear. I myself came across a chamber pot room once, and—" "Albus!" Amelia broke in sharply, and he subsided, with his eyes twinkling mischievously. She turned back to the others. "You will need a cover story for being at Hogwarts. Additional security for the tournament," Bill suggested immediately. "That way we have a legitimate reason to search rooms and be about the castle." "I think that's a splendid idea," Dumbledore said with a nod at Bill. "What about Godric's Hollow?" Cornelius asked. "Anything there?" "Caro and I are almost finished with the cleansing," Bill confirmed, folding his arms. "We'll start shifting through the house after the World Cup." He paused and looked over at Sirius regretfully. "We'll pack up as much as we can for Harry." "Thank you," Sirius said, a lump in his throat. He was aware that Dumbledore was looking half ashamed across the room. He should be ashamed, Sirius thought fiercely. He should have ensured the house was properly looked after, rather than acquiescing to the ministry, simply placing it in a stasis charm as a horrifying memorial. "Will Harry want to take a look at the house itself?" Bill asked. "Maybe." Sirius shot Remus a look, because they'd already had the discussion. "We were thinking of going at Christmas. The house will be dealt with, and we can—" His throat closed up. "Harry wants to visit his parents' graves," Remus explained. "That is, he wants to, but at the same time he said he's not ready yet." "None of us are," Sirius muttered, and determinedly changed the subject. "So the treasure hunt is ongoing, but stuck on slow for the foreseeable future." After that it didn't take long to wrap things up, the attendees heading for the flu and their usual Friday activities, except for Bill, who left for a date with Alicia Doge. Sirius privately thought it might be a good match, but kept his mouth shut. Remus stayed back to deal with correspondence, and Sirius went home to Griffin House by himself. Dobby popped into the hallway as Sirius absently vanished the flu powder from his robe. "Harry Potter is with his Professor McGoggles in the basement," Dobby informed him. "Thank you, Dobby," Sirius said warmly. He'd grown quite fond of Dobby, whose adoration of Harry knew no bounds, it seemed. "Supper in the dining-room today, I think?" "Yes, Harry Potter's paddy, sir," Dobby said, and popped away again. Sirius shook his head. The elf clearly believed Harry was his master, despite being nominally free and being paid. He made his way to the basement and watched unobserved from the doorway as Minerva continued to put Harry through his transfiguration paces, non-verbally. "Again, Harry," Minerva instructed, placing a hedgehog in front of him. Harry's face crunched up, and Sirius could see the way he bit down on his lip to prevent himself mouthing the incantation. He knew non-verbal casting took more concentration and focus, more control. It was a wonderful way to bring Harry's power under control, which was why Dumbledore had suggested it, and Sirius had to admit he had been right. The hedgehog transformed into a beautiful purple-coloured pincushion with its spike, sparkling silvery metal pins. It remained still. "Excellent work, Harry!" Minerva praised him warmly, clapping her hands. "Excellent work indeed!" Sirius said loudly, drawing their attention.
Harry's face lit up at the sight of him, and Sirius felt his heart leap with glee at the sight of that. He would never get used to it. He was sure that Harry loved him, even if he had never said anything. "How was the meeting?" asked Minerva, starting to collect her teaching paraphernalia and pack it away, absently turning the hedgehog back to itself. "Informative. There's been a sighting of Voldemort and the rat," Sirius said, leaning a shoulder on the door-jamb. Harry frowned. "Where?" "Little Hangleton," Sirius said tersely. "Not the Gaunt place, but the Riddle Manor. They were seen, but they've gone again, and it looked like they had no intention of staying." He debated with himself about whether to tell Harry about the ritual, and decided against it. He didn't like keeping information from Harry, but maybe Remus had been right. Harry didn't need to know every single thing, especially something as disturbing as a ritual that would call for Harry to be tested and challenged for 9 months before his blood was forcibly taken. Sirius shivered violently. He'd wait. If Amelia turned up any sign of pregnant women going missing, then he'd warn Harry. But until then, Harry was only 14 and deserved to spend the rest of his summer having fun rather than worrying about a ritual that may or may not take place. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, concerned. Sirius shook himself in a vague parody of how he did it as Padfoot. "Just disturbed at the confirmation they're in the country." "Yeah," Harry grimaced, "but at least we know." "Knowing's better than not knowing, right?" Sirius felt a twinge of guilt for the decision he'd just made about keeping the ritual secret, but smiled at Harry as though in agreement. "There's no clue as to their base of operations?" asked Minerva, zipping up the carpet-bag loudly. "No, although we know he's not staying with any of the listed Death Eaters," Sirius said. "Remus thinks there's a possibility that Wormtail had a bolt-hole." "A good probability if he was a spy," Minerva said crisply. "Did Remus come back with you?" "Correspondence," Sirius explained succinctly. "We've a few new business deals in the works." He winked at Harry. "Something about Potter and Longbottom Supplies?" "Oh!" Minerva looked to Harry for an explanation. Harry grinned at her. "Neville and I worked out that 2 properties we're managing are perfect for growing and sourcing the ingredients to various potions. He's growing the plant ingredients, and I'm housing the animal. We're hoping if we can supply the ingredients cheaply, we can get potions like wolfsbane produced more readily." "That's wonderful, Harry," Minerva said. "Remus must be delighted." "After quizzing us for hours about whether we were doing it just to please him," Harry admitted with a smirk. "Neville told him it was just good business, and it follows our political agenda on werewolves." "Neville is a little political monster," Sirius commented dryly. "He'd evidently picked up a lot from Augusta." Minerva raised an eyebrow. "He really is," Harry agreed happily. "Hermione thinks he's going to be Minister of Magic one day." "Chief Warlock," Sirius countered, and refrained from offering a bet in the presence of his former head of house. "Well, I'm delighted to hear of Mr. Longbottom's political prowess," Minerva said with a small smile. "We should talk about your animagus training before Remus arrives back." Harry immediately gave Minerva his attention. She had surprisingly acquiesced to his request for the same deal as James, with a speed and alacrity that worried Sirius until she explained that she fully expected that if she didn't, Harry would find some other way. "Now, have you read the material I gave you?" asked Minerva, falling into her teacher mode. Harry nodded briskly. "Tell me the 3 different ways you can find your form," Minerva instructed. Sirius went back to leaning in the doorway as he listened to Harry recite the various methods. A potion that induced a trance-like state, meditation, or a forced animagus spell. The Marauders had used the first since James and he had been okay at potions, even if they hadn't been top of their class. "I'd like you to try meditation first," Minerva said. "It is the least painful and the best way of finding your truest form." "The book said we could have more than one form," Harry said. "How is that possible?" "Different combination of traits may lean more to one animal than another, but your total traits never leave you. When you begin, several different forms may be open to you, but ultimately, once you've learned one, it is difficult to achieve another." Minerva said, "I had 3 possible forms when I meditated, a cat, a horse, and a dolphin. I was drawn to the cat form above the others, primarily because I thought it was the most practical. I've only ever managed to transfigure the hooves of a horse, but I haven't been able to complete the transformation fully. We did the potion. Sirius spoke up. Hearing of your 3 forms makes me regret we didn't do the meditation. I love my Padfoot form, but now I'm wondering if there was a better one. Personally, I think the Grim suits you, Sirius, Minerva said dryly. But I wouldn't be surprised if you and James might have had the option to transform into wolves. She looked at Harry. I would think with Remus in your life there would be an option for you too, Harry. There's a part of you that no doubt considers yourself as part of his pack. Harry nodded. So I guess I read up on the meditation technique and process. Minerva nodded. We'll go over it at next week's lesson. Great, Harry enthused. I can't wait. I highly recommend a dog form, Sirius said, shooting a teasing grin at Minerva. Cats are far superior, Minerva retorted, smiling. I was thinking of a bird, Harry responded with a rueful smirk, surprising. I love flying, and it feels right. You are a natural flyer, Minerva said with a nod of approval. It wouldn't surprise me if a flying form was available to you. I hope so, Harry said. Sirius nodded. I can see you as a bird, he admitted, although deep down he could admit to himself that he was hoping that Harry would choose a canine animagus form. He cocked his head, hearing Remus talking with Dobby in the kitchen. He turned to Minerva. Are you staying for dinner? I would like that. Minerva accepted. He ushered her up the stairs before he reached out and pulled Harry to him in a one-armed hug. Looking forward to the World Cup? Harry grinned. I can't wait. Yes, thank you for my ticket, Sirius, Minerva said, glancing over her shoulder. It's been a long time since I've been to a World Cup final. If it's anything like the dueling finals, it should be excellent, Sirius said. The dueling finals had been a fantastic display of skill and imagination. Harry had been enthralled. Phileas said that it was a good match. Minerva commented as they emerged into the kitchen. I understand Colin Blishwisk won. Hilliard almost had him at the end there, Harry commented wistfully. Yes, and Toby Hilliard will be teaching the dueling elective, Minerva said cheerfully. I believe Phileas was finally able to convince him by promising some private tutoring. Harry grinned. I'm glad I signed up for the elective, then. Sirius hid a smile at Harry's enthusiasm. He could see the change in Harry in regards to his schooling, the surge of curiosity and thirst for knowledge and skills. It pleased Sirius no end. Remus cleared his throat. Simeon made a fire call and confirmed his time of arrival tomorrow. He said he's looking forward to the Quidditch. It's just as well I bought an entire box for us to use. Sirius complained without any real ire. He figured Simeon had arranged his visit to coincide with the cup, but he wasn't bothered. In fact, he was pleased. Simeon was a highly trained Auror, and it was good to have someone that's skilled on their side, given what they knew about the planned Death Eater activities, even if Sirius had every intention of ensuring Harry was nowhere near the action. Everybody is leaving Dobby's kitchen, Dobby said sternly. Dinner is ready for Harry Potter and Harry Potter's family. A smile broke across Harry's face as he coaxed Dobby into coming and eating with them, since Harry considered the elf part of his family. As Remus and Minerva made their way into the dining-room, talking about some obscure manuscript on family magic, and Sirius felt his own heart